Well, he took all his slogans. He did. Um, I just have no. I'm just all they care about is money and power. It's so disgusting. If you saw what goes on in Palm Beach County, he gets off the plane and they're flying their flags, and they live in HOAs in Boca and West Palm Beach, and that is the most horrible place. I would never live down there. They're like sheep. That's all I have to say. And it's really it's terrible. I think they have there's really, and also they're very stubborn. They don't want to admit that they're wrong, and that's a very bad flaw, to have. I mean, I admit when I'm wrong. I was wrong that I didn't see it. In 20, probably I should have seen it in 2020. But anyway, and the also thing is the excuse for the why didn't he put his hand on the Bible? Here's the latest. He didn't put his hand on the Bible because he didn't have to, because he already was the president. The next one was, well, Melania couldn't get to him and fast enough to put his hand on the Bible because the judge was, started uh, to say what he had to say, where you put the hand on the Bible at the inauguration. This is crazy time. And they will support him. When he goes down, they will find an excuse. And I have the Epstein files. It was given to me by a guy across the street. And I started to go through them. And it's a Google, I think it's a Google or Yahoo, whatever it is. It's the list that the senators looked at. So I haven't gone through it really hard. But yeah, he's in there. They're talking about him in there between the brothers. The Epstein brothers are talking about him. They're saying things. So it's not like he's not mentioned in there. Now, I haven't dug deep, and I will. But nobody's going to believe you because now they're saying that those files are just, that they're all fake. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Yeah,
Thank you so
Byron
much.
Donalds is literally on video. They're saying, hey, if you donate to Byron Donalds' corporation that he's building, then you'll get access to him when he's the next governor. He's on video admitting to bribes. It's absolutely disgusting and appalling.
Yeah. Yeah. And he came into Florida years and years ago, over 20 years ago. He was just somebody that showed up in Naples. And I had a friend of mine who had a big organization over there. And he said, I wanted you to meet this young guy. Oh, he's a constitutionalist, blah, blah, blah. We supported him. But he's gotten so dirty. I mean, he's been dirty probably for the last 15 years. And Palantir is here now. They're building, what they're doing in Florida is the 2030 plan, UN Agenda 2030. The law, I mean, in the sense that West Palm Beach is a smart city. It's going to be a 15-minute city. That's why Fishback says no flock cameras. I will not have government contracts with Palantir, all of the above. That's what they will bring in. And everyone else that's running, Collins, Renner, and Byron Donalds, all supported that anti-Semitism bill. It's a disgrace. They're all a disgrace. And shame on the people in Florida that vote for them. They're uneducated. They don't want to hear it because they're stuck in their MAGA world.
I'd like to think that you can be MAGA and not support Trump because you'd want to make America great again, right? And not associate that with Trump. That guy freaking hijacks everything,
Well,
literally.
well, we really we started out with America First. That was before Trump. And that was with the Freedom Caucus and congressmen like Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz, who was there in Florida. What Trump did with MAGA, he created that, and then he patented it, that he copyrighted it, and he makes money off of MAGA. So no, but there are no MAGA people who are educated, informed, open-minded, and independent who support Trump, because making America great is about making Trump great. It's about making Israel great. It's not about thinking about Americans first, which is what MAGA was supposed to be.
I never voted for Trump in 2016. There was a movie called Trumping Democracy. And the reason I'm mentioning that movie is because the gentleman who is behind that movie or in it, one of them was that Steve Bannon guy, and the other one was this billionaire named Robert Mercer. Well, if you go to Wikipedia right now and you look up Robert Mercer, you'll see that Robert Mercer gave, I think, $6 million to Vance. Vance was a total anti-Trump. But this guy, Robert Mercer, who, along with Steve Bannon, did the movie Trumping Democracy that showed how Trump stole the 2016 election, now he's given $6 or $8 million to Vance, who hated Trump and is now Trump's vice president. He gave a massive amount of millions to Palantir, who now is, like Vance is their little puppy dog, their little puppet. And so there's just some really interesting connections, even as far back as the 2016 election. Just look up Robert Mercer and go read his Wikipedia page and see where he spread his money, not only to Trump and Vance and Palantir, but to other very interesting and dark characters. It's an interesting bit of easy research. Go to Wikipedia and read about Robert Mercer, and he's the one why we have Trump in 2016, him and Steve Bannon and their Trumping Democracy scam.
Thanks for that. Want to go to Manco, just bring the conversation back onto the war. Manco, hope you're doing well. How are you? Give us your thoughts.
Hey, thanks for having me. So I just came on the space recently, just got home from Costco, so I don't know if there's been any news. Are we
Did
still
you see
waiting?
Doc there, Manco? Doc was there as well.
Oh, he was at Costco too?
Yeah, he went to fuel up. He was telling us it's $5. Did you guys
Yeah,
go together?
I didn't even go to get gas. I was originally going to get gas, but the line was so I've never seen the line be this long. It was super crowded.
Wow.
It's probably because the gas prices, because Costco gas is significantly cheaper than all the other retail gas stations. It's probably, I don't know, like 20, 30 cents cheaper or something. So I think when the gas prices go up, people tend to go to Costco more. They're less lazy about it. But I'm just gonna have to wait until it's like late at night or early in the morning or something. Because yeah, today it was crazy. I didn't want to wait in that kind of line.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that, Manco. Look, I don't know what's happening with. I don't know what's happening with the war. I mean, he's pulled out of that Operation Epic Fury. I just read, literally a few seconds before you came on, Manco, that Trump said he's not going to leave the Iran conflict early. I don't know what early means either. Like, I have no idea what the hell's going on, to be honest. But yeah, Manco, over to
I
you. What are
think
your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that just means that he's not just going to do like a walk away thing like some people were suggesting. But I think it's weird when they say, oh, well, the generals are going to meet with Trump today and they're going over, these are the different options that Trump has for bombing Iran. I think if that was really going on in a serious way, it wouldn't be leaked to the press. There's very few people that would be privy to those meetings. So when it's a leak like that, it's an intentional leak. And I think it's just being done to leak it on purpose in order to sort of like try to pressure Iran. Trump's been doing this for weeks and it hasn't worked even a little bit. And I have no idea why he keeps doing it because it's clearly not working. Like usually when you do something and it doesn't work, you don't just keep doing it over and over for weeks.
So why do you think if it hasn't worked, he does keep doing it? Why do you think that is then? Is that just because he wants people to just believe him and he thinks if he repeats it enough, they'll believe him? Or
I
does
think
he
it's
not care what the masses think and just thinks that, okay, you know what? My voter base is still there, or my support is still there amongst my supporter base, should I say, instead of voter base. And as long as I keep telling them I'm preaching to my audience, not to the mass audience, I don't know what's going on.
I think he's legitimately confused because the thing is, he keeps saying every day. There are some reports, by the way, of people that in the administration who are saying what is true, which is Iran isn't going to make a deal, not on any kind of terms that would be anything close to what the United States would accept. And they're committed to this. And the IRGC position is the Iranian position, and that is just how it's going to be. And but when it comes to Trump, he will say like, "Oh no, you know, they're so scared of us and they want to make a deal. Like they understand what, oh, if they don't make a deal, ooh, I'm gonna get them. And he keeps doing this. And I think that part of that is because at least someone on the negotiators for the team from Iran is BSing Trump and suggesting to him maybe things that aren't true because they're trying to stall him out. And it's working. They're playing him because Iran's negotiation position is we need to stall Trump as long as possible, drag this out as long as possible, because their theory of victory for the war is if we keep Hormuz closed as long as possible, eventually something's got to give and it's going to give in our favor. So Trump is playing right into that, and I think it's ridiculous. And I think it's because he doesn't want to let go of this idea that he can make a deal because he thinks a deal should be made. But it's not up to you. Like if the other side doesn't want to make this happens, by the way, in litigation all the time. It could make every sense for your opponent to settle with you and to be like, you know what, you really need to settle this case. Let's just work out a deal. Let's get this case done. That could make every sense where only a crazy person wouldn't settle, and yet sometimes they just won't. Sometimes you got to go and you got to go and you got to fight with them, and they won't come back to the table unless you start like beating them in motions and stuff like that, and they start feeling like they're losing, and then they'll come back and they'll start to listen to reason. That's what has to happen with this war. The status quo favors Iran. If you leave the status quo in place, the blockade against Iran is nowhere near as damaging to Iran as the Strait of Hormuz being closed is damaging to everyone else. So time is on Iran's side. They're not going to make a deal. And Trump is just letting that situation persist. He's let it persist for a month now.
Yeah, if I could just jump in. And the other reason to answer your question, Beatrice, is what I said earlier. Trump is a sick man. He's a very sick man. What he does doesn't necessarily make sense. And I'm starting to think that the people behind Trump starting to think, I mean, thought it for a while, they're also very sick people. And what they're doing, you try to make sense of what they're doing, but you can't make sense of what people are doing when the people are irrational and are evil in the first place. That's my explanation of what of Trump and even the people behind him.
I think Trump's on board to this, though. You know what, Prashant, you know what Manka was saying about like Iran. It's in Iran's best interest to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed as long as possible. And, you know, what's Trump going to do? I think Trump's incentivized to go along with that. And he talks a good game, but he ain't doing anything. Do you know what I mean? Really, let's face it. Um, I think he's incentivized. He's making enough money. If he wasn't, he'd send the best of negotiators to deal with this. He'd be doing a lot more. But he sends freaking Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, you know, to do the deal. And that deal is for Trump's business enterprise. That deal is not for America or American trade or American economy or, you know, open the Strait of Hormuz. Gas prices are going up. There's none of that. It's like Trump back pocket. I just can't. I think it's disgusting. I think it's sickening. And I think that I realized, well, I thought I realized how dirty politics was, but this Iran war, my God, has it freaking opened my eyes to how disgusting. There's nothing at face value, nothing. And yeah.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the United States, in so many ways, is destroying itself from the inside out. I mean, it is related to the war, and it's not related to the war. I mean, I know Suleiman wants to keep on topic of the war, but the United States is destroying itself. It's got the sickest population on the planet. It's supposed to be the most advanced country, and it's got the sickest population. It's got the sickest agriculture. It's got the most dysfunctional medical system. The food supply is probably the most toxic food supply in human history. So, you know, while this insane war and evil is going on, the United States in three of the ways I just described is destroying itself from the inside out. And nobody's even talking about that in Washington. They don't even have a clue.
Yeah, true, Prashant. Somebody done some post I saw this morning. I don't know who it was, but just it came up random. And they were comparing like, I mean, I think UK is quite bad as well, but they were comparing things about UK and USA, and they were like, oh, generally people in the UK will get 25 to 30 days holiday a year, and I don't think that's enough, to be honest, right? If you're working for a company, you need more than that. And they're like, oh, there's no minimum in America. In America, you can get 10 days. And I thought 10 freaking days a year? That's disgusting. Like you work all year and you get 10 days off to spend with your family. Like that's it. And then they were doing a comparison on the health, on the food. It was like literally, and I don't like that comparison because I think that the UK is really messed up as well. But I just think I don't know. It needs to be fixed, doesn't it? Like our countries need to be fixed, and we're vassal state for America and Israel as well. Keir Starmer's just Israel's puppet, so yeah, we're in the same boat. But Andy, jump in, and then we'll come to you, Zina.
I just saw a clip. Trump's praising frickin' Byron Donalds at the rally. He's saying he's so far ahead. If you're up by 20 points, I don't even want to waste my time. It is absolutely disgusting. It is. It is so disgusting. It's like I want to puke. It's just absolutely it's just disgusting how corrupted this country is at this point. And we need people like Cynthia out there knocking on doors, talking to people in our community, getting people out to vote, whether they're 18-year-olds, whether they're 90-year-olds, because in these midterm primaries, turnout is historically 20%. So a surge in turnout can make a much bigger difference in these midterm primaries than it would, say, in a presidential general election where turnout is 70, 80%. So it takes a much smaller number of voters to swing an election than it would in a general election. So we need Cynthia, whoever else is down in Florida, in that race, getting out there, knocking on doors if they're able, talking to people at their churches, mosques, synagogues, whatever, get out that vote, because we cannot let Byron Donalds win Florida and sell that state out to Palantir and the billionaires.
One thing that you can do to remind people is that you have to be a Republican in order to vote in the GOP primary. So that cutoff date is July 20th. So if you're in Florida and you're a Democrat or an independent, please go and change your party affiliation. You can do it online. And then after, when you vote on August 18th, you can always change back and, go back to your party. It's really important. And I have to tell you, I was a little skeptical of James Fishback because I heard all kinds of, there's all these, but after dealing with his team, I'll tell you, they're young, they're smart. He doesn't care. He's talking truth to power. If he's a liar, he's going to be tarred and feathered. I can tell you that, because these young people came with their babies, little babies, children. I mean, they stood in line for a long time. And, in Martin County, 600 people, that was a lot of people. He's going to, but, this is important all over the country. Find people that believe, in our values, that want to hold government accountable, that are not bought by big corporations like Palantir and all of the above. Look at the donors. I keep putting it on X. People don't even know where to go. You can go to www.opensecrets.org and get all the intel and find out who's paying off your politician. That's really the big one. I mean, look at what's happened with AIPAC. That's really come about. So we have to tell people.
Yeah.
And I think it's really important, and I applaud you. I just want to ask a question. What time do you come on regularly every day so I can put it on my calendar so I know? Or is it just you come on when
Do
you
you know
come on?
what, Cynthia? Just set your notifications, the bell icon for Suleiman's profile.
Oh,
Generally,
okay.
it's 2 p.m. Eastern, but it varies depending on interviews and stuff. But if you press the bell icon on here and on his YouTube, right? If you go up in the
Okay.
nest above where you can see myself and Suleiman, there's a
Yes.
post pin there with his YouTube channel. Press the bell icon on that, and he plays the stream over there for people who want to listen over there as well. So you'll get it
Oh,
there.
cool.
I've just seen Robert's just joined. I want to
Thank
welcome
you.
Robert and go to him and see what his thoughts are. And yeah, I've just seen Simon's just joined as well. We got a full house tonight, guys. I said I'd go to Robert, so let me go to Robert and then I'll come straight to you, Simon, to see what you guys make of the pantomime. Robert, jump in. Welcome, guys.
Hey, yeah, good afternoon, good morning. Yeah, I think it's been about a
Oh my
week.
God, Robert, good evening. We're in Britain. It ain't all about America, you know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and it's the middle of the night in Tehran, and I don't know, Trump, a bunch of statements started coming out kind of right around market close that didn't I didn't sit too well, apparently. So yeah, generally over the past week, I think it's been since I've been here, we've had kind of a lot going on. We've had oil moving higher, we've had yields moving higher, not just in America, but kind of the global sovereign debt market is starting to get into some issue due to oil, right? Oil moving higher drives inflation concerns, so rates move higher, bonds sell off, and that's kind of an issue, much more, I would argue, for Japan, Europe, anyone who is a net importer of energy. They've been, their rates are up much more than ours. But even here in America, we have the 30-year yield about 5%. So you have bonds kind of selling off due to higher oil. We had the Fed meeting. Nothing super notable, in my opinion, from that. Really at all, like at all. It was kind of very uneventful. But we've also had issues in the FX market with currencies. We had Japan, or Bank of Japan, Ministry of Finance, intervene in the currency market. Their currency is weakening for a number of reasons. But higher oil is definitely not helping, and definitely driving a lot of the currency weakness in dollar yen, or strength in dollar yen, weakness in yen dollar. And so they intervened, and that, I think, is just kind of the first of many currency issues. Something Simon and I were talking about at the beginning of the war, that this is really this has the potential. I'm not going to predict, but I said, it has the potential to kind of cause currency crises. And I was thinking it would be much more emerging markets, like in Southeast Asia, for example. Japan is, already kind of had issues with their currency for years now. It's kind of an idiosyncratic thing, but I think that it's kind of the canary in the coal mine, and I think that we have the potential to, not an exact repeat of the emerging market currency crisis of the 90s, but something like that, where anyone who is a net importer of energy, is going to be really, really hurt. And that is Europe, that is Asia, and the second and third and fourth order effects will eventually trickle through to America, but not on a first order kind of basis. We're a net exporter. Our oil exports came in, I think, a couple days ago, 2 or 3 days ago, record high. So we're pumping out and selling more oil than ever. There's, I think, probably, kind of from what I'm gathering, more talk here within the in market community of the potential for an export ban. Where every country is kind of looking out for themselves. We still have the issue in the oil market where real, actual, physical oil is trading at a pretty significant premium to the front month futures contract, which is kind of the paper price of oil. Dated Brent, I'm looking right now, 115. I'm not sure if this was from today or yesterday, but it only comes in once a day. But that is notably higher than 104, which is front month future for WTI. So we still have that kind of tightness in the physical market when it comes to oil. And the oil market moving higher has caused already kind of ripple effects, whether it be with the yen, whether it be with bond yields moving higher, and therefore borrowing costs moving higher. But not only do borrowing costs for the government move higher, borrowing costs for Brits, everyday Brits, moves higher. Mortgage rates in the U.S. move higher. Credit card interest rates, personal loan interest rates, right? We are, at least in America, we are a net debtor to a huge degree. Out of the overall aggregate kind of global picture, we account for about 85% of the net debt. We overconsume. We run a twin deficit. We require Europe, Asia, and the GCC to run large surpluses, because by definition, what that means, the other side of that current account surplus is that they are a creditor to the rest of the world. And so, that's kind of more the second, third, and fourth order effect that can come. But we're definitely seeing pressure in kind of fixed income and the debt markets. Nothing, catastrophically bad, but the longer it goes on and the higher oil moves, the more issues there, the more pressure is going to build in the sovereign debt market and in FX as well. We saw it with Japan, but I would expect that kind of thing to start to trickle through. I mean, UAE begged for swap line. They didn't do that because everything is great. They did that because they're in the early stage of a liquidity crisis due to the fact they're pegged to the dollar, and oil exports have basically probably gone close to zero due to the Strait of Hormuz being effectively closed. So, lots of kind of stress building in kind of the global sense. Here in America, stock market has gone straight up basically over the past couple of weeks, and I think that's mispriced, but maybe a separate conversation with regard to that.
Rob, I got a few more questions for you. I just want to welcome Simon on, then I've got a few questions for both of you. Simon, hope you're doing well. How are you?
All good, brother. Thank you.
What?
Good to see you
Yeah,
all.
great.
Beatrix, Robert, Solomon,
Yeah,
Andrew, Manco.
good on. You're in that thing where now it gets awkward, like if like you don't know who you are mentioned. Now.
Yeah, I like some of you show as listener, so that's my excuse.
I like it. Simon, give us your thoughts, and then we'll got a bit of questions on to both of you.
Yeah. So, well, that we hit the point. The just below 5%, 4.999 on the 30-year yield, and the right below we hit 4.4 on a 10-year yield, and then over $120 on the on oil. And yeah, we get our new narrative. So as soon as you hit those points, you get some kind of the latest narrative. So they've come back down a little bit temporarily, but in the meantime, I think while stocks are at like these high levels in the S&P, there was all the earnings season for all the major tech companies. So we had like Amazon, Google, Meta, and we're having this absolute frenzy in terms of the ChatGPT, Anthropics, of stroke SpaceX IPO. But we had a massive resurgence in tech. So if you remember, it was a bit of a rotation. So tech was dominating the indexes. And then we entered into a bit of a rotation where we started to see all the energy companies and utilities prior to the war kind of prep up for what was about to happen. And then the tech companies took a bit of a correction and took a bit of a backstand. Now it's all about tech again. So tech is pretty much holding up the market in a major way, but they came out with their numbers. The tech companies are just eating the entire economy. These are just the numbers are just astronomical now, but they have a shortage of cash because although they're pulling in, I think Meta did like $32 billion profit or something like that. They need to the capex that they want to invest in all these data centers to just take over the world with data centers, and at these higher energy prices as well. They're looking at where they're going to find the money in order to invest in all these data centers. So all that profit that they're generating is still not enough for what they actually need to invest. We're talking across Google, Facebook, Amazon. They want to invest almost $500 billion in data centers, which is where all the growth is. And so they're looking at basically they've just been announcing particularly Meta, that they're just going to be laying off staff in order to invest in AI. And so it's not quite we're replacing our jobs with AI. It's more we need to invest in significant data centers so that we don't need staff in the future. And so therefore we've got to invest significant funds. So that's kind of like what we're seeing. And a lot of companies are suffering, like really suffering. But the tech is pulling the index up. So, you know,
Yeah, and
technologies,
Simon,
yeah. Go for it,
yeah,
Robert.
and that I think that's good point to raise. Going to what I was talking about with the U.S. being a huge net debtor, that raises, I think, the most important question that no one is talking about, and I mean no one. I watch CNBC and Bloomberg all day, every day. No one is talking about this, and is the most important point, which is free cash flow. These companies, the Mag 7, the hyperscalers, they were raking it in. I mean, their free cash flow was growing at like 70%, I think, in 2023. So it made a lot of sense for them to be the safety trade, for them to be kind of the leaders, right, and gain a larger share of the overall kind of stock market. And not only that, but interest rates were rising. So all the cash that they were generating, they could put it in a money market fund, which is what corporations do with their cash. And they were raking in record net interest income during that period of time. But one really, really important thing happened, which is what you mentioned. Free cash flow went from growing at 50, 60, 70% year over year annual growth to now shrinking at about 35% year over year rate of change, negative 35%, right? So more and more of the CapEx, which has been growing over the past 5 years. If you look, you can on my profile, couple posts down, I have a little thread about this. You can see the CapEx has been growing year after year, basically doubling, but one could argue it's even going parabolic. It's exponential, not even linear, but at the very least doubling almost for the past couple of years. It was one thing when they were raking in huge amounts of cash, right? They could just take some of the profit that they were earning from their free cash flow and put it into investments in AI models, in data centers, whatever it may be. That was one thing. But now with free cash flow rolling over, the only way that they are able to keep up in the kind of arms race that we're seeing right now, with about $750 billion of CapEx, capital expenditure spending, right, from these companies just for the year 2026, the only way to keep up with each other company that's spending more and more money, they're all racing with each other. The only way to do it is to issue debt, but someone has to buy the debt. And it can't come from the US because in aggregate, the US is a huge net debtor in aggregate, about 85% of global net debt. And then you look at the creditors, Europe and Asia are getting screwed, right? They are turning from a creditor to a debtor, especially in the kind of weaker countries. So they're not going to be buying the hyperscaler, the Google bonds or the Meta bonds. Can't be them. GCC, they're getting decimated from the Strait of Hormuz being closed. So, they're turning from a creditor to a debtor. They're having liquidity issues due to the fact they're all pegged to the dollar. So it kind of is even worse for them. So who is, in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, what is higher? Food and energy, or Meta bonds, Google bonds, Microsoft bonds, right? This is ultimately, I think, the biggest thing that no one is really talking about. And it's not the kind of thing that happens over a day or a week. You're not going to see, this force or this issue that I'm kind of raising is not the kind of thing that you can really like visualize in the stock market crashing in a single day. This is, I'm talking about something that is kind of like a glacier, right? A lot of these macroeconomic forces take months, if not years, to kind of play out, but they're extremely powerful. A glacier, a glacier will carve through a mountain, but it takes millions of years to do it. That's kind of macroeconomics, I think, as a analogy. So, I think over the next year, if this disruption within the energy market continues, we're going to see some significant issues, because remember that, call it half of that capex, half of the 750 billion, half of that has to be issued by debt. Well, that's competing with the 1.7, 1.8, 1.9 trillion dollars of US treasuries that are being issued each and every year, that being our fiscal deficit. So it's competing with that. It's competing with all the other corporate debt, and it's competing with, Europe again, who, UK, for example, they run a twin deficit. France is going to get pushed into a twin deficit. The only way to finance that, one of the only ways, the major way, is to issue debt. But who is going to buy all the debt? Because again, the U.S. is a huge net debtor in aggregate, so it's not going to be us. We are kind of hurtling towards a potential, and this is the kind of global economic slowdown that I've been warning about. We're not going to see it appear on our screen in the next day, but it's important for people to understand, when you look at GDP, if you remove the whole AI data center hyperscaler kind of thing, if you remove that, and the GDP that's coming from that one sector, that one little niche, GDP is basically growing at 0%. The US economy is basically not doing anything. The real economy outside of the AI trade, basically not growing at all. It is all this, you see that GDP print reported on the nightly news. It is all the 5 companies issuing a bunch of debt and racing against one another, doubling the amount of capex every year to build the better AI, to build more data centers. But the problem, again, there's a physical constraint on that, not only the balance of payments kind of issue that I was talking about before, but also energy. Like there's a 5-year backlog on transformers, because we have so thoroughly hollowed out our real economy, our industrial base here in America, that we rely on imports, or the few domestic firms that are able to kind of build out energy infrastructure. There's not enough of them, because we have underinvested in the real economy and in real physical kind of things like mining and materials, energy, and the fact that we become a net exporter of energy, I think is great. But the problem is it's only 1%, 1 to 1.5% of GDP. 2/3 of GDP is consumers spending money. And half of that is the top 10% spending their money. So, which is being driven by the wealth effect, because stock market's going up. Stock market's going up because these 5 companies are spending ungodly amounts of money on this whole AI thing. And the other important thing I think to raise with AI is, where's the return? Like no, people have been, these companies have been pouring money into this whole AI thing. Where's the monetization? This is a question that I think eventually investors are going to start to ask. Where's the monetization? We were willing to pile money and finance all this, hundreds of billions of capex and pour money into your stock. We were willing to do that for a year or two, but like at some point we want to see that you're actually making a return on that investment. And I think that that's kind of another domino that could fall if there is not monetization. I mean, you saw OpenAI, that that Wall Street Journal report a couple days ago, that they're going to miss their revenue targets, and they have pledged over $1 trillion of investment into other. It's all kind of big circle jerk. So if OpenAI falls, they all fall. Like the whole thing is, again, I think the stock market is very mispriced, but I think there's a number of important nuances there. For the average American that's listening, looking around at their economy, going, why is the stock market going vertical? Why is the nightly news saying GDP is too? We are turning into the very kind of dystopian sort of economy or economic structure that Simon has been talking about for years. Ever since I started following him, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. It is happening. It is already here. So I think that those are important points to make.
Yeah, there's a few more parts to it as well. Like it's such a, because everyone can feel the hype, right? AI is taking over the world, but no one's really answering the real questions, which is that these, like, these mega companies are going to be the ones that get these ginormous productivity gains. And in order to fund all this capex, they're laying off staff, and then the end result is that they're going to need significantly less staff. And so that's going to be like such a windfall profit, because after this capex, their costs are going to go right down. They're going to have this massive productivity gain, and they're just eating like all of these jobs. And so there's that one to deal with. The other one is the energy play. Like, obviously, at the end of this, China's been pushing renewable energy, solar energy, wind energy, hydro energy. Cuba's doing like biofuels, like, the whole clean energy agenda, the European like net zero type of thing. Is going to get a massive resurgence, and a massive allocation of capital as well. But at the end of the day, like, we're going to, that whole peak oil theory is going to hit at some point. So you've got this, like, these this energy trade as well. Plus, remember what China's actually doing. China's not building AI in order to sell a subscription. China's building AI in order to automate every production process, every factory, and every efficiency that a manufacturing base can benefit from. And they're not doing it in a way where they're finding how to do it at significantly less cost, like 5 times less cost than the American model, with all of this capex. And so you got the whole DeepSeek thing. You got the whole fact that they're doing it for the productivity improvement. And obviously, America's going to have to figure out how to do it where they censor through advertising, or they figure out a model for the whole subscription service. So there's not a business model in the world that's going to pay for this in the near term. And OpenAI just announced, like, yeah, we're going to do a 48-hour funding round of some crazy $1 billion, and people are just piling in ahead of the IPOs, and the numbers just keep going up. It's going to be $1 trillion IPO, and they just keep like pushing the numbers up and up and up. I think Elon Musk, his share options are going to be like, you have to put like X amount on the moon, and the company has to be valued at $7.45 trillion. Then you get some kind of payout. So the financialization and securitization that's built into these assumptions is just so disjointed from reality. It's just, so that's a crazy one.
And not only that too, but another kind of issue I have with the stock market and the valuation and the price, the market cap of some of these companies is the entire point of AI. AI is, like you mentioned, a technology that is specifically designed to replace humans. This is what Rick Rieder, chief investment officer of BlackRock. Pretty sure these guys are tuned in to what's going on. He's kind of trying to sound a bit of an alarm. I get BlackRock is bad, and right, like I'm with you on that. But if you listen to some of the statements from this kind of emergent class, this emergent school of thought within monetary policy, there are people like Rick Rieder, like Zervos, like David Malpass of the World Bank, former World Bank president, that are trying to kind of like raise the issue of, look, like AI, the entire point of AI is to replace humans. How are we going to have a functioning economy when youth unemployment is 20%, 30%? And really the only answer I've gotten to that question is, again, remember, 2/3 of GDP comes from people spending their money. Everyone that is laid off, and it's not going to be just Meta, it's not going to be just Microsoft. We're going to see it kind of economy wide. Every one of those people has a mortgage. They have a car loan. They have a credit card, right? And we live in a highly levered debt-based system. So, as Luke Gromen always points out, do I think that AI is going to cause a recession from 50% unemployment? He goes, no, it'll probably cause 10%, and then systematic leverage, which is built into the structure of our financial system, will do the rest, because every single person laid off cannot pay their mortgage anymore. And and then that mortgage has been securitized and pledged as collateral in the form of a mortgage-backed security on some bank-to-bank, swap, or pledged in the repo market on a basis trade, or right. Like, so you really start playing it out, and we cannot tolerate. I mean, we don't even need 50% unemployment for there to be really bad issues in the U.S. We only need, might only need 10%, and we're getting closer and closer, I think, over the next couple of years to that figure. And it goes nonlinear. Generally, or every single time in a recession, unemployment kind of creeps up maybe for the first couple quarters, and then it just goes vertical. And I think that we are closer and closer to that reality, and then the leverage inherent in the structure of the financial system will become a massive issue. Well, how do you fund UBI, right? If the answer there, and I think a lot of people probably in their head, the logical answer to this kind of issue of a bunch of people losing their job, especially young people, is UBI. Okay, well, UBI sounds great, but how are you going to fund it? Where is the wealth? Where's the GDP that you can tax to fund, the UBI that is going out, the checks? Well, the only answer I've come to, maybe someone can offer a different one, is a tax, a large tax, an increase in the tax rate on the very companies propping up the entire stock market, which is by definition propping up the revenue for the US government. And one could argue basically propping up the entire US economy due to the wealth effect of higher stock prices driving the top 10%, which is a third of GDP, top 10% spending their money, which is a third of GDP, is the richest people in America spending their money. I mean, that alone is kind of absurd. So yeah, I just think that that's a really important point. It's not going to be just Meta. And at the end of the day, when we're talking about higher and higher layoffs due to higher productivity, well, how are we going to fund the eventual inevitable UBI other than a huge tax on the 5 companies or 10 companies or whatever it is, propping everything up? And then what? Their stock price is going to plummet. As soon as we put a windfall tax on Google or Meta or Microsoft, well, that stock plummets. The entire stock index plummets because of the obscene amount of concentration where those 5 companies, there are different ways of looking at it, but they account for more than a third of the overall profit of the S&P 500. So the entire index is going to have an issue. Well, if that falls, the wealth effect, the top 10%, which is a third of GDP, spending their money, they're not going to spend their money because the wealth effect goes in reverse. Well, if they're not spending their money, you just cut a third of GDP right there. And, there's issues with revenue for the US government. Capital gains as a share of total government revenue is at a record high, and it's been moving higher since 2021. And the stock market really kind of took off, post-COVID. It's just been moving higher each and every year. So the entire government revenue structure, the fiscal budget and the structure of the government finances is maybe not entirely reliant on the stock market going up, but very reliant. I think that is fair to say. Paul Tudor Jones is kind of going viral for talking about this. I pointed it out 2 years ago. That look, the government can't really let the stock market decline, but if the only way to fund UBI is a huge tax on the, very companies propping everything up, then what? I think there's really a lot of unanswered questions about kind of where this all goes. But it does not result in the stock market being where it is now.
Robert, and real quick, Robert Simon, I don't think it's a coincidence. Just today, I got 2 videos from my contact in Switzerland, who, by the way, listens to the space, follows you guys. They've been thinking this out quite in depth. An ex-Google exec, do you know anything about this Mo Gaudat? He
The
explains
ex-Google guy from AI. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's like a
You know
podcaster.
about him. Yes, yes, yes. And he asked me to just share it with you guys because he does follow you guys and listens to your stuff. He follows Suleiman Space. Anyway, they're going into the carbon tax to sovereign wealth funds, money creation, and I don't. It's way beyond my knowledge and finance, but I'll share it with you guys. But yeah, they've been looking at this UBI and how it's good. They're going to fund it because man, they're getting ready to lay it out hard with this AI stuff.
Yeah. So in the meanwhile, the grifting is insane. So I think Trump just announced that he's getting ready for Trump 401k. And just on the trades that we know about from the grifting in the crypto side, it was, he's tripled his net worth in the last 11 months just from crypto scams. Now, in the world of crypto, if you kind of look, me, Robert and myself, we just focus on Bitcoin. But in the world of crypto, if you create something like Ethereum and everyone gets rich and Vitalik becomes like a trillionaire because, Ethereum has like massive returns, then that's one thing. But Trump has tripled his net worth off scams that lost everyone money. And so his little shitcoin, crashed because it's meant to be a decentralized governance, and the few people that own the tokens, i.e., the Witkoffs and the Trump family, they voted on giving 75% of all the tokens as revenue to one of his shell companies into a family trust. And they just been like selling down the tokens, and they got a release schedule. So the price is just crashing further and further and further. They're using more of the stable coin to bridge deals that is stable coins up to like $4 billion now. And most of it was just a few transactions with, different deals in Abu Dhabi for giving presidential pardons to crypto scammers. And it's just getting really, really insane. Like so he's tripled his net worth while everybody that bought the token has lost shitloads of money. And it's not like he generated wealth in some kind of crypto ecosystem. He just literally launched a scam, tripled his net worth, and dumped it. So that was just pure wealth extraction from the average American or the average crypto gambler. Feels like the number one choice of career that people are starting to get into. If you're a man in America, you're thinking about gambling and prediction markets and crypto trading. And meanwhile, on the female side, OnlyFans is getting record numbers. So we're really pushing the world into just some crazy ass degeneracy here in order to just keep this stock market gravy train going. And the grifting that's happening, like it's quite spectacular, really. And obviously the whole politics side will kick in. So the Dems are really starting to ratchet up the narrative around how all this crypto was for grifting, and that's gonna definitely come in the election cycle narrative. So all of that stuff is really kicking in. So you've got the AI stuff and the stock market. The bond market is definitely the decider. The second those bond yields go up in America, you get a reason to end the war or pretend that the war's about to end. And that's like, it's like a perfect science, 100% hit rate now. The bond market is determining where the outcome of the war policy. So that's kind of what's happening on that side. I think we are very deliberately engineering higher energy prices. I think it's a definite World Economic Forum style agenda. I think that Trump at this stage, working for greater powers, is trying to engineer high energy prices, along the lines of you will own nothing and be happy style of agenda. And that you can tell that just on the war games. You know, the second that there may have been a lifting of the blockade, an opening up of the strait, the blockade comes in, and now Trump's just trying to find every reason to keep the blockade, and just keep the energy prices high because the profits of the oil and energy exporters, as well as the national sovereigns, there was one company in Saudi Arabia that they just reported their profits. It tripled their profits during this crisis when we're meant to believe that Saudi's in distress. So, you know, um, there was another thing I looked into as well. Last time we talked about it, Suleiman, around that America produces $13 million barrels of oil a day, but consumes 20 million. And I was looking into that. So now America's net exporter, what's kind of like the maths behind that? It comes down to the type of
Yeah,
oil.
that's a good question because we talked about this with Chris Marston.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
hopefully, I'm just gonna.
what did he say?
No, you're gonna give the answer
Oh,
now.
okay.
As he said what you're saying, but he was like, so this won't work for America. Like they're in a deep problem. But maybe you got an explanation. Go ahead.
Yeah, correct. And so I was looking. Well, where's America buying that deficit from? And it comes from Canada, Mexico, Brazil, and some of the companies that Chevron and Exxon like have been exploring with. So again, it's like another windfall for big oil and big energy. The Americans are like really paying the prices now. Like the inflation's starting to come through. Um, I think the one thing that came out of the Jerome Powell's final thing is expect inflation. I think that's pretty much all he said. Other than I'm staying on to make sure that that I don't end up being targeted or spending the rest of my career fighting the Trump administration in lawfare or anything like that. But yeah, no, you know, I think the Fed is, and that's where this unemployment stuff kicks in because the Fed's got the dual mandate. It's got inflation and unemployment. And so if you need rates up or down, it's an impossible task. There's no policy. There is no Federal Reserve policy that can fix this other than expand the balance sheet. And so the Fed's going to be buying all of these bonds. And then there's deregulation of American pensions because you're going to be the bag holders. And foreign central banks aren't buying them. Foreign private sector is buying them, which is what kind of ties into this FX swap. I don't think the FX swap was distressed because I think Dubai's got the dollars and it's got the assets. It's got $1.4 trillion of assets. But as Robert says, the stock market can't go down. And so if Dubai wants to sell any of its bonds, then that can push the yields up on the bonds, which America can't have right now because it's got to grow at a rate that's higher than the average interest on the debt. And that average interest on the debt's going up. And the growth is just the AI. So if the money doesn't come in, it's proper Ponzi at this stage. And so in order to stop Dubai from selling stocks or selling bonds, they said take an FX swap line and we'll give it to other strategic partners as well. So now, like, they're bolstering the financial system of these foreign financial centers in order to stop them selling their bonds and stop them selling their stocks, which is effectively handing over more and more power of to foreign investors, where the bond vigilantes and the sovereign wealth funds just have leverage at any of these distress moments. And there are so many things that could be distressed. But you're able to hide all of this just by fudging and saying the stock market, like Trump just came out, I think he said, under Biden, the stock market went up 900. It's gone up 30,000 under me or something. I don't quite know what that number is, but it's a real optical illusion. But what is really happening here? What is actually happening? The reality is that every wealth, like this is a ginormous wealth transfer. Like it's such a wealth transfer. Like all of these policies are just pumping up the price of assets, where the average American is just paying higher prices, getting a higher share of the national debt, and they're not in a position where they're benefiting from any of these assets. So if you look across the internet, you've just got a bunch of people that are invested in the system, and they've got their stocks and they've got their real estate, and they're about to retire. They may be boomers, and they're just loving Trump because they're like, just get the stock up, just get the stock up, do whatever you got to do in order to make sure that the real estate doesn't crash. Like, figure out your thing, do yield code, do some mental gymnastics, like just burden more and more of the future generation with debt. Just do whatever you've got to do to get my stocks up. And then the rest of the people, they're not even on X or Twitter. They're just working 3 jobs. They ain't got no time to figure out. If you spoke to them, like I was just speaking, like I was really trying to just speak to some normies, and they're like, they don't even know there's an Iran war right now. They're just saying, oh, it's the Democrats is the reason why the price. Trump's not able to implement his policy, and the Democrats have pushed up the price of gas, and it's because they hate Trump, and they got it's Trump derangement syndrome that's pushing up the price of gas. Like they don't even know. And like this policy is such a wealth transfer. Like if you do not own these assets, you are getting eaten alive. And the people that are really affected by this, they ain't got time to be on X. They ain't got time to figure out. Maybe they get 5 minutes of Fox News just to check in, because they're working every hour of every day, or they've just hit the point where they've checked out. They're just so despondent. And and that's going to get significantly worse. And that's the policy. That's the plan. Like this is a really bad plan. And that's the plan. And it's probably the only plan, because you just got to keep it going. And Trump is just he's just grifting off the whole thing. Like, and they all are. You can see them. They're all just a pack of hyenas that are just saying, how do I get my piece? Like, how do we roll this shit over? How do we just extract? And then as long as our stock market goes up, we can just tell everyone that we're making America great again. Like, it's really quite sick what's happening. Anyway, you agree with that, Robert, I think?
Yeah. Yeah. What we have now is clearly not sustainable. And I think that, if you look at hard data on human happiness, on the success or the benefit of the US economic structure, if you look at you can poll a bunch of people and everyone knows that data, right? Like consumer sentiment survey from University of Michigan and various different polls, Ipsos poll, Reuters, we can do that, or we can look at the hard data. The suicide rate has not been this high going all the way back to the Great Depression. That was the last time that Americans were killing themselves at this rate, not number, but rate per 100,000. If you look at deaths of despair, which is sometimes called economic deaths of despair, that is suicides, alcohol-related deaths, and drug-related overdose, that is 3 times higher than the Great Depression. 3 times higher. And again, I'm not talking about a number, I'm talking about the rate, the number of people per 100,000 in the population. The average American has been getting absolutely decimated, and it didn't start, and I know you're not saying this, but it didn't start with Trump. This goes back decades, arguably, to 1980, and kind of when we decided to really run this kind of economic system that we have, kind of post, of course, Nixon shock 1971 and Bretton Woods. You can kind of go back further and further, but from all the data that I've looked at and all the analysis I've done, 1980s kind of early 1980s is really a turning point. That is when we really started to globalize. That is when we really kind of embraced the kind of neoliberal globalist worldview. And I think that that's a major driver of the issue, the economic stress and discomfort and pain that the average American's feeling. I think that the dollar is a huge component and massively under discussed in terms of kind of being the foundational issue for many second and third order effects that no one really ever kind of traces back to the origin, which for a lot of it is the dollar and the structure of the dollar system internationally, but also domestically. You know, there's issues here kind of with the domestic structure of our monetary order. And again, you know, that goes back decades. So this has been an issue that's been building for decades now, for at least my entire life. You know, I'm a millennial, and I was getting my first job in the depths of the 2008 great financial crisis. You know, so a lot of young people like me and people my age, you know, that was our first kind of entry. That was we're turning 18, time to get a job, go out into the world and provide for ourselves. And for me, luckily, you know, I had no concept of a recession or financial crisis, or, you know, I was 18. And our public education system is so beyond horrible, beyond awful. I mean, there's no words to describe how bad our education system is. I wasn't ever educated on any. I had to teach myself everything I know. So I just kind of was like, you know, walking out and, well, it can't be that bad. And luckily, I found a job in healthcare, which is very recession proof. But, you know, a lot of young people, that 2008 and the great financial crisis was our, you know, coming into adulthood moment. Then, you know, you had the kind of post 2008 kind of great malaise, very, very poor growth, very, very easy monetary policy, which pumped asset prices. And, you know, there are now studies that Besant has talked about and others that show that QE and ZIRP, zero interest rate policy and quantitative easing from the Fed, which went on and on and on and on. It was not just like, oh, we're in a recession, time to, you know, ease, expand balance sheet, lower rates for a year. You know, it went on and on and on and on. And all that did was concentrate wealth. It pumped asset prices. We didn't really get consumer price inflation, not a huge surge that you would expect, but it caused huge amounts of asset inflation. Who owns all the assets? Well, if you look at equities, 92% of household equity exposure is owned by the top 10%. So they literally own all the financial assets. And so, you know, this is part of what has driven kind of the wealth inequality, like I mentioned earlier, to levels not seen going back to the Gilded Age. Wealth inequality was so bad in that period of American history, we had to name an entire era of our national history the Gilded Age. Well, wealth inequality today in 2025, in 2026, the data came from 2025. The most recent data is it is worse than it was during the Gilded Age when we named an entire era of American history. So, I think that we are kind of hurtling toward a breaking point. The structure of the system is not sustainable, not only in the way that, you know, the average American is just falling further and further behind, especially if you're a young person, especially if you're a young person that does not own a home, like me. You know, you're just totally screwed. Totally, absolutely screwed. At least 98%. Yeah, you know, you could end up being a great crypto trader, trading meme coins with 1,000x leverage, you know, and maybe you're good at that and you make some money. And there have been young people my age that make ungodly amounts of money doing that. There's also, on the female side, young women my age who make ungodly amounts of money doing OnlyFans. You know, there are now professional Kalshi and Polymarket traders, right? So, like, what are we really building here? You know, when my parents were growing up, boomers, the smartest people in America that were coming out of, you know, MIT and Harvard, they went to work at NASA, you know, to build rockets that put a man on the moon. Or maybe you don't believe that, but you know what I mean? Like, to do a real thing. And now where do they go? They go to work for Jane Street, where the data just came in, and the total revenue pool is growing at like 40% year over year. It's like $8 billion revenue pool, and they only have like 100 employees. That's where our smartest minds go to work now. That is dollar Dutch disease. That is, this overvalued currency that has created a bifurcated economy where, yeah, if you live in Manhattan and you work in Wall Street, finance, insurance, real estate, one of those kind of industries, yeah, you're doing great. If you live in Alexandria, Virginia, yeah, you're doing great. The swamp has never treated you better. The swamp of DC has never treated you better. But if you are, the median American living in, I don't know, Topeka, Kansas, or St. Louis, Missouri, or God forbid, the Rust Belt, you have been getting absolutely screwed, especially if you're younger and you don't own a home or, a significant amount of equities. That is not sustainable. The society is going to break. You cannot have, the deaths of despair being 3 times higher than they were during the Great Depression. That is not a sign of a healthy economic system. That is not a sign of a healthy, economically prosperous people. And that is going to resolve one way or another. And I've been kind of, hammering this point for years now. But unfortunately, if it's not addressed peacefully, if it's not addressed politically, and I think that, Simon and I had a lot of conversations in the early part of the Trump administration. And I was pretty optimistic. I guess I was hopeful, that a fresh set of people from diverse political backgrounds, right? His cabinet had, it was mostly Democrats, actually, right? RFK and Tulsi and all, Elon Musk. I was kind of hopeful, and I was, okay, here we get a new group of people. They're going to look at health, and they're going to come in and they're going to, take on the pharmaceutical companies that have ruined the health of Americans, and kind of the broader healthcare, sick care system that we have. They're going to look at the Fed and financial issues, where Wall Street has been prioritized over the median. I was very optimistic, and I was very kind of hopeful that there was really a chance to fix some of the issues that I had been kind of talking about, really kind of breathlessly. I was hopeful that, there was a group of people that was willing to come in and do things different, break things, try something new. And, to be honest, like, Simon was correct back then. He was much more cautious, I guess you could say, or skeptical back then. And I remember that. And, he turned out being right. And, I turned out looking like, gullible idiot for believing that there was a chance that things would actually improve, and that there was a group of politicians that might actually change things, and unfortunately, I think that the way this is going to end up going down, I think the pendulum is going to swing, very far to the left. And, there's a real potential, I think, for violence, unfortunately, in America. And I love my country. I love America. I hate what it's become, and I'm very critical of issues with it, but I love my country, and I only want the best for it. I do not want to see it torn apart with violence, whether that be a wealth thing, like the rich versus the poor, that kind of thing, whether it be racial, whether it be red state versus blue state, Civil War kind of traditional kind of thing. Like, I don't want to see any of that kind of stuff. But in Fort Turnings, you either get, a major international conflict or a major domestic one. Now, I'm not sure which path we're going to go down, but I think that the system here in America is, it is not sustainable. And I do not want to see my country turn into a world where, there's guillotines running down the streets of Manhattan, in San Francisco, and Los Angeles. You would think the wealthy wouldn't want that either. But very few people are actually kind of speaking up about the issues that we face economically and financially. Very few people are actually willing to talk about this kind of stuff. And you would think that if you had significant wealth, you would want to try to help kind of ease us into something better and start, look, we had a good run for 5 decades. Now it's time to kind of like try to like, ease into something that might actually work for the average American. But no, it's not coming from them. So that is who runs the government, right? It's all the wealthy who own all the assets, all the financial assets. It's not coming from them. And so, really, like, you get down to it, where's it going to come from? It's going to come from the people. The people are going to get to a breaking point where they just snap. And I don't want to see that, and this is why I've been kind of beating all these different drums for the past couple of years is a hope, that by raising some of these issues and having a real conversation, we can find a peaceful way out of this. And of course, Bitcoin, TikTok next block, like I think is a large part. It is one way to, for example, defund the war machine. Right? It's decentralized, so you don't have all the issues of that we get here in America with centralization of power, like what the Fed, where 12 unelected people set artificially control the most important price in the entire world, which is the price of money. That federal funds rate that you hear reported on the nightly news, oh, the Fed decided to hike rates or cut, that federal funds rate, really it's SOFR that really matters, but that overnight interest rate is the price of a dollar. Dollar has a price. The euro has a price. It is the overnight interest rate. And 12 unelected people set the most important price in the world. That's not good. Bitcoin, decentral, right? There are glimmers of hope. And this is why Simon and I, speak about things like Bitcoin, is because there are, technologies, protocols, whatever you want to call them, like Bitcoin. I think, I am not in the camp that Bitcoin fixes everything. I don't say that because I don't think it does. But there are glimmers of hope that I think we can embrace. But we really need to start having a much more thorough conversation about the economic structure and the financial system and the way that the distribution of wealth and some of these kinds of things that Simon and I have been talking about for years. The country has to talk about it. Otherwise, it's going to resolve in a very ugly way.
The other thing I was looking into is for anyone that thinks this is like Trump paying 5D chess in order to choke off China, Trump's more than happy for China to buy as much oil and energy from American companies as they want. So there's lots of routes where China can just buy whatever it wants, and American companies or Venezuela through some of the Chevron routes, they'll sell whatever China wants to purchase. So it definitely wasn't about taking on China or choking China. The only thing you're left with is that this was an engineered pricing event. And this was about wiping out the middle class and the poor, and repricing everything for the benefit of asset holders, and a small concentration of energy companies that just so happen to be the people that would have the capacity to do many of the covert operations that would lead to such an event. So that's the other side of that. The other thing we were talking about, Solomon, was in the video we did together on when UAE left OPEC. So at the moment, UAE's pipelines allow it to export a capacity of 400 to 700. There is no substitute for Iranian oil. So the type of oil that Iran produces and UAE produces is not a substitute. So, and they can only increase their capacity when the Strait of Hormuz is open. So the Strait of Hormuz, there is no substitute for opening it. And then what they want to do is they said that they've invested in their capacity where they could release 3.5 million to 5 million barrels, but that's starting in 2027. So this isn't about flooding the market and getting the price of oil down once we're on the other side of this. That's a longer term strategy. And I think the reason that if you look at when you combine everything together, you've got the opening up of the FX swap line markets for alternative financial centers and energy producing countries, which is a mechanism for ensuring that they can't sell their treasuries and they can't sell their equities. So that's just a stock market stimulus effectively, but it's opening up the financial system where these foreign financial centers can do what Japan does, like the Japan carry trade. But obviously they'd have a bit more autonomy in this, and they're also pegging their currency. So it's a bit different to Japan in terms of both risk profile and also obviously UAE and these Gulf countries, they've got nationalized energy. So it really is like an alternative parallel financial system. And then by leaving OPEC, effectively, you're defaulting back to UAE was already a member of BRICS, and BRICS had already announced prior to this that they were working on cooperative energy markets. Because what was OPEC? OPEC was a resistance against the large 7 European and American oil companies. And it was effectively resolved once they created the petrodollar. So the agreement was that you price it in dollars and you have a need for dollars. And when you have a need for dollars, you lend them back to the US government. And so OPEC,
Yeah,
sorry,
the dollars come in, right, to UAE, and then they immediately take them and buy US treasuries.
e-
And then we provide defense. Yeah.
exactly. So what was OPEC in the end? Originally, it was a resistance against the Western and European oil companies. But once the petrodollar was constructed, it was effectively a pump on one side and loans to the U.S. government on the other side. And so if OPEC breaks down, you're effectively managing a transition away from the construct of the petrodollar. And they've already negotiated all these energy cooperation agreements via BRICS. UAE joined BRICS. And you've got the Enbridge central bank digital currency settlement network that was set up that completely circumvents SWIFT. And that plugs UAE, Saudi, Thailand, China, and Hong Kong together. And so you're getting your FX swap lines. You're getting, and you're coming out of OPEC effectively. And then if this leads to a series of events where other people come out of OPEC, I don't think there's going to be a situation where everyone just releases their oil in a I mean, it takes away the autonomous power from Saudi Arabia to set the quota, but it replaces it with BRICS. And China's obviously the most important layer in BRICS. So effectively, I think this is a mechanism for transitioning to the settlement layer between the petro yuan and the petrodollar. And that's really in line with a multipolar world. Because OPEC effectively just became a mechanism for backing oil by dollars and lending it back to the US government, and then having
And
quotas.
they were resistant, right? So when Europe and Asia might be getting hurt due to economic growth issues, right? Slow growth, a recession, that kind of thing. When Europe and Asia, kind of more traditional sort of economies, were facing issues, right? Because here in America, we were buying all this stuff made in China, right? So if we slow down here, we buy less Chinese stuff. China sells us less plastic trinkets, their economy suffers, right? So Europe and Asia were kind of much more cyclical in nature, meaning that again, when you get, if by definition on the other side of a current account surplus is you are a creditor to the rest of the world, you are buying financial assets like U.S. Treasuries, like our debt, and they were resistant. GCC was resistant to those kind of cyclical sort of swings, in the economy, where Asia and Europe might be getting pushed into a current account deficit due to a hit to growth, a recession or that kind of thing. And so, therefore, right, they are buying less U.S. Treasuries. So they were much more cyclical in nature. And the whole petrodollar, the whole kind of genius in a crazy, mad sort of way, the genius was, those countries will always run current account surplus. 50% or more of their GDP comes from selling energy. Well, you always need energy. Maybe you don't need as much, right? The demand for energy, like oil, can fluctuate based on global economic growth conditions, right? And the higher that global economic growth is, the more demand for energy. But in general, there's kind of a baseline, right, of energy demand, globally speaking. And so you basically kind of, with the petrodollar, put a floor in demand for U.S. Treasuries by having all those countries pegged to the dollar and recycle all the dollar revenues that they get from selling their energy, recycling those dollar revenues into our debt, into U.S. Treasuries. We basically kind of put a floor that is not cyclical. I mean, yeah, a little bit. Demand for energy will fluctuate, but in general, it was a much more kind of reliable floor in the demand for our debt. And so, if that starts to really falter, which I agree with Simon that it is, there could be significant issues for the U.S., where again we run a huge pro-cyclical fiscal deficit, meaning pro-cyclical, meaning we're running a very large government deficit outside of a recession when times are quote unquote good. We are running wartime, recession time deficits of 6 to 7% of GDP, which is just insane. That is a huge amount of debt to be issuing. And again, it has to be bought. We don't just issue bonds, get dollars out of thin air. Someone's got to give us the dollars. Someone's got to buy the debt. And again, the petrodollar and those GCC, energy producing countries, they were kind of a floor in the demand. You start, breaking up the petrodollar system, and things start to unravel very, very quickly because you look at government, what is driving the government deficit? It's not, with all due respect, it's not transgender Elmo, Sesame Street program that we spend $1 billion on for Iraqi children. Is that wrong? Like, is that waste and graft and corruption? Should we cut it? Absolutely. I'm not, opposed to cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. The problem is that really the meat of the $7 trillion that the government spends is Social Security, Medicare and Medicaid, interest on the debt, which I think is what they're going to try to cut, and defense. Those 4 items, that is, 90% of government spending right there. So, the kind of discretionary kind of stuff is not really where the issue is. So what are we going to do? If we can't sell $1.7 to $2 trillion of debt every year to finance our government, to keep the wheels on the bus, if, we have to sell our debt at a lower price, a lower bond price or higher interest rate in order to attract enough demand, that is going to lead to higher interest expense. Interest expense already growing at 15% year over year. It is already $1.1 trillion over a 12-month period of time. That works out to $3.5 billion per day of interest. Higher interest rates means that 1.2 trillion per year goes to 1.3, then goes to 1.4. How do we pay the interest on the debt? Oh, we just issue even more debt and then use the proceeds of those U.S. Treasury sales to go pay the interest on the debt that we sold 10 years ago, right? So the whole thing is reliant on a huge amount of demand for U.S. Treasuries. The minute that starts to falter, the minute you start to break up something like the petrodollar system, it is catastrophically bad. Now, I don't think the petrodollar is like totally doomed today, but this thing that's going on in kind of broadly in the Middle East is definitely, I think, a shot through the petrodollar. You know, the agreement was you sell oil in dollars, take those dollars and buy our debt, and we'll protect you. Are we protecting them? Are we protecting the GCC? You know, because during the period of war, all I saw was drone attacks and missiles getting through and blowing up this, blowing up that. Like they're probably not as stoked to do the petrodollar when we couldn't provide adequate defense. Really, I mean, you could make that argument, I think, pretty reasonably. So, you know, I think that UAE, that was much more a liquidity issue. These are all countries that are pegged to the dollar, meaning their currency is pegged a fixed exchange rate to the dollar. Well, the problem is, and I know this is, you know, going to sound weird, the dollar, that is basically a hard currency peg. That is equivalent to us being pegged to gold. That is that because you can't print dollars. If you're in UAE or Qatar, what you cannot print dollars. So it is effectively a hard currency standard. And you know that works very, very well so long as you run huge current account surplus by selling a bunch of oil. But the minute you're not able to do that, your currency peg, your exchange rate comes under massive amounts of pressure. Now, they have $3 trillion of assets in their kind of foreign exchange reserves in the aggregate, over 3 trillion. A lot of that is US treasuries. So, yeah, they could maintain the currency peg for a while just selling US treasuries. But they're selling US treasuries into an already weak bond market. That just means higher interest rates for America. Higher interest rates in America lead to tighter financial conditions, less economic activity, and of course, higher borrowing costs, higher interest expense for the US government. So, yeah, it's really, really critical that they keep that petrodollar system together, because if they don't, the kind of second, third, fourth order effects are catastrophically bad.
Great point, Robert. Let me just quickly give some breaking news. Quite a lot, actually. First thing is Hezbollah is hitting Israel quite hard after Israel has been bombing. We've seen some missiles and drones head towards Kiryat Shimona. Hezbollah ambush Israeli forces advancing towards Deir Sirain and Zota River. In addition to that, this is interesting. Trump admin add Nick Stewart, a staffer from the FDD, to the Iran negotiating team. And if you know the FDD, their sole focus is to advocate for the Israeli interests. So do we think a deal is going to be done if he's bringing in another Israeli asset? And Trump wrote this letter to Congress, quote, I write to inform you of changes in the posture of the United States forces in the United States Central Command area of responsibility as part of my efforts to keep the Congress fully informed, consistent with the War Powers Resolution. On March 2nd, 2026, I reported to Congress that on February 28th, the United States had initiated Operation Epic Fury and began conducting precision strikes against the regime of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I ordered that operation consistent with my responsibilities to protect Americans and the United States interests at home and abroad, and in furtherance of United States national security and foreign policy interests. On April 7, 2026, I ordered a 2-week ceasefire. The ceasefire has since been extended. There has been no exchange of fire between the United States forces and Iran since April 7th, 2026. The hostilities that began on February the 28th, 2026 have been terminated. Despite the success of the United States operations against the Iranian regime and continued effort to secure a lasting peace, the threat posed by Iran to the United States of America and our armed forces remains significant. Accordingly, the Department of War continues to update its force posture in the AOR and in select countries as necessary and appropriate to address Iranian and Iranian proxy forces threats and to protect the United States and its allies and partners. These changes are more fully outlined in the classified attachment to this letter. I have and will continue to direct United States Armed Forces, consistent with my responsibility and pursuant to my constitutional authority, to conduct United States foreign relations and as Commander-in-Chief and Chief Executive. So he said that. And yeah, that's kind of the latest news in that regard. Um, yeah, that's the latest on that. So, any thoughts on that, guys?
Yeah, I think we're kind of in a situation that I thought we would be in, where Israel and Lebanon are at it, and Iran's negotiating. And I know a lot of people are upset with me when I said that would, but I think that's the situation we're in right now. And to me, it was quite big signal when UAE came out of OPEC, because I think they wouldn't do that unless they knew something that we don't know in terms of where this is heading. And so, I'm expecting some kind of roadmap towards a deal, which I've obviously been saying all the way through, and I know. But like when you combine it all together and you take the big macro picture and you look at everything that's happening in energy and all that stuff, my only fear is that I don't think Trump gives a damn about like the economy right now until the bond markets hit those points, and then every time the bond market hits that 5%, there's always a narrative to get it back down. So they can't have the bond market breaking. The stock market is just okay with whatever gets thrown at it, as long as you don't let the bond market break.
Yeah, the bond market is everything.
Yeah,
People watching, oh, Trump is going to have to taco because the stock market went down 2%. It's not the stock market. Now, can they let the stock market go down 20, 30, 40% and stay down? No, but that's not really what is driving. If you look back at Liberation Day, it was a meltdown in the bond market, equivalent to the Liz Truss moment in Great Britain, where our 10-year treasury yield went up like 65 basis points in like 4 days or 5 days. I mean, it was wild, the meltdown that we were starting to see. That is what got Trump to taco, not the fact the stock market went down, 4%, 5%, whatever it was. It was not that. It was the bond market. That is really critical. So if people are watching for that kind of like, what is the pressure on Trump? You can always watch University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment for kind of sentiment indicator of how Americans are feeling. But then factor in the bond market as well. If bond yields are going higher, especially if they are going higher in a disorderly kind of way, that is everything. The bond market is really, I mean, it's hard to overstate. I understand, it sounds weird to most normal people. Most people can't, wrap their head around it, but it is really everything. It is far more important than the equity market.
yeah. So then I also look at what the China side is saying. And if you look at all the stocks that have a deep dependency upon China, they're doing well. So like Apple, various other ones. Then you look at it, there's lots of positive comments from Trump around the meeting with Xi Jinping on the 14th of May. And then we just had basically China had just announced that it's going to be charging 0% tariffs on all the African countries. So they're leaning deeply into their significant investment in Africa, which is obviously the whole resources component of the manufacturing base and supply chain. Then when you combine that with the potential breaking up of OPEC and the FX swaps, like I think we are witnessing the complete construct of the financial rails of a multipolar world. And to me, the shows that we're presented with are just that, like energy and payments is what this was all really about to me. And the rest of it was a distraction. And we like the entire financial rails and energy flows and choke points are all being redefined right in front of us. And it to me, it's a very managed transition. It's not a chaotic transition. although it feels on the front end very chaotic. And I think that's all because they're trying to create psychological trauma because there's going to be a police and surveillance state and a technocratic element to this. And I think they wanted that's my thing. I don't think Trump cares.
Simon,
Yeah.
can I weigh in with something? So if your plan is correct, how come Trump seems to be so utterly unhinged? How come you wrote that tweet about ending Iran civilization? How come Larry Johnson said that General Kane refused him on the nuclear codes? Couldn't you argue that Trump wanted to nuke Iran? He wanted to take it over. He just couldn't do it because they were too strong. And this explains Trump's erratic and batshit insane behavior. Because if it was a managed event, do you think you would see those kind of tweets in these unhinged moments? Do you think you would see stuff like that?
Yes. I just follow the money, and Trump is doing incredibly well and incredibly rational for the powers that he works for. Oil companies, tech companies, financial institutions, the military industrial complex, the technical industrial complex. Everything he's doing is rational when
And
you look at
himself
it,
as
when
well.
you look at that side. But when
But
you look at like the
Simon
yeah.
and himself as well, to add to all those
Oh,
as
of
well.
course, yes. Yeah, I mean he's tripled his net worth just in the crypto market, let alone the other shit. Um, um,
can I ask one other question though? Like you and I think are under the agreement that they're going the martial law police state route.
I don't know about
Now I
martial law.
thought,
I think Palantir is the new
okay,
U.S. government.
that's fine. Yeah, however you want to say it. But I would argue that once those Epstein files were released and Trump's name was burned, once his family name was smeared like that, and he had no way to explain it away, that somebody or something was starting the process to derail his martial law plans, because the plan was to go in clean, to just shut down the Epstein files, maybe release about, I don't know, 100 files that were redacted, to send the public on some useless rabbit holes. That way he could get through the Iran war clean. But he went into the Iran war with the public thinking it was because of Epstein blackmail. And in my opinion, that derailed his entire plans for martial law. And I think we're at a state in America, and I'm not saying he's not going to still try it. He probably is that brazen. But we're in a state in America where if they tried to carry out martial law now, with all this Epstein information coming out, with him covering up Epstein, with this disaster in Iran, that the troops wouldn't follow orders. That's where we're at, I think, right
But
now.
Godfrey, why does he need to do martial law? What he needs to do is say, guess what? Let's say you live in San Francisco, and it'd be like, guess what? There's no energy. We've got no energy. There's an energy crisis. So we're just rationing based on what happened in the Strait of Hormuz. And so if there's only limited energy, and let's say Godfrey comes out and says, listen, I don't agree with this. Like, I want like 2 more units of energy. They'll just be like, Godfrey, you're now either going to get 0 units of energy, and your energy is going to be given to others. Do you think that basically there would be more or less of a chance that people will rise up under this control state? Because
More of a chance that people would rise up because they'd have nothing to lose.
yeah, I think there's less of a chance, because what'll happen is when you force consent, so when you force control based on force, as in we're just gonna do it to you, I think in that scenario people may. But if you tell them actually this is good, a bit like COVID lockdowns, this is good for you, it's to save your grandma, all these kind of things. We're trying to keep everyone safe. We're trying to minimize energy, minimize costs. We're doing all of this for you. There's a few people who break the rules and they want to kill all of you. Godfrey, you know why he's doing it? Because he wants that energy and he wants to steal it off you. That's what they'll say. They won't be like, you're resisting. So I think I don't agree with you. I think most people will conform, but let's see.
Yeah,
Can
I
I
agree,
can I
Solomon.
make
If
one final?
government
Oh,
says we're doing an energy preserving lockdown, and you all need to conserve energy and you need to meet these quotas because we ain't got any energy coming to the island and we need to meet these few days and here's our plan. I'll comply with that. I'm not going to start guzzling energy and messing up all my neighbors, like because the restrictions are real. I'm like, what are you going to resist with? Okay, I'm going to consume more energy and just be an antisocial
But
asshole
to take it
to
off
everyone
everybody
No,
else.
else.
so no. The American people are fed up. We had a lockdown before that essentially broke America, and America, it just won't lock down again. It's not going to happen ever again. You can sense the sentiment in the air. Everyone feels it. And Simon, in America, I'm not advocating anything. We do have the Second Amendment, and we do have a law enforcement, local
I
law
mean,
enforcement, local
you guys
sheriffs,
locked down more than the UK. Let's
local.
be honest.
No, we didn't.
Yes, you
No,
did.
we didn't.
I came to the US.
Oh,
It was fully locked.
we're
Even after we'd
that
opened up,
okay.
you guys were fully locked.
But
It depends
we
on the
weren't
state,
forced to
Suleiman.
But
vaccinate.
even
We
then,
weren't
you
forced to
just provide
vaccinate
the
like you guys were.
you just provide the justification for martial law, and then they bring out the Palantir drones, and they benefit from
Uh,
it.
Again, yeah, I think you guys are just you guys are thinking that, and you're not wrong in thinking there's a lot of sheep in America. You're not
No
wrong,
one's talking just about
but
America. You need to. I don't know why you keep saying America. We're talking about the world. We're not just saying America. We're
that's
saying the
fine.
UK.
Yeah, no, I understand. I don't even think it's going to work in the UK either. Like, I think that what you're seeing in Ireland is going to, like, that shit like that's going to explode. Like, people are not going to stand for this shit. Like, people have reached a breaking point, and I think, and you guys can disagree with me all you want,
Yeah, we'll never know
but
until
what
it
they
comes out. We
tried
can only
with
base it
COVID,
on what happened in the past. And so what this comes back to what I spoke to somebody about before. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. You're saying people won't agree. Where I'm saying I think people will agree. What I'm saying is when we look at past behavior, it does seem to suggest that you're saying, well, even though they did in the past, they may not do in the future. That's fine. But the point is, what I'm saying is based on the way people acted in the past, and human beings, generally speaking, do tend to comply. But we'll have to wait and see. We're never going to know until it actually happens. So we'll have to see what happens. But we'll have to just see. But
Well, and
basing it on,
so much has
huh?
already happened and nobody did anything about it. So saying, well, but the next one is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Well, you have a kind of a high burden of proof that you have to explain why it's going to be different next time.
well, when people's pocketbooks and their food supply and their energy supply is messed with, that's when people go into survival mode. Epstein wasn't taking
Look at the
away
price of
people's
energy
right to
now.
Why do
gas
you keep bringing up
or their
Epstein,
food
Godfrey?
or their
That's such a
economics.
red herring. It has nothing to do with
Because
anything.
he
There's
covered
nothing
up
in.
the
No, he
sex
didn't though.
trafficking of
No, he
children. It's the
didn't.
most
No, he didn't,
egregious shit that ever
Godfrey.
happened in
No,
American
he didn't.
history.
That
Yes, he
just
did, you sick
flatly
son of a
doesn't
bitch.
state what the facts of the Epstein files are. Trump is the one who released the Epstein files. The Epstein files
His
exonerated Trump,
name?
and all of you people
No,
who are
they
Epstein
fucking
brain has
didn't.
absolutely couldn't find
You
any
are
evidence of wrongdoing
insane.
anywhere in there.
He is freaking guilty. What about the
Show me the
testimony of
evidence.
Katie
Show
Johnson?
me
You
the
think
evidence,
she was
Godfrey. I've
lying?
talked about the evidence
Do
with a
you
bunch
think
of people
Katie
who spent a
Johnson
lot of
is
time on
lying?
this, and they have nothing,
So you
Godfrey.
think it's a hoax?
Nothing.
You think it's a hoax? You believe him that it's a hoax? That is the
You have
most
to tell me what
I
insane
think I
you
shit
have
think
to tell me
but
what
I've
the
ever
accusation
seen.
is, then I'll tell you if it's a
but hold
hoax
on.
or not.
The point is whether she's lying or not. It's that's not enough to put someone to prison and prove them guilty, right? Like it's the burden of evidence. I think that's what he's saying. Like
even
there may
Yeah,
be things we can all
and
think
he hasn't
we can all
released
think
all
he's
the
done it,
files
but
yet.
Yeah,
He
he has.
hasn't released all the
Yeah, he has.
files yet
What
because
files
he's
has he not released,
guilty.
Godfrey?
He's guilty. He's only released
You don't know
50%
anything.
of
You
the
50.
files.
How do you know?
You
Where
don't
are
know
you
what the
getting this
hell
other
you're
50%
talking
from? Are
about.
you like omniscient? Are you God that you know that there's hidden files out there that haven't been released? There have been many, many
Okay,
no.
thousands of
Wait
pages
1 second,
released.
guys. We're getting derailed. We're getting derailed. Like Godfrey is right. I mean, you can say it's not exactly 50%, but there was something along the lines of. And it's been a few months since we've been covering the Iran war, but it was something like 3 million documents had been released, but then there was around about 2-3 million documents that hadn't been released, and so that's how we were like, okay, 50% has been released and
But
50%
Suleiman, how do you
hasn't.
know that?
That's
How do you know that there's
there was
files
a
specifically?
President
how we know
Trump
that. I believe it
raped
was
kids with Jeffrey
Wait,
I'm
let
sure it
Epstein.
was
Suleiman
a
It's
talk.
that simple.
DOJ. I believe it was a DOJ document that was released on it. I remember tweeting it out, and I remember mentioning it in the space. I'll have to find it again, which I'm not really bothered about finding it, to be honest, because at the moment I'm more bothered about, like, you know, overarchingly. But I think the bigger
Yeah.
point about Epstein was, I think from this conversation, is more about what was not released and whether that was being used as leverage. I think that is an important notion. I do think that was. Now, that leverage could be against Trump, it could be against Trump's associates, it could be against somebody who is on that list but has threatened Trump, like, or it could be just unrelated and Trump is just a Zio and he would have done this anyway. All these things are possible, because I'm not fully convinced that Trump was made to do this because, you know, he's on there. I think he's just loving it. This is a dream for him. The amount of money he's making, he would probably do it irrespective of the Epstein files. But the coming back to the point of overarchingly what we were talking about, because I thought that was really interesting. I like Godfrey giving a different view on this, a different perspective, saying that he doesn't believe people are going to comply. I guess the question mark becomes, like, if Godfrey, if you're in your little town, let's say your street, and it says actually everyone in your street is going to get energy. You're going to get enough units of energy to do, I don't know, like 12 hours on the internet, let's say, Godfrey. And then you think, you know what, I'm not going to comply. I'm going to use it 24 hours. The question mark becomes that would you do that to do the antisocial behavior? And if you end up using it for all those hours, now people on your street don't get it. Or do you think that not, and then do you think that people on the street would get angry with you and be like, well, Godfrey, why did you use it? Or do you think all of them are going to come together and be like, actually, there shouldn't be these units, let's overthrow the government? But then some people
Yes,
will be like,
that's what I'm saying.
and just
Yes.
the last point, but then just the point on that is, when you get in your group and say, okay, we're going to overthrow the government, then the people pushing back against will be like, wait a sec, we could overthrow them, but we're not going to create energy. The energy is actually this limited now. And I guess that's what the conversations are going to be. But what you think? So, for example, you overthrow the government, you're still in the same situation. There isn't any more energy.
I mean, yeah, you make a good point. I guess it's acts of local resistance rather than like overthrowing the government. But yeah, I don't think people are going to comply, and we'll see. You guys could be right, but
No,
this is a
I think people, there will be some, there's always rebellious people for sure, right? There is people who will not stand for nonsense, and you've seen that during COVID. There was, but remember, it was always minority, Godfrey. Like, if you remember COVID, I remember being in the minority. If you remember Russia, Ukraine, I remember being in the minority. If you remember the Syrian rebellion, flipping, I was definitely in the minority. Like, always being in the minority. This is the Palestine war situation. When I stood up for the Palestinians, I actually thought I was going to be the minority there, and it'd been a surprise for me that we weren't. But every other incident, we've always been in the minority, and everybody else has always complied. So I guess you're saying this is going to flip now, and you can say now everyone's going to.
Yeah,
Sorry?
yeah. The only difference I would offer is that, like, if we didn't have lockdowns before, I would fully agree with you. But people are still reeling from what happened to COVID. There were so many people who were driven to alcoholism. Suicides were at record highs. People lost their small businesses. Main Street was wiped out. Wall Street made billions, and we haven't forgotten about that. And if all they have to do in America was to keep homeostasis, not mess with our pocketbooks, not mess with our 401ks, and especially not mess with energy prices.
Godfrey,
They do that. It is the perfect
I went
cocktail.
to,
They're pouring gasoline on a
Godfrey,
fire
I
if
went
they
to
do
New
that.
York. I went to New York, I believe, a year after the, COVID, when the lockdowns were kind of, open. Oh no, maybe it was 2 years after, in 2023 anyway. And people were still wearing masks. It was 2023 or 20. I can't remember what year it was now, but people were still wearing masks, and I was like, blood. I thought Americans were like, red blooded, and we don't take no risk. And in the UK, nobody was hardly wearing it, and so. And I was shocked at the
Yeah,
number
but
of
Sully,
people.
that's a very blue state. Like it was there's very much a red-blue divide over the issue of things like wearing masks. So
Exactly,
like,
exactly.
you know,
So the blue states is 50, what is it, roughly 50%, and reds is roughly 50%. So already you're telling me 50% are already probably going to comply, and then out of the reds, how many are going to comply?
well, and I don't even think that's the
Uh,
dynamic because the dynamic we have when it comes to things like rioting and unrest in the United States is that in the red states, it doesn't happen, it won't happen. The culture there is not to have the people culture isn't to have it happen, and then the government doesn't tolerate it, so it doesn't happen. The reason it happens so much in the very, very like hard shifted blue areas like San Francisco. Even in Los Angeles, where I live, they shut that stuff down pretty fast because the LAPD, like, they're not afraid to kick some heads and stuff. But in general, you saw these very liberal cities, and they allowed it because the politicians were sort of behind it, because they kind of saw this as part of their movement. So when this unrest happens, and now we have the Trump administration, right? So any unrest, just like you saw in Minnesota, is going to be sort of backed by the Democrats, and it's going to happen in these blue areas. But that's all it's going to, that's like the only place it's going to happen. They're just going to trash their own houses. They're not even going to really affect where Trump's base is. So it's kind of all political theater. I don't really think it's going to ever escalate into anything big unless like a blue state governor decides that they're going to commit treason or insurrection or something like that. And they're going to try to secede from the union or something performative like they sometimes like to tweet about, even though they never follow through. And then Trump has them arrested, which I think they would back down very quick. I don't think they're actually like the idea that the Redditors are going to like raise up and like pick up arms and stop the dog walking to go try to fight the feds is crazy. It's just not going to happen. We already saw them sort of trying to do that in Minneapolis, and it just didn't go anywhere.
My
I
thing is
agree.
that I think. Oh, go on, Beatrix.
Oh no, I just wanted to say, Simon, that generally speaking, I agree with Manco that it's not going to happen. And the reason, Godfrey, I think that Suleiman's right, people aren't going to stand up, is because of the reason that Manco said, although I'm sure he didn't mean to. America's so divided. You've still got people talking about Biden supporters and Trump supporters and left versus right. Look at what Trump's spouting today. He's all about these radical leftists and these lib dems, whatever he calls them, radical leftists and whatever else, you know. And people buy that nonsense from him. And that's why it's not going to happen, Godfrey, because people are not united. They don't look at the greater cause. And just listen to Manco talking. You know, he's like Biden supporters, blue states, red states. You're all going to freaking pay for the fuel, whether you're blue or red. Who cares? It's beyond that
But
now.
Beatrix, even
But
though
just to
people in the space
just
like
to
to
add an extra
say,
frame
yeah,
into it, I do think if Trump was to just to add benefit, like to agree a little bit with Godfrey, and I know this didn't happen in lockdown, so I guess I'm doing the same thing he did. But I think if Trump was to put the measures in, I think there would be a lot more civil unrest. So the smart move would be is to let Trump destroy, and then let a Democrat like Gavin Newsom start putting these measures in. The Democrats, largely speaking, fall in line with him as long as it's not against like Palestine or something, or a war. So I think because my own experience of Democrats in the US, and I do spend quite a lot of time there, and I go to a number of states, is they're a lot more compliant with the Democrat position. And so I think they'll become a lot more compliant. So if Gavin Newsom says, you know what, we need to do this, Trump destroyed it all for us, we need to use X amount of units, Dems will be like, okay, we need to follow, we need to save our country, it's all because of Trump. And then some Republicans will disagree for sure. I agree with you on that. But will there be enough to do what Manco said which is unusual for them in recent history, to rebel and do all those other things? That's going to be. I think it's a bit more unlikely, but we'll
So
see.
yeah, here's what I'll say. I'll just use the old adage: the people who you never want to mess with the people who want to be left alone, right? And Trump is messing with those people by covering up Epstein, getting us in a treasonous foreign war with Iran that now has consequences on people's way of life, on their pocketbooks, on their 401ks, on their gasoline. Epstein didn't technically have an effect on that, but when you enter a treasonous foreign war, and that now puts us in an energy lockdown, the people that wanted to be left alone are going to start organizing. And I will leave it at
well,
that.
where are you getting the energy lockdown from
But
though? Because
Godfrey,
the
can I
United
ask a
States is
question on
not going
that?
to
No,
run
just before
short.
you, Manco, just before you change direction. When you talk to normies, what's their? Do you talk to normies about this? What's their position? Because when I just came from the US recently, and I go to again, I'm talking to normies all the time, and even normies in Palestinian, Lebanese, Arab areas, I was like, oh, bros, what's going on? And they were like, well, a war, Iran war. And I was like, oh my God, Iran's winning, bro. Iran's winning. This is amazing. They're like, oh yeah, but oil prices. And I'm like, bro, if it don't matter about the oil prices, Israel's gonna be destroyed. They're like, yeah, but what about our fuel? So I think people care less about politics. They care more about what impacts them. And so you're saying fuel prices going up will impact them and annoy them. I agree with you, but the question mark becomes: do they blame Trump or do they blame Iran? So in the
They're going to
UK,
blame Trump without question.
well, this is interesting because actually in the US, when I've spoken to people, it's been a mixed bag. In the UK, it's almost all everyone blaming Iran. They're like, "Oh, thanks Iran," and they for the extra gas. So this is in the US. I've got a mixed bag. I'll be honest with you, but it'll be interesting. What does everybody else when they speak to normies? What kind of Simon said he spoke to some normies and they felt like they weren't even bothered. Right? It's
So
interesting.
yeah,
Yeah, they
just
thought it was the Democrats, like in Congress. Hey, did you notice how when Beatrix agreed with Manco that Suleiman pivoted to agreeing with Godfrey?
Of course, that the opposite position is
Yeah,
going to
do you
make
know
more
what,
sense.
Simon? I'm like a bit conflicted. Is that because of Manco, or is it because he just couldn't find himself to agree with me? Like, I
Yeah,
just
I
don't
agree with
get it. It's
you. Like,
probably
yeah,
me. Yeah.
there's nothing to be confused. I'll tell you now. It's because I don't want to be in agreement with you. The moral resistance on a different position.
We are the moral resistance. Simon and I are the Simon, I, and Andrew are the moral resistance. And resistance is persistence. We're the moral resistance. Simon, I interjected you before. What were you going to say? And then we'll go back to Godfrey and Manco.
I've forgotten.
We're talking about whether
Well,
people
Also,
will
you
rise
basically
up or
killed the
not, and
conversation,
left
Beatrix.
versus right in a state, red versus blue. And Manco was saying that it's the leftists or whatever he was saying.
Yeah,
And
okay, this was it. Yeah, I just think that I've noticed something. Right, the most extreme version is tested in Palestine. Then it comes to the UK. Then it goes to America. And I think like Palantir and all this ICE and all this, working with Israel and all these illegal technologies and all that stuff. Like, I think that they want the civil unrest. And I think they'll manufacture it if they don't get it. Just like, because I just feel like they're actually just going to plant like false flags to manufacture the civil unrest because I think they want it. And
Yeah,
they're
Simon,
building the apparatus.
all authoritarians want to manufacture civil unrest because that's the pretext they use in order to be able to do they can't just do authoritarianism like in a vacuum.
here's what they're most scared of, though, Sully and Mankos and everybody. I think Mankos will actually agree with me on this. What they are most scared of isn't civil unrest. It's Dan Bilzerian. It's AZAPAC. It is anti-Zionist candidates winning races and getting at the forefront of the media. That's what scares them the most. And when I say unrest, I'm never advocating violence, by the way, just so everyone knows. I'm not advocating, using guns or committing violence. I mean mass organization, mass protest for the good, patriots finally protesting, people signing petitions, people doing stuff like that. And I think that they're more scared of Dan Bilzerian than anything. And Dan Bilzerian very well could win in his primary against Randy Fine. And then
When is that? How long is that until, like, is that this
November.
year?
Yes,
November.
November. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
sorry. No, the primaries in August. Sorry.
yeah, sorry. Yeah. But like, and it's not Dan Bilzerian. He's just the first one. Who's coming next? What if, and this is a bad example because I
We've
know,
got so many good candidates. Like, for example, Anthony Aguilar is another one. Greg
yes,
Stokes.
he's
And the
the
only thing
better
is with
one.
them, they
Yeah.
went with the Green
Anthony
Party, and I
Aguilar
think
is a
that
way better candidate. Absolutely. Yeah.
the only problem with them is they went with the Green Party, and I think that kind of makes it a bit more restrictive.
Yeah, that was not a good decision. But still, it's not. It's the message that counts. It's the message that counts, and that's what scares them. Both of these political parties are dead. They're absolutely dead. They've been exposed as Zionist shill operations, and the American people realize that. And Generation Z is looking for the Dan Bilzerian type of a candidate. He's just the first one. There's going to be many more that comes. And I'm curious if there's going to be if we have elections, if I'm wrong about the martial law, which I hope I am, that in 2028 we have the first truly anti-Zionist independent candidate. And I'll throw a name out there. People won't like it when I say it, but maybe Tucker Carlson or Maybe there's someone who
I
we
don't
don't
think
know of yet.
he wants. I think Tucker Carlson wants to be the media empire, not not get directly into politics. I mean, that would be a huge pay and influence cut for him. But I think all of the candidates in 2028 are going to shift very substantially, except for like one or two that are paid literally by like Zionist lobby, are going to shift very substantially against Israel. I think the thing where you saw Rahm Emanuel come out against Israel is sort of a foreshadowing of that, where they follow the polling, and the polling has already shifted against Israel and the politicians. Now, it hasn't shifted against Israel yet among the demographics that are the most likely voters, because old people are much more likely to vote and young people are much less likely to vote, and the old people are much more Zionist and the young people are the ones that are anti-Zionist. But every year that passes, that shifts more in favor of a more anti-Israel approach. And I think we've got 2 full years between now and when you see like the full swing of the campaign season. And I think a lot's going to change in those 2 years, just like a lot has changed in the last 2 years. So I think you're going to see even like a JD Vance is going to have a much different position on Israel in 2028 than you would have seen any candidate have 2 years ago.
I agree with you, Mankos, but here's the thing. It's going to be so scripted and almost comical. It's going to be like J.D. Vance visiting the Holy Sepulchre Church in Jerusalem instead of going to the Wailing Wall. And when they're asked the question, was there a genocide in Gaza? Not one of them is going to say yes. Not one of them is going to say we're going to cut military aid to Israel. And if they say that, it's going to be a lie. It's going to be the most constructed. I agree with you. You are right. They are going to do that. But the public will sniff it out. It will be like Rahm Emanuel criticizing Israel. If you expect me
But
to believe that, you
I don't think
have
the
to be
polling
kidding
would.
me.
I don't think the majority of Americans think there's a genocide in Gaza. I think that's a pretty minority position. I don't think the majority of Americans are very
I
engaged in that
disagree. I
topic.
disagree with you completely. I think it's only boomers. It is only boomers who think that there's not a genocide in Gaza. And even among them, it's waning.
Godfrey, do you know what? I spoke to an American today in London. Where's Gavin Newsom from? Where's Gavin Newsom from? Is he from
California.
California?
Yep.
Yeah. So this guy's from California, right? And he's here. And I said to him, America's getting like pretty anti-Israel, really, aren't they? And he was like, and this guy's politically savvy, like he's following what's happening in terms of Iran and, you know, the things we talked about. So I kind of said to him, oh, you know what? I said, Trump's like on the payroll, right? I said, Trump's got an agenda. I said, oh, do you know, last night he said that Operation Epic Fury is over. And he said, really? And I said, yeah. And he said, I might do a limited strike. I said, because there's still probably some remnants left of some bases in the Middle East and they need to clear those out. That's part of the scope of work he's been given to do. I said, so he's got his little scope of work that's been given. This is my opinion I was sharing with him. I said, so he's on the agenda, and this guy's doing some like doctorate or something and in international studies or whatever, and he's doing some thesis or something. And he goes, that's exactly the kind of stuff we talk about, actually. And I said, really? And he goes, yeah, that's the kind of stuff we talk about. He goes, and there's a lot of people that would agree with that perspective. So I'm thinking this guy's like pretty politically savvy. So I said to him, oh yeah, because, you know, and I was talking to him and I said, America's like kind of getting pretty anti-Israel. And he was taken aback. He was like, really? Do you think so? And I said, yeah, why don't you? And he was like, no. So I started thinking, is it just on freaking social media on X that we think that? Because this guy is politically
How old was he,
savvy.
Beatrix?
Um,
Roughly.
30s, Simon?
Oh, that's shocking. All
Yeah,
the youth that I speak to, they think Israel did JFK, Israel did 9/11, like Epstein as Mossad. Like that's just a normal conversation.
Yeah,
I
but where are you speaking
manage a
from,
crew
Simon?
of
In real life?
20 Gen Z workers, and they all use the word goy in almost every other sentence, and they think Israel did everything. The young people, like, they absolutely get it.
Goy is like just internet slang now. Like everyone uses it. It's very common. You see it on timeline all the time.
We're all goy, Manco, even you. We're all goy, man. That's one thing we've got in common. That's one thing they can't divide us on. We're all goy. Um, I just got one question. I don't want
Apart
to
from
pivot away
Jonah.
from, apart from, oh yeah, Mazuzo Jonah. He's not goy. He's one of them.
Disavow, disavow, disavow. Love Joa.
Jonah. I got a question, or I don't know. I want to mention this, and I don't want to pivot away from this conversation, but I thought this was quite important. So, let me tell you what it was really quickly. Oh, freaking hell, where did it go? Let me find it. Give me 1 second.
You wrote down your
Simon, I don't.
question.
Well, it's not my question. Do you know what it is? It's something I saw this morning, and it's China. Have you seen what they did with the AI ruling today? Which I thought was quite good. I don't know if you saw this. So basically, this tech company in Hangzhou fired a worker and replaced his role with like automation. And they offered him a reassignment at like a 40% pay cut or something. And he said, I'm not taking a 40% pay cut. So when he refused, they terminated his employment. And he took them to court, and the court ruled it was illegal. And the company like kind of argued that AI adoption counts as a major change in like objective circumstances. These are the terminology they used: major change in objective circumstances under Chinese labor law, which then would allow dismissal. And the court in Hangzhou and Beijing, in Beijing as well, they both rejected it. And they made a ruling today. I think it was today or yesterday, I can't remember. The AI adoption is a voluntary business decision. The cost of that decision cannot be transferred to the employee. Before any AI-driven termination, companies must offer retraining first, then reassignment. I think someone's got a hot mic, and I don't know who it is. Let me just mute and unmute. I think it's Godfrey. Before any AI-driven termination, companies must now offer training fast, then reassignment at fair pay. And only after both of these, which is the retraining and the reassignment at fair pay, if both of these fail, then they can terminate, and only with full compensation. And I was thinking about that, and I was thinking, funny that, because I don't think the UK has got any equivalent ruling of that. I don't think the US has got any equivalent ruling of that. There's no protection, there's no precedents, nothing like that. Hundreds of thousands of American workers have already been laid off, like just this year alone, for AI. There was no kind of, and in the UK as well, and there's no legal challenges for any of the dismissals. And China's kind of deploying AI faster than any country on earth. They're not going to slow it down, but they're doing it on that basis. I wanted your thoughts on that, Simon. Personally, I don't see the UK and US following that ruling. I don't know what your thoughts are.
It's a real change in paradigm, really. Like, obviously, China has never been associated with employment rights. And they've always been associated with sweatshops, overworking, all that type of stuff. But I think in the mind, like, China sees AI differently. In America, it's a subscription service and a control grid and an opportunity of a lifetime to monetize, you know, all the world, basically. But I think for China, they're using AI just to actually get like the efficiency in the processes, and so they're trying to get it as cheap as possible, and I think that's going to be incredibly disruptive. But really, if you think about the direction of UK, Europe, and US now, and this is where these lockdowns come in, it serves the agenda of removing all employment and replacing everyone with the gig economy. And obviously, they frame the gig economy as everyone's an entrepreneur. You get to do everything on your own terms. You work whenever you want. You're your own boss. But what is the side effect of the gig economy? Effectively, it's a very clever way of removing all employment law in the end of the day. So everyone's on their own with no holiday, no employment rights, no health and safety. no steady pay, no guarantee of job security. Yeah, I mean, it's all those things, and like obviously when you I just think it's it's a radical change we're going, and I think a big purpose of these operations is to get everyone in the gig economy, because the companies are getting ready of how do I remove all these HR obligations and all these employment contracts and all of these requirements. I just want a bunch of bots, AI, and freelance contractors with complete flexibility and no protections. Is kind of where we're going, right?
Simon, I have a very important question up front. When Elon Musk says universal high basic income, I'm very confused. I understand what universal income is, and that's what they want, just meager scraps for us us Luddites. But what does Elon mean, do you think, when he says universal high basic income?
Well, he doesn't say. I thought he said universal high income.
Yeah,
It's just basically
universal
the
high
same thing,
income.
but he
Yeah, yeah,
knows.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just the same thing. I mean, I want to hear what Simon's going to say, but it's just the same thing. He just knows if you say the word basic, maybe people will be upset with it. But if you say, guess what? You're getting universal high income, people are like, oh, damn, yeah, that sounds pretty good. I don't mind some UHI. But Simon, what do you think?
Yeah, exactly that. It's frame. Look, I still don't know how they're going to pay for UBI. I get UBI as a concept, but the previous versions of like launching Labour-backed currency after the Weimar Republic, that was based upon putting everyone to work. But if effectively bots and AI is doing a chunk of the work, and so many small businesses are going bust, and all the wealth is concentrating upwards to these ginormous data companies, then they're going to be acquiring everything. So the Googles and the Magnificent Seven are basically now building the data centers, and they're building the energy supply chains, and they're building the nuclear power, like everything. They're just concentrating everything into a smaller and smaller number of companies. Then the UBI is going to have to come from them. So either there's going to be a radical change in the government where effectively, like in effect, Palantir becomes the effective government, or there's just going to be some kind of tax reform where the government's still there in order to pay the UBI by taxing these large companies. And clearly, that's the only thing. I cannot think of any other model under where the direction that we're headed. And so, if you've got to sell that to the American people, knowing that we're moving to a police and surveillance state with programmable money, then immediately the only thing you're going to be thinking of, well, maybe this is going to be better for me. And the only way to think it's going to be better for you is to say, right, you're going to have a high income and you're not going to have to work. And all you're going to be doing is thinking. And so you sell a utopia. And I think Elon's there just to sell that utopia. While in fact, it is going to be a universal basic income, and it is going to be a police and surveillance state, and it is going to be a technocracy run by large multinational corporations. And I don't see anything reversing that trend. So yeah, just reframe it, call it universal high income, sell it to everybody, and prep them, get them ready. Like all of this is grooming. Like you know, they're just gradually easing into these things, and then you need disasters in order to radically change it.
And when we get pennies on UBI, they're going to be like, well, you're getting money for doing nothing and you're goys anyway, so sit tight in your home. And I agree with Simon. Like, I know what you're saying, Godfrey. You've got this like ideological thing that people are going to stand up. Let me tell you something. Literally, our country has funded a genocide. I mean, I'm not saying people didn't stand up. They did, those brave students and everything else. But I'm talking our entire population are still blinded by this. You talk about Epstein. I don't think people care, because if they did, after everything they've seen, they would have stood up by now. The Iran war, nobody stood. I mean, I'm not saying people haven't stood up. We all have, but I'm talking the masses. You're talking about some sort of, revolution or something. It ain't going to happen. It's just not going to happen. People are so stressed out generally about their day-to-day lives and just making ends meet and providing for their children and paying their bills and living paycheck to paycheck. They haven't got, this is the majority of people, the energy after that to think about anything outside of it. And that's by design, that these people have been put in that position, and it's happening slowly. And it's just not, whatever. I don't want your bubble to be burst, Godfrey, but it ain't gonna happen. This was the agenda. We are all Goy. Well, apart from Davos Jonah, the rest of us, are all Goy.
It's
We're also the
about
moral
Josie, and
resistance.
that's why he could defend himself.
Yeah, Beatrix, after email, was your life better or worse?
What do you mean after
After
email? I never knew life before email.
you're that young? You weren't born in the 90s.
Well, how old do you think I am? What does after email mean? Like, did you live in the pigeon era where pigeons used to deliver mail or something? What do you mean?
You were born in the 90s. Is that what you're trying to convince the panel of?
I'm not saying anything about when I
Right.
was
Well, you weren't
born,
born
but
in
I
the
don't remember
90s.
life before email.
I remember life before email, Joe.
Yeah, and wasn't life better after? Wasn't life better after the internet?
Well, actually, I mean, now I think about it, my life
Isn't life
became a
better?
nightmare when I was doing nothing but checking emails. It felt like I was able to do a ton more, but then I realized I spent my whole life checking emails. The day that emails went was the best day of my
But
life for
but
me.
what you see is yeah, and I agree. I hate email. I just have AI check my email now. I don't even check it. So it's life gets better with technology.
Is that
Always
why you didn't
has.
reply to me on email, Joa?
You never wrote me an email. You would tell me.
I'm just joking. Don't rely on AI, bro. Don't trust it.
He uses DeepSeek, so you get a reply in
Look,
Mandarin.
what Elon is saying is that there will be a world of abundance for a reason. Although I just see it as being something extremely far away. But if you think about something like butter, okay, you have a refrigerator with AI that knows you always buy a specific kind of butter. You're running out of butter. It orders it for you. A bot brings it to your door, which that already exists. And you have it just in time. But the price of the butter would actually probably come down because you don't have any human intervention at all anymore. Um, Eventually, you will get to the utopia that Elon is talking about. I just think it's extremely far away, and it's not as fast as he's saying.
Who,
And I
who
know
do you
most
think?
people.
Who do you think pays for it, Joe? Like, where do you think the money comes? The
I
UBI
just, thi-
comes
I
from?
just, I just think with the capitalism will show that it's dead, and it won't be capitalist anymore. It won't be able to. It'll, in order to
Moneyless.
have,
Money
yeah,
doesn't goes.
yeah, unless you uh, I don't know how you have a society without extremely high tax. If you have UBI, I mean, where are you going to get the
So
money
you
from?
basically no one needs a monetary incentive because the robots and AI do everything. Is that what
Right,
you're saying?
right. Eventually, like that. This is Elon's perspective. Okay, I just think we're extremely far away from that, and he believes it's not that far away.
But
But in,
Joa,
in that
these
world, do you even
people,
need an income? Why
No,
why would you need the UBI?
you don't. Right, you don't.
And then what happens with all the people? But don't you think that's what they're going to sell us? But it's going to be those that have the shares and everyone else on UBI,
Yeah,
and the shareholders going to control everything.
yeah, you'll have something close akin to a almost an oligarchy, right? It's basically what U.S. is today. In all reality, if you trust what Princeton economists and Harvard economists have said, is that we live in a restricted economical monopoly or something like that, where instead of having oligarchs where it's like 9 guys, you have 300-400 people who really control America. They control where money goes, who gets money, what president gets elected through money, through lobbyists, through everything else. That'll happen, but eventually, if they do have to do the high tax, which I think they would have to do, those people over time would lose power. Um, and I think that's what he's talking about. To be
The
honest,
rule by 7 companies that pay the UBI type thing.
yeah, pretty much.
but my question is like, Joa, these people don't ever want us to live a life of abundance. They don't They don't want people to have this utopian society. They want
If-
us to be oppressed. They want to suck the blood out of us.
But Godfrey, that is a capitalist system. If you live in a capitalist system, one guy is trying to get all the money, and the more you have, the less he can have. That is what most Americans vote for.
Plus, he
Right.
needs your
So
value
I guess
in
what I'm,
under this
yeah.
system. In order to have the worker, you need the wages to not go up at the same rate as of inflation, so that you can always have people working. But if you
Yeah,
don't need the
it's
worker,
a
does
new
the game
form of
change?
a new form of enslavement. But if everything is just abundant, which it could actually be, like Simon, think it through. What he's saying isn't impossible. I just don't see it coming anytime soon, right? But what he's saying, in all reality, if everything's being done by AI and robots, you don't need money. There is no
It was
desire to be
effectively.
wealthier than the other person because you basically have everything you want.
Do you remember
This is
that
how it works.
that old documentary, like Zeitgeist, or whatever? Did you watch that? Yeah, and it was like ends in the Venus Project. That's
Uh,
basically
I,
that.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that, but I remember watching Zeitgeist and Zeitgeist 2, but I don't remember
Yeah,
the
it
Venus
ends.
Project.
The end solution was that we just end up in a technocracy with abundance, and no one needs to work. You actually just do stuff for each other because you're a good human, rather than working for money, and the technology does the rest. That's the Venus Project.
Yeah, the problem is who decides who's good and who's not good, right? That is the problem. Like every model has positives and negatives, right? And the negative there is who's making decision of who gets what and who's allowed to live a normal life and who's not allowed to live a normal life. Um, you know, that's a scary world to most people, I think, right? Because you're not in control.
Well, the AI decides, right?
Check Jonah coming up here trying to sell us frigging Elon's UBI by saying, oh, the world's got better with technology. No, it hasn't. I think the way the Amish live is much more beautiful. No technology, united, caring, all of that. So look at you coming
You can
here
start
to do Elon's dirty
Beatrix.
work for
I
him. Oh,
support.
technology. Everyone's going to be on UBI. You're going to have nothing and be happy. No, thank you, Jonah.
Okay, I
He's selling
100
us
support.
transhumanism next.
I 100% support your decision, Beatrix. And you can start now. Put down the phone. Get off technology. Start living like the Amish. Nothing's stopping you, and you can leave spaces as we speak.
He wants me off here. He wants to
Wait
silence me
one
and
second, you're
censor me.
benefiting
See
all of us
that?
here, Joe. Continue. You're making a lot of sense now. I was against everything you said until the last point.
Yeah, I mean, she said living like Amish is better. So, look, I'll even get you your burn churner, so you can do that in the middle of London and start churning your own butter.
Joe, are you gonna put the chip in your brain?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Everything's better with technology, Jonah.
Look, I'm telling you,
Put the chip in your
I'm
brain.
telling you what is a possibility. I'm not saying it's good. I just gave you the bad side. I'm just telling you what the way he's trying to sell it and what he's trying to say, and he's not 100% wrong, right? But he is. I think he's wrong in when he's talking about the timeline.
I
Like
definitely trust covert military contractors, like in order to make
yeah,
sure they're doing good.
he's trying to make it seem like it's like 10 years out, which is
Hey,
ridiculous.
Joe, that Gaudat from he's an exec out of Google. He wrote a book with AI. I just watched an interview with him this afternoon. And they're talking 2029, brother. They're saying he's saying 2029, and he's got the stacks of evidence showing it's here by 2029. It's the supercomputer is going to be running, and how he's funding the whole universal income. He's got the whole plan laid out. The tech giants are going to be heavily taxed, but it goes way beyond that, how they're going to fund it. They've got it laid out in detail, brother. And life will be better. Be happy. Smile. Yeah, okay. No, have you heard? You've heard of him, right? I'll send you. Yeah, I'm sure you heard of him.
Yeah.
Simon,
I've heard of him.
yeah,
The thing
but
is
yeah,
people
it's not just
forget.
Elon. It's just not Elon,
But
brother. Or go ahead.
yeah, it's not just him. The issue is Elon. The one thing he's done well is he's raised capital. He knows how to raise capital. He's done that for everything. And for Tesla, most people think, oh, overnight success. No, Tesla was old before it actually took off. It was almost 20 years old already before it actually took off. And he almost went bankrupt on that several times. He almost went bankrupt on SpaceX several times. The only thing that helped him were government contracts for things he didn't even have, right? He had a contract to these rockets that land back on Earth, and he didn't even know he could do it, but the government decided to pay him $500 million a year to try. Um, it's nice to have friends in high places, I guess. But
Question I got, Joe.
Mhm.
Someone asks, does UBI end up with a large population reduction? Do we need to?
Yes, that is the question I was asking.
Yeah, I don't know. He doesn't speak about that at all. Actually, he says quite the opposite, right?
How is it that they're prioritizing these data centers for power and water, and they're outpacing the need for humans' power and water? And he's talking about universal high basic income. That kind of freaks me out.
But he's also talking about you should have more children, that the planet can support more people, that there's a lie about how much the planet can support, and blah, blah, blah. And that's why he's doing his job and having, I don't know, 20 kids or whatever he has.
Yeah, get NDA signed with their mothers and tell them they've got to be silent, otherwise they're going to be named and shamed, and have 11 kids with 7 different women, and find your potential baby moms, whatever they call them, on social media. And oh yeah, great living, Joe, a great example to the world.
What's that have to?
He
What's that
doesn't
have
talk
to
about
do with
family values. He just says,
having
"Go,
kids?
go, plant children
Yeah,
everywhere."
exactly. Don't conflate the two, Beatrix. A guy's morality doesn't, I'm not, I think
Just,
everyone here would agree on his morality.
just what we need. Children, with no family everywhere.
When I think about this conversation that I'm hearing now, and I think people should read a book called Topsoil and Civilization. And I also think people should consider the fact that it took all of civilization until between 100 and 200 years ago to get to 1 billion people. And now we have how many? 8 billion? I think there's far, far too many people on the planet to support them in a healthy way. And I think that if we don't come to understand that and reduce that in an intelligent way, there's going to be mass starvation. There's another gentleman on the world scene.
You know what's funny though, Prashant? You know why that happened?
Why? What happened?
Why there was such a boom in population?
Tell me why.
Well, it was people used to have like 16 kids, and most of them would die off at a very young age. And then advances in medicine, including things the Nazis did when they actually tested medicine on people, advanced medicine very, very quickly, and people were still having 16 kids, although most of them now were surviving. And that's why we have this period of 20 years where there was huge increase in population. And then from there, of course, because you have more people now, each one has 1.3 kids, it's continued to expand. But as people go into a first world country, that number comes down and depopulation starts to happen. So even Hispanics, which a lot of Americans were scared of because they have 3 kids on average, and the average white person in America had 1.3. The very first generation of Hispanic people born in America wind up not having 3 kids.
Well, I
Right,
appreciate what you said, and I understand your logic. The problem is there's another element that's going on in this world that people aren't talking about, except one guy is, and he had a seminar in what was one of the countries in the Himalayas.
You're talking about the guru.
Yeah, I am talking about Save Soil, and the facts that he states is that used to be 6 to 10 foot of organic matter in soil all over the planet. Now there's a foot or less all over the planet. And you're talking about health in relation to medical technology. We have the worst healthcare system on the planet in the US. It's complete failure. We're the sickest nation on the planet. And it's partly because we've destroyed the soil. We've destroyed a healthy food supply. We have the sickest food supply on the planet. We got a lot of people, but they're sick. And I'm glad you agree with that, because there's going to be a horrible crash coming if we don't heal the source of our food supply. And I wish Simon and you, Joa, and other people in higher places would come to understand this very dangerous situation that guru pointed out. Our soil is almost dead. There will be half the world starving to death if we don't fix that. You can't live on the food supply that the American system has produced because, as I said, the United States is the sickest country in the world. It's because of our sick agriculture and our sick food supply. And
See,
hell is going to become to be paid if people in high places don't understand that and change it. And as I said, I also think, how are we able to support all these people on the planet now? GMO agriculture. What does GMO agriculture do? It kills the soil and gives us sick food. So what good is it to have a whole bunch of people on the planet when the vast majority of them are sicker than humans have ever been? Humans have got healthy because they learned how to eat healthy and they ate healthy. I'm 75 years old. I haven't been to a doctor for 55 years. I haven't taken an over-the-counter prescription drug for 55 years. And it wasn't technology. It was because I studied nutrition and ate organic food. But that's disappearing because, as the guru said, we've destroyed the soil all over the planet. And the U.S. has done it better than anybody.
Thanks for that, Prashant.
It's not just the soil. May I jump in, Simon?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, hi, Sally. Yeah. So the thing is, yes, Sadhguru has a point about the soil, but it's beyond that. It's also our FDA, Food and Drug Administration, that is allowing high levels of pesticides, insecticides, herbicides to be used. Many of them have been banned in Europe, but in the US, we're still using them. I actually have studied with Sadhguru, and one thing that you would never hear him say is to basically go after pharmaceutical companies. He would never go after FDA or CDC. He actually buddies Klaus Schwab at the World Economic Forum. What I'm trying to say is it's a multi-pronged problem. Our health and wellness has been devastated and destroyed by the big agro, big pharma, the politicians that care very little about human health, even the new technologies, including electromagnetic radiation in the form of 5G towers, 4G towers, just everything technology for the most part. I mean, there is a way to use it in a way that doesn't affect human health, that actually serves humanity. But unfortunately, most of these advancements are in the hands of technocrats, corporate
Just some
people.
breaking news. Israel is firing phosphorus and illumination shells towards Lebanon.
Oh,
So
God.
Israel is firing phosphorus and illumination shells towards Lebanon right now. Dr. Atusa, just to bring the conversation back because,
Yes.
is
Yes.
I presume you came up initially because you wanted to talk about lockdown and the fact that
Yes.
whether people consent.
Correct. The lockdowns and the Epstein situation. So I'll start with the lockdowns. So of course,
If you can keep it brief as well.
sure, I can go on and on. I'm a teacher.
That's my nicest way of saying, you know.
I know. You know me now. So I do live in California. Southern California. And yes, a lot of people. I mean, it's a blue state, and many people took the vaccines, wore the masks. It was worse in Los Angeles than Orange County. But I feel like when a minority of people, I would say once 30% of the population starts speaking up about things, we are the movers and shakers. We don't need 50% or 100%. So now, even at the university where I teach and we see patients, we have students, we now see that majority of people regret having taken the vaccines and are suffering some side effects. So the general public is shifting, but whether or not there would be an uprising against Trump because of the food prices and et cetera, I don't see that happening because I do agree with Beatrix that they're too busy in survival mode. Like they're working 2 jobs and whatever, and they don't have the energy to uprise. But maybe when universal income is granted to them, maybe by 2030, if they don't have to work, maybe that's when we see uprising. I mean, that's my theory. I may be wrong. Now, with the Epstein files, I was really in that space. I was in that space because, you know, children, I hold them so close to my heart that I wanted to see accountability. I wanted to see justice. Trump said that he was going to release the Epstein files. And then obviously they were like, oh, yeah, we'll release it today, next day, whatever. So once they released them, about 3 million files, the problem was that most of them were redacted. So the names of the people sending the emails, receiving the emails, names that would say, oh, I'm going to need a kilogram of like beef jerky or pizza, or this kind of girl, young as you know, young as this age or that age, their names were redacted. So that wasn't going to help anybody. You know, how are you going to bring accountability when you're not allowing people to see the names? And most of them were powerful people. So pretty much, yeah, they released some files, but no names. And yeah, so I'll land it there.
Thanks for that. Guys, just a quick one before we get the conversation back, continue to go, is there's a tree in the nest and it's pinned in the YouTube comments. And tomorrow we'll be starting, we're continuing on by the way right now, but I'm saying we'll be starting a bit earlier tomorrow. We've got 4 great interviews lined up. It's going to start at 10 a.m. Eastern, which is around, well, it's going to be 9:45 a.m. Eastern, which is less than 9:30. It's going to be at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, which is 2:30 p.m. UK. And we've got Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, and then we've got 3 Lebanese-based journalists. One of them is a Lebanese Christian, I believe. And the other 2, actually, one of them is a Lebanese, I think 2 of them might be Lebanese Christians, actually. One's a Lebanese Christian, one's a Christian, but not from Lebanon, but is a journalist in Lebanon. And the third one is, I believe, is a Muslim Lebanese journalist. So things are really bad in Lebanon, and things have escalated really badly. So, and there's certain sections of Lebanon they're trying to just bomb it like they did with Gaza and completely destroy it. So we'll have 3 of those Lebanese journalists on. So they've got 4 interviews, very important ones. One will be, obviously, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis will be more from a military aspect. The other 3 will be about Lebanon and the Lebanese situation. So very, very important, to say the least. In terms of, what was I talking about? In terms of people... Joy, just to you, what's your thoughts on the conversation? I don't know if you heard it between Godfrey, Sam, and Manco, myself, and Beatrix. The conversation about whether people would conform to totalitarianism or whether they would stand up against it. What's your view on all that? What does Davos say? What instructions have they given you? I can't hear him. Is he still getting the instructions?
That's
Were you
not
talking?
good.
Were you talking to me?
Yeah.
I was away from the phone for like 5 minutes.
Oh, so the question was, I was talking to you, Joy. I was saying, you heard the conversation between Sam and Manco, myself, Godfrey, and Beatrix, and we were talking about whether people would consent or whether they would rise up against that. And I guess I was asking, what's your thoughts on that, and what's the position of Davos on it?
What, to UBI?
No, that basically if they start pushing in a totalitarian society where it becomes more like this Palantir state, where they kind of restrict how much energy you can use. Most of us thought that people would comply. Godfrey believed that people wouldn't comply based on historic, I guess, trauma based on what happened in COVID. What's your thoughts on that, and what's Davos?
I don't think in America people would comply. But it really depends on how it's hurting them. If it's positioned as it's hurting other people and not them, then they let it go. But if it hurts them, then they push back, right? And I don't think America's like many other places, to be honest with you. I really do think they would push back.
But they didn't do it during COVID, though, did they?
because you had an influx of cash coming in.
But that's what'll happen here, won't it? Like if they
And
put everybody on UBI or UHI and say, look, this is going to be your income.
They'll just
yeah,
chill
then it
out for
won't
a few
happen.
Trump tokens.
Yeah, then they will chill out.
But Soli, you know what happened during COVID? It was like, 20-30% of people like me, but then there were organizations that had attorneys, like Informed Consent Action Network, that actually started suing OSHA, which actually sets policies for labor laws, etc. So when they were going to, for example, mandate the vaccines and OSHA put it on employers to mandate it, because they wanted to wash their hands. Then we had organizations like, and that's Del Bigtree, which I know personally. His organization is called Informed Consent Action Network. So he had the attorney Siri file multiple lawsuits against FDA, CDC, against even NIH and OSHA, and even Bobby Kennedy filed some lawsuits. And the lawsuits were, so the judiciary were the moving pieces of whether or not some of these COVID mandates actually could be executed. And so with that lawsuit that was won by ICANN, Informed Consent Action Network, actually OSHA let go of that policy.
Yeah. So I guess what you're saying is that there was a lot of there was some legal pushback in terms of what's happening. And I guess your argument is maybe over time, people may push back and things may change.
It's not just that,
Because,
Suleiman. There was
huh?
more people that believed they were doing the right thing than there
I
were
know there
people
was, yeah.
believing
Bro, it
that
was,
they didn't.
we remember how bad it was, bro. But yeah, more people thought that this was the right thing to do. And if you frame this next crisis in that way, that it's the right thing to do, that if you do this, if you don't basically conserve the energy you're using, you're going to kill grandma again, like per what they did. Maybe a bit more people may stand up against it, but do you think it'll be significant in number, Joe?
I really do, because I think COVID is a bad example, only because, like, I agree with informed consent.
It's not just
Right.
COVID. It's in the UK. We had Brexit, Ukraine-Russia war. Almost every instance, there's been this situation. BLM, the
Yeah, but
riots.
did people know what Brexit was going to do to them? No, half the country thought it was a good thing.
That's what I'm saying. But if that's the whole point, you know better than anyone that it's the way you market it, right? It's the way you manipulate the public to get consent.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If they do a UBI and people are like, hey, you don't have to work anymore, guess what? A lot of people
Well,
would be really
already,
happy.
just think about that, Joe. Musk is already marketing it. So he's already like, it's not UBI, it's UHI.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of people would be happy if they didn't have to work and they can live a normal life. Right. And that's going to be a really hard society to make rise up.
Exactly. But let's see. Simon, question to you.
You know what?
Oh.
Sorry, can I just add? It's not about not have to work. It's about tokens. The salary you get is tokenized. Be a good citizen. 15-minute cities. You can't go outside of them. You can only spend them in so many places. You said something on social media. It's not good. Your UBI is going to get stopped. It's going to be restricted to only the necessities. You can't travel anymore. You've been a bad citizen. You can't get another flight. It's the whole picture. It's the whole shebang. It's not just you get paid for sitting at home and you're a free citizen, is it? It's the whole package that they're bringing to us. The technocracy, as they call it. Jonah, don't come here and try to sell Elon Musk's vision of technology imprisonment for us, because we ain't buying it.
I'm not trying to sell you anything. I just explained to people what he's saying, and then he's not totally wrong, and that is a possibility, theoretically. I just don't think it would be in the next 10 years. That's all I'm saying. Um, I don't think people, um, if people feel like they have a better life, they're not going to revolt. It's as simple as that. And um, people are already surveillance. People already have controls. Problem is a government like that looks more like you're living under mommy and daddy's roof, and he's cutting off your allowance today because you did something they didn't like, and that's what it's probably going to feel like. And it's exactly what you're kind of describing, right? It would not be a capitalist system anymore, which is something that America fought so hard for.
Except mommy and daddy love you, and Trump, Keir Starmer, and Elon Musk don't love us. That's the difference.
I get that. Can you not see if people were fed and happy and didn't have to work and had money to go spend, or didn't even need to spend money, they can just order stuff, like how society's not going to revolt against that?
That's the manipulation.
But it also depends on how much is the token. Like, you know what I mean? Like, is it just to barely survive? Like when you say order things and live and travel, I mean, that means like what? What's that minimum basic income? Like, you know? And I don't think these people are generous.
I don't know. I think you get one vacation per year. You get X amount of items of clothing. You get X amounts for food. It'll probably be controlled that way through a token. Look, we're all theorizing here. I'm
This is
just
inside
giving you.
information from Davos, so he's already telling us, he's letting the secrets out. Keep asking him questions.
I'm just telling you what Elon had said when he said a world of abundance, and I really actually sat down and like thought about it. What does he mean by that? How's that even possible? Because he says weird stuff sometimes, like, "Oh, if we want to colonize Mars, we can set off 2 nukes in each polar cap, and that'll create an atmosphere." So then I actually looked into that as well. Like I look at weird things that he says so I understand it. And he's not wrong. I just don't think it would happen very quickly. And you're going to have a very different society than we've ever seen before. I think something very akin to Hunger Games, where there's people inside the Citadel and there's people outside the Citadel, right? And people inside the Citadel don't even need a UBI because they can just get whatever they want. And people outside the Citadel are still farming and trading and doing things like it was 100 years ago.
How much do you need? How much money do you need to be inside the Citadel?
I don't know. I wish I knew. I would start putting away.
What, like $1 million?
Simon's going to be inside the
Simon
Citadel.
probably knows.
Simon, we're going to come and live in your bunker.
Simon probably already got the tickets. How much were they, Simon?
I built it. We got the bunker underground.
Klaus Joa now?
There he is.
Okay.
Dark side. Dark side. Have you got the ticket? How many bitcoins for the ticket?
I don't know, man. Don't listen to Klaus Joa.
He's selling
Hey,
us.
if
He's
you
selling
I
us a
love that
dystopian
name. Oh
nut.
my God, Dark Side. It's not even Krausenstein's no more. I love it.
Klaus Joa. He is in charge.
Disavow.
I wonder if he has that black kind of
Dark
crazy outfit.
Darker Simon, who was the guy that put out there that you need 2.5 Bitcoin to be okay? Do you remember? Someone's famously said that, but I forget who it was. Maybe that was the hint of what you need to get in the Citadel.
Wait, who said that? Was that Darkside?
No, there was something famous that went around really early on in Bitcoin world about if you want to be okay,
Well, you
make
need
sure you get at
2.5
least
Bitcoins.
2.5 Bitcoin. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's only going to be worth 2.5 Bitcoins is like $100,000. That's not going to get you anywhere.
Well, it's 100 over 150, but it will be worth way more than that. Not too far.
I'm talking when
in
the
the
crash
future.
happens, it's going to be worth like about $100,000, isn't it? Like
What crash, dude?
$110,000.
You're completely off. There's no crash.
It's going down. It's going to go below 50, Joe.
2 or below. But sadly, 2 or below, then it's going to explode up, right, guys? Yes.
It's never going to 50. If it went to 50 and stayed at 50, The whole theory of Bitcoin is gone. Right? That would mean that that would mean that adoption has started to reverse. And once you have a reversing adoption on a technology that's still in the early majority, it's a dead project. Right?
So if it goes below 50, are you just gonna quit it?
I announced that on the stage when it was at 60. I go, if we ever go to 50 and stay there, I'm out.
Oh, damn. Oh yeah, I
It
remember
would
you saying
mean
that.
I literally
I'll
did this
buy.
for a living.
I'll buy all your Bitcoin at 50.
I did in the like I
Oh
used to
damn, Joe.
Suleiman, I used to do adoption curves for new technology for companies and figure that out. Bitcoin's price is just an adoption curve, right? And it has fluctuations in price because of emotion. That's all it is. If it goes to 50, stays below 50, that means adoption has reversed. There is no technology that ever survives early on, which Bitcoin still is. It's still only held by early majority people and innovators and early majority and early adopters. There is no technology that reverses in adoption at that level and survives. None. Right. So if Bitcoin goes below 50 and stays there for any period of time, it's dead. That means adoption has reversed. And adoption has never reversed on Bitcoin, ever.
I want Darkside Simon to respond to this because he's trying to kill your Bitcoin. But just before you guys respond to him, there's a tweet in the nest. It is the interviews. I want everyone to go there and quote tweet it, retweet it. I will retweet your quote tweets. So the interviews, I think they're really golden interviews. They're the bestest interviews that are going to happen tomorrow. So retweet the tweet in the nest and quote tweet it. Sorry, and anyone who quote tweets it, I will retweet your quote tweet. So please make sure everyone does that. If you quote tweet it, I will retweet your quote tweet. Darkside and Simon, do you guys agree then? If it goes, well, Simon already said he's going to buy all yours. But what about Darkside? Do you agree with him? Will you quit if it's below 50?
No, no. Again, you've got to look at a moving average. If you look at a weekly moving average or even a monthly moving average, Bitcoin's pretty much straight up, right? I guess on the weekly it's been dipping a little bit, but it's up. It's up and to the right. So yeah, price doesn't mean that much,
That's why I
right?
said it has to stay there, Dark. I said 50 and needs to stay and stays there.
But you said for a day,
That's the
Joe.
key.
Don't change it.
Yeah, I
I've got the
said even
recording.
for a day, even if it
Yeah.
goes below 50 for a day.
The Davos crowd wants your Bitcoin. Don't give it to them.
Definitely a psyop.
I'm telling people to sell
He's
their
going to
Bitcoin
start.
below
And
50.
resistance as well. He's saying it's going to be quantum attacked.
But I have a bet with Simon. It's going to 280 before it hits 50. I think I'm actually on the side of not Davos. Suleiman's on Davos' side here, saying don't buy any Bitcoin. Just wait till it gets to 50.
That's true. The
Joe,
crowd doing.
Joe is going to
Joe,
start telling
Man's a
everyone to
growthy
buy.
position.
Joe is going to start telling everyone to buy a Bitcoin ETF soon. He's with Larry Fink.
Simon, you were here when it was at 60, 61. I told you I full ported in, right? And I told everyone to do the same. Good on people who listen.
Didn't you sell though? Didn't you sell in 70 something? You told me.
No.
Just now you're in 70. You said I'm gonna sell.
No, actually, no, he did not.
I'm sure you're like, something shaky's going on. I think I'm gonna sell just to be safe or something.
No, if a nuke was announced, I'd sell right away because then things would go down. But
A nuke.
Yeah, if there's no nuke, I'm not selling. It's never.
Who
You're
would
not going to
announce
get
a
back to
nuke,
60.
Joel? What are you talking about?
There's a lot of talk about Trump using a nuke.
Yeah, but no one's gonna announce they use the nuke. You'll just be like, bam, guess what? A nuclear bomb just went off.
Right, and I would sell right away.
I think a nuke's good for Bitcoin.
Buy a dog, you'll all be happier.
Nobody wants to clean up after a dog, Doc.
With all your Bitcoin, you could hire a reminder as well.
Is the price of dogs going up?
Exactly. Who wants to do that? Now you're
What's the
telling me I
price?
need to get
What's
a
the
dog and I need
price
a
of
minder as
love?
well.
What's the price of love and happiness?
I don't know. You have to check OnlyFans.
And ice cream.
Puppies and ice cream, you're all good.
They're a prediction market that you can get the price of love.
Darkside, I don't know if you heard the conversation we had before. We were talking about whether, if they put people in a kind of technocratic state, in a Palantir type state, in a Davos agenda. A couple of people thought that basically people would rise up and disagree. Most of us felt like no, people would comply. What do you think?
I think it depends on where you are, even in the United States. I mean, there are vast parts of this country that will not put up with it for a second. There are heavily populated areas that I think would. They're already on UBI. And you go into a major US city, it's already, food stamps and welfare. So they're already there. They would just want more. You go to Montana, Idaho, throughout the West, Midwest, they're not going to want any part of it. So it's just a very diverse group of people that we have in our country.
That's a great point. Joa, I got a super chat and they're attacking
I
you.
just want to point out the dark set people in the Midwest are on food stamps. They all live off of UBI.
Disavow. We love the Midwest.
And I'm the
No.
claw.
I
I'm
said the
Klaus
opposite.
Joa.
No,
You're
I said the
saying
opposite. I said blue cities. So I was referring to New York, LA, maybe Chicago. You can throw in there, Detroit.
what? What? They all live off of food stamps?
Yeah, I would say what I think the number I used was 60% of the population in
Not
those cities.
not places like Alabama and Louisiana, which are deep red.
They are,
states.
but they also can be self-sufficient.
No, they could. I mean, I tell everyone if Armageddon is coming, go make friends with hillbillies because they're gonna
For sure.
don't make it through it.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I spent a lot of time in the Deep South, and yes, there is a lot of money on food stamps, but if you took it away, they'd be just fine. And they rally together. But in the big cities, absolutely they would adopt.
Yeah, in the big cities, you'd have more of a problem. I'm not sure. What was the
super chat says Jonah's fealty to Elon is the same reason he thought Trump 2024 vote was a good idea.
I don't look. I'm not the person who likes Elon. I'm like he stole he claims the technology of Tesla, which wasn't him. He came up with a crazy idea for a rocket.
Oh, yeah. Don't backtrack now, Joe. Don't try to U-turn. You just tried to sell us his whole freaking UBI agenda.
No, I didn't.
And said there's nothing better than technology.
Mm-hmm. Beatrix, what does Netanyahu think?
Joe Soros.
But you have spent the last 3 years telling us what Netanyahu wants, and that he wants the greater Israel, and you're telling people what that is, and you're informing people. Does that mean you're endorsing what Netanyahu wants? Because that's what you're accusing me of.
I didn't say there's nothing greater. There's nothing better than greater Israel. You said there's nothing greater. UBI is going to be great.
No, I did not.
There's nothing better than technology. Remember, life before emails was so rubbish. Look at life after emails. Look, guys, technology, embrace it.
And you asked me to call
Have
you.
chips in your brain.
You asked me to call you by your pronouns, they, them, right?
Jonah Carl Schwabs. Jonah Carl Schwabs.
She also apparently one thing is though, disavow Joa, Elon. I don't think Elon stole any technology. I think Elon is an angel. Elon, if you're listening, this is Joa. Don't take away my social credit score. I'm literally on the lifeline. Joa, go ahead, continue though.
Hey, what's your social credit score if you don't get a blue? What's your social credit score if you don't get a blue check?
I don't know. This is it. I want my social credit score higher. Can I, in this technocratic society, can you improve your social credit score? Because when I was watching Black Mirror, that chick was trying so hard and she could never increase it.
Yeah, you have to use X money. You have to start spending in X
But I
money.
haven't got access to X money, Simon, because I haven't got a blue check mark.
Oh, you're not allowed to monetize. You're saying the wrong things then.
By the way, he did launch a new messenger app that no one has talked about.
Yeah, why are you promoting it for, Joa?
I'm not promoting it.
But just now you just mentioned it.
I haven't even checked it out. I'm like,
well, I heard it's the best technology there is. I heard it's literally better than WhatsApp. Elon.
Have you tried it?
No, but I want to try
That's
it.
why Elon. That's why Elon won't give you a blue check. You got to
No,
be one of
because
the. You
Elon,
got to be one of the guinea
I
pigs.
haven't got a blue check mark, Elon. If you give me a blue check mark and I test your X chat out, but you know, Mr. Abundance, just side, obviously I was joking about that. But Mr. Abundance, Ivy, who comes on the stage, he was telling me how amazing it was. He was loving it.
Yeah, I haven't tried it, and I haven't heard anyone talk about it, which I found strange.
Yeah. So there's no way of increasing your social credit score then in this society, right? Is this confirmed?
No, you can buy points. You can buy those points from Menko. Menko's overflowing in
How
social
though?
credit
How
points.
do I buy it? Because I've got no X money.
Menko's been selling call options on his social credit score. It's so high, he doesn't even. He's trying to limit the good times he's going to have.
Manco, you're gonna make sure you give me some social credit scores, right? Yeah, he is.
He's maxed out, so I'm sure he'll share
Yeah,
some.
I gotta open up a market for the social credit score. I'm gonna put
Guys,
them
we
up
need
like
to
eBay
create.
auctions. People can
We,
just bid on it.
we need to create our own Amish community and farm and do everything ourselves.
That's
That's the
looks like a golden
solution.
idea. Where's this happening? Tell me.
Well, I mean, I know a couple of people that started these kind of communities, and in the US, there is a law that if you're a ministry, then you're really protected from tax laws and certain other laws. I know someone that's actually started some of these communities. One is in Tennessee, one is in Mexico. He's working on one in Europe and one in Africa. But I don't know. I mean, this is all theoretical, right? But the law is there. Maybe someone like Joa or Mancos, maybe Andrew, they know more about it. But that they're basically independent. They have independence in terms of governance, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, yeah, this is what happened during COVID. A lot of people started thinking and talking about establishing their own communities. A lot of people wanted to go off grid. I know a couple of people that went to Asheville, North Carolina, but then, you know, the flood happened. And a lot of people think that was a geoengineering flood. And I know that Joe doesn't believe in that. But yeah, but I think establishing our own
Well,
community
Joe
is one
doesn't.
of
Joe,
the.
you don't believe that as well? Oh my God, this guy, bro. Is there any
What don't I
non-mainstream
believe?
position you don't have?
What don't I believe?
You don't believe in geoengineering with weather modification engineering.
I do. I just don't believe you do it with radars. That's all.
No, she
They're
didn't say
called.
dark reader.
No, but that's the only time I spoke out against it was people were saying that the radars and
They're called.
in the GCC.
They're called direct energy weapons, and a lot of them operate by using radars and satellites, etc., ultrasonic waves, electromagnetic energies. I mean, I've kind of looked into that because you know, some of these communities during COVID that I mingled with, etc. And actually, there is a lot of evidence, scientific evidence behind how it works. And so I am a firm believer that you can control the weather because the technology is there. But yeah.
You can make a cloud rain. You can make a cloud not rain, and I don't know how much more it gets, to be honest.
So there is a difference between cloud seeding, which means you could make it rain. You create clouds, but you have to have moisture in the air. And as long as you have a little bit of clouds here and there, you could do cloud seeding and you could make it rain. But you can also change the manipulation or whatever, weather modification, basically, with the different technologies that are different from cloud seeding. And those require radars and satellites and big satellite dishes on ground and
But
in
what
the
do you mean by changing the weather? In what
pretty
way?
much. Yeah, pretty much you could. If anybody is familiar with ultrasound, I don't know how many people are familiar with ultrasound, but I have a couple of ultrasound
Look,
therapeutic.
you cannot do things like make clouds disappear because you're blasting them with radio waves. The amount of energy that those radars put off, now that it's a lot if you're standing next to it, but the amount of energy those radars put off is so tiny. It's just so tiny and insignificant compared to like what you need to actually do any kind of significant change to massive clouds of water vapor.
So what it is, it's you could change the direction of air if you are familiar with, the sort of dynamics or laws of thermodynamics. You know that
Then, if that's true,
you
why don't tornadoes erupt all around the big Aegis radars on the ships? Like that it just doesn't happen.
I don't have a lot of this information, but I have seen that direct energy weapons, because right now they don't even deny it. I mean, there is
People don't
interview.
listen. If you make a crazy
And
accusation
as
and then
usual,
someone doesn't
Mancos
deny
with
it,
his
that isn't proof
racist
that it's true.
attitude is interrupting me. It's really funny. I've noticed your pattern, Mancos.
Well, it's not a pattern. It's just that if you say something that's just flat, like a fallacy or something, I'm going to point it out. Like you can't, that's not evidence. If you call someone some name and they're like, well, he didn't deny it because he didn't address it at all because it was crazy and stupid, that isn't proof that it's true.
Yeah, thank you for again being a racist and calling me stupid or whatever. But
I don't
that's who
even know
you
what
are.
race
But
you are,
doctor
lady, so
doctor
it's not racist.
Just
doctor,
ma-
just from a rationale point of view, the amount of energy it would take to heat up a jet stream high enough for it to change direction, which is what you would need to do, or heat up the ocean, which actually creates the jet streams because of the mix with the hot air that goes up in the air. The amount of energy would, you know how long it takes to like boil a pot of water? Imagine having to do that to the ocean to the point where it would heat up and then the jet streams would change. Like it just doesn't make rational sense.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of using
Is
a
that
bunch
what
of
you
nuclear
think? That's
weapons.
what you think. Rational is very objective. Okay, subjective. Rational is very subjective. Just like a lot of people thought it was irrational to speak out against the mRNA technologies, and that's irrational to think that chemotherapy and radiation will actually kill you ultimately. And it's irrational that you think that there could be laser beams and things of that nature that can penetrate like 5G as a
But
shortwave. So
doctor, you're
so don't
breaking the
tell me
laws of
that
physics. There's
don't
we've
tell me
never
that
put
technology hasn't advanced enough that some of these things can be possible. And it's really funny. You are
it's
in
just a law, it's just a law of physics, doctor. Like if you we have never ever put energy into something and got more energy out. Okay? Ever. That is a law of physics,
how
right?
about
Maybe one
how about
maybe
nuclear
one day
power?
that'll break.
How about fusion? How about nuclear power?
How much power do we put into it?
And why is it that you're even talking about power in, power out? Why are you even talking
Because
about that? I
that's
can
true.
show
That's
you
why.
an ultrasound machine that is therapeutic and is really weak. You show me a pool of water, and I would put the head of the ultrasound machine in that pool, and it's going to start uh, ripples in the water in a pool. So so if maybe we all have limited knowledge of how it works, but to completely deny it, it's being on the extreme side of it versus saying it's possible, maybe, and I've seen enough footage and evidence. I mean, if Marcos, you live in LA, I will actually invite you to come to a meeting that will actually show you in the videos and pictures of how this is being done. Um, So, I'm not saying I'm an expert in this, but I've seen enough evidence. Also, Joa, the other day, I would really encourage you to study the topography and geography of Iran. Because for you to say Iran is a desert, it's such an ignorance statement to make. You
Doctor,
have no idea.
does Iran have a desert?
The first irrigation systems were in the deserts of Iran, where we have
Okay,
aquifers.
thank
We
you. So
have
they do have a
aquifers.
desert.
No, hold on,
I
hold on.
appreciate it. You just said in the desert of Iran. I spoke
I
about the
didn't say
desert
in
of
the
Iran.
deserts of Iran. I
You
said
just
there
said
are
that.
different. Iran is huge. We have
Yeah,
mountainous
yes, I
areas.
understand
We
that.
have
Dr.
forests.
Atusa, he said it had no civilization. That's what he
Yes,
Don't
said.
listen to Beatrix. Mm,
I was listening in, and I actually raised my hand, but then I was kicked out, and then I had to attend to something else.
I never said that Iran is a desert. Iran has a desert. He
So
was
what?
saying that
U.S.
the
has a desert. It's called Vegas, Nevada.
yeah. So I'm
So
saying that there's
what?
an
But
area in
but
south
Iran, no.
the
But then
south
in
of
Iran,
Iran have a water problem. They've almost
Iran
always
has
had a
never
water
had a
problem.
water problem. Iran, even when United States
Only because of
hadn't
the
been
radar,
created,
right?
can I? Okay, so 250 years of U.S. civilization, 5,000 years of Persian Empire. We've had irrigation system, water irrigation systems from the areas that were mountainous, streams, lakes, rivers of water bodies, and we had irrigation systems that were deep underground, and they're still there. They're still there. And they would carry water from the aquifers deep within the even desert ground, and it would irrigate the areas that were desert. So, to say that, oh, we've always had water issues, no. It's like LA, California doesn't have that much water. Nevada doesn't have that much water, but Colorado does. I mean, okay, so there are certain areas that they don't have that much water, but there are other areas that make up for it. But what I hear you say to Ashkan, or I think he was a Persian dude here, and he didn't have a good answer for you. Iran is not a monolith in terms of like topography and climate, etc., vegetation. It's huge. And we have a varieties of climate, but has always been four seasons in Tehran and many cities in the west,
Okay.
northwest. We have
Okay.
four
Can I just go to the
seasons.
point,
We have
doctor?
four
Sorry.
seasons.
Yeah. Can we go to the point? What was said was that the radar, now that the radars and GDC were destroyed, that the water returned to Iran, right? And what I had said is, you guys have always had deserts, so you've always had a water problem, right? And of course, you're not going to deny that there has been water issues in areas of Iran, like the southern part of Iran has gone through a drought lately, and people associated with the radar. What people don't do is look at the fact that the radar was built in 2017 and then the other one in 2018. And in 2019, Iran had the most waterfall they've had in the past 30 years. And then it declined from there. Does that not mean that it was because of the radar? Because if it was because of the radar, you wouldn't have record rainfall after the radar is installed. So that's why I was calling him an idiot for not knowing his own country and the fact that there's always been water issues in Iran, and they have a desert. Deserts, it doesn't typically rain much in deserts, right? That's all I was saying. And people want to try to conflate it as I'm saying Iran is just a desert. No, I know that Iran was one of the cradles of civilization. I'm not dumb. I know where mathematics started. It was in Iran. I'm not dumb. I know that they have a fortress, which are the mountains that they have, which have helped them historically. I'm not dumb. I also know that because of the desert, they've had water problems. Because of the desert, they've been seen as being very much warmongers because they need to actually go fight physically, unlike many other countries that had walls and things of that nature. And Iran wasn't able to do that. So I'm very familiar with empires and how they fell and how they started and problems that they had. So the only thing I said is a radar came up and they had record rainfall, and people want to try to say, "Oh no, the radar went away and we got water." Well, so Turkey also is also having a drought. Their water didn't come back, right? It was actually the same
Yeah, it
time.
did
And
come
why?
back.
Because
It
it's
did
in the
come back.
same. It's in the same. What do you call it? The airflow, right? They also had a water problem.
It did come back in
No,
Turkey and in Iraq.
yeah, only on one side, not the other side. They're still facing. They're still facing a ton of problems with water.
So the fact that ever since the military bases were established in the Gulf state, Ahmadinejad, who was one of the presidents, Iranian presidents, at the UN, made the proclamation that our rainfalls and moisture is being sort of navigated away from our, and this is Ahmadinejad, I would say maybe 15 years ago or 12 years ago. And then Raisi, whose chopper basically went down or got assassinated, etc., he also made the same claim at the UN. And Iranian scientists are one of the, some of the top in the world, okay? They're not going to make a fool out of themselves and make this claim without having enough evidence. They actually claimed it at the UN, on the floor of the UN, when they're given, their chance to speak. And so it's a claim that has been, announced at even UN for like.
Some of Iranian scientists who were the best in the world said the vaccine was safe. Do you agree with them?
They weren't scientists. They were program
Uh,
doctors. They were
no,
doctors. They weren't
scientists, actual
scientists.
scientists. Yeah,
No, I'm.
medical scientists.
You know how you like just pivot and manipulate to
I'm not
prove a point?
manipulating. I'm
No,
showing how
you're
stupid it
trying
is to
to prove your
say
point by
that because he's an
manipulation
Iranian
and
scientist, he's
playing with
infallible.
words. You're playing with words. There are scientists that claim there is global warming. There are scientists that claim that there is no global warming.
Yeah,
That doesn't
98%,
prove anything.
98,
That does not
98%,
prove anything. So
98% of them say there is global warming. Do you know that?
No, that's
98%.
not true at all, Joa.
That
Come
is
on.
1,000,000% true.
First of
it's
all, the
not true.
talking
Go
point is
look it up.
97%, and that's not true. What it
Okay,
was
97.
yeah, it's not 97% of all scientists. What it was is a group of
Of all
people made a
climate
little
scientists.
study where they tried to do a meta-analysis and they cherry picked studies and they only picked studies that agreed with them. So, and it wasn't even true. So if you actually poll all the people that have like science, some kind of scientific field related to anything that would be related to climate, it was a much, much lower number that agreed with the proposition that the global warming was caused by humans primarily, which was what the proposition was. I like this is something that happened, I don't know, like 15 years ago. So it's been debated many times. I've read a bunch of stuff on it. But what happened is once that became a talking point for the Democrats, it was repeated like a million times.
Yeah.
It wasn't for the Democrats. There literally is a majority of scientists, and even if it's not 98%, you look at climate scientists, just like when you're looking at a genocide, you don't go to the Holocaust experts, which is what Israel tried to do. You go to the genocide experts. And genocide experts, over 80% of them, even Israeli ones,
Well, now it's
agree that there's
probably true, but the
a
reason is
genocide.
the
It's been
reason
true
is
for a year and a half, Manco.
no,
For a year and a
no, I'm
half.
saying, calm down. I'm saying about the climate stuff, it might be true now that everyone says that because everyone who dissented got ran out of the field. Because if you do dissent, the only people who you can work for at all are the fossil fuel companies. And if you are someone who goes against the hive mind, you can't get grants from the very liberal US government agencies who give the grants, and you can't work in academia because everyone else there is a global warming cultist liberal, and they will drive you out. And there's multiple examples.
It's
There's
not
like
exactly
a
it's not
dozen or
exactly how
so
it works,
scientists
Manco.
who are
I'll
allowed
give you an
like
example.
dissenters on this.
I'll give you an example. You have someone on here, not this panel, but on X, that talked about nanobot technology inside the vaccines. Okay. And then you have someone like what the doctor raised up, which is informed consent. Okay. And I agree with informed consent. I've looked at the data. The vaccine for the majority was a good thing for people who needed it. It should not have been mandated, and it should have been informed consent, which is exactly what the doctor was talking about, that organization. That's very different than someone that comes on and says they're injecting nanobots that reassemble back in your veins, right? And then for evidence, she shows you coagulated blood vessels that is from refrigeration after people die, not from nanobots that are assembling in your body, right? And those people should be disbarred and not get funding and everything else, because that's BS, right? And she's been called out on it and she's been sued for it, right? And her whole company had to pay $2 billion because of something she said about children that actually harmed the fucking children, right? And that's who you're going to believe? Of course, that person should be disbarred, right? Or get their license taken away and not get funding, right? It wasn't just once; it was twice. So there's a big difference when people like, hey, we are affecting the planet, and the more CO2 we have in the Earth, the more it's going to change things. Versus people are like, we're all going to die tomorrow, and we're going to suffer. We're going to die by tidal wave. Yeah, those people are crackpots. But the people saying that there's no climate change, that's impossible. How can humans possibly affect the weather? And then on another breath, talk about, oh, humans have energy weapons. So which one is it? Can humans affect the weather? Can they not affect the weather? Because you argue both sides just because they're both conspiratorial. And that's what I'm trying to point out is it's BS.
Joel, do it, ChatGPT or Grok, and put in direct energy weapons. Please do that for me.
Yeah, but they're not for weather.
Wow, Dr. Atusa, he said you were conspiratorial. Smash him.
I'm
Don't
tired
take
of
that. He said Iran was a desert. He lives he lives in the UAE and he said Iran was a desert. Smash
Joel, you're
him.
not
I
one of
already
those crazy
did. I'm tired
vaxxers,
of
are you?
smashing.
And he said it doesn't have civilization and he called you conspiratorial. And he's trying to sell us chips in our brains.
I know. I'm tired of smashing people.
No, you know what it is, Beatrix? I get really upset as someone who was vax injured, which I was, okay, and I had to take it because I had to go get on a flight. I got something called drop foot, which means I could not lift the bottom of my foot up for 6 months. Okay, and when I went to the doctors, they said it looks like your nerve was cut. Weren't you in a motorcycle accident or something? Okay, I was like, there's no accident. And then when I went to physical therapy for it, the guy's like, it's from the vaccine. I guarantee you, because I'm getting more and more people with this problem. Right. So I looked into it. I looked into what was going on. I looked into all that stuff. And you know what happened? Is all the crackpots that make shit up and make people like me who actually had a cause and actually wanted to take this to trial, it makes me look like a nut job because I'm talking about nanobots that assemble in your veins.
Dude, the
Do you
nanobots got
understand?
your
Those
foot.
people take a
It was the nanobots that
it
got
wasn't
your foot, Joel.
nanobots.
Yeah, it was. Come on.
Exactly. It's nanoparticles. It's lipid nanoparticles. I don't know who said nanobots, but it's called
Yeah, someone who
lipid
wears
nano.
someone who wears a doctor's jacket and then says that she's not a doctor, that she's never said that she's a doctor.
I'm so sorry to hear about that, Joel. I really am. I didn't realize that. I'm sorry.
Wait, who's this doctor you're talking about?
I wouldn't have been
You're talking
flippant
about
if I'd
Dr. Atusa or someone
realized.
else?
No.
Someone else.
But Jordan, you agree that the mRNA vaccines has had side effects, have side
It's
effects.
it's not just
Yeah,
the
of
it's
course they
not just
do.
the
And they're
mRNA.
higher than normal. They're higher. The side effects are higher than normal vaccines. They
All
are.
all
That's
vaccines are
true.
bad. All vaccines are bad. Let's
Yeah,
let, let,
100%. And
let's just
this was
stop
even
this.
higher.
Yeah, they're
There's
all
even
bad.
higher side
And
effects.
none of them are
And that's
tested.
why people should have had informed consent. That's all I'm saying. They shouldn't have been mandated. But did it help some people? Yeah, the data's there to show that it actually was effective.
No, it was
That's
not.
bullshit. That is
It was
absolute
neither
bullshit.
safe.
You guys think the measles vaccine is bad?
I do. Show me the safety studies, Mako. I'm waiting.
Well, I'm sure there are plenty of safety studies, but I guarantee you measles is a lot less safe than the vaccine is.
Then the mercury that crosses the blood-brain barrier that's in the measles vaccine?
Yeah, I mean that
Not
clearly
sure.
doesn't happen anyway, but even if you think it's true, measles actually kills a lot of people and it's insanely contagious.
All right. So, I'm not even the type to jump in, you know what I mean? And I'm not even going to give my expertise, but please You can't
Don't lie,
prove that,
Casey.
so it's not
Don't
even
lie,
fair to
Casey.
do that on this space. You cannot prove what you just said, Manko. So on this space, I don't think that people should
Wait,
hear
wait,
what you
are
just
you a
said.
nurse and
All right.
you're anti-vaccine?
I don't want to make this space about me, but I have no problem answering questions. But it's up to those if they want to go there. I'm ready to go there 100%. But again, I don't want to make this space about me. It says a round war. So you know what I mean?
I
But
mean, if
what you
they
just
ask
said, you
you a
can't
question about
you
vaccines in your boards, like to qualify as a nurse, are you going to say that they don't work? Is that what you said?
they are not proven to work. They have, you know what I'm saying? So now I'm sorry. So because the Senate passed the law in 1986 that the vaccines are, that they're unavoidably unsafe, now the pharmaceuticals, they were able to push whatever without the evidence to really show that they work exactly. Okay, so and we could just leave it there. But, I have no problem saying this.
Or
I
like,
just don't
don't
want to
you
take over
have
this,
to
you know what I mean,
administer
with this.
vaccines to people as part of your job?
Yeah.
I mean, she doesn't have to if she's not in pediatrics.
Nah, you still, Dr. Tusa, they pushing it on everybody. But
No,
I get out of it.
I thought he
But yeah.
said you have to give it to patients, but
I do. I actually do, but I get
oh,
out
you
of it.
do.
But
Okay,
yeah.
got it.
Anyway, come on.
Got it. But Mankus and everybody else who's a pro-vaxxer here, the vaccines have changed. So I don't know how old
Don't
you are.
attack Joa, Dr. Tusa.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said, don't be attacking Joa.
No, I won't. I promise. I'll be nice. I'll be sweet. The vaccines have changed. Like after 1986, there was an immunity clause that Reagan signed into law and kept the vaccine companies immune from liability, so gave them liability shield. So what happened is after that, the levels of adjuvants and additives like thimerosal, aluminum, other kind of additives like aborted fetal cells, kidney cells from like a monkey, whatever, right? Eggs, peanuts, okay, in the development of the vaccines. And so what happened, they made them a lot more unsafe. So if you're, let's say, 60 years old and you got all of your shots up to the age of 10 or 12, you're probably okay. You're probably okay because you got the vaccines that weren't so, toxic. But then after 1986, the standards of safety changed and the Vaccine Injury Act was passed where you couldn't sue the vaccine companies anymore, but then you could basically file a claim with the government and they would set aside funds for your lawsuit if you could prove that you're vaccine injured. And Bobby Kennedy precisely was in this sort of law for the last 25 years or so. He was suing vaccine companies and he could prove.
Has he been, well, he's like in a really big position now in the US government. So has he been doing anything about this since he's been part of the Trump administration?
No, the Trump administration doesn't do much. So no.
He's done some things, but his hands are tied. He gets a lot of sabotage by the people that are working under him. And, if your subordinates don't follow, your whatever, and if the administration doesn't want you to do certain things. But they stopped the mandates or recommendations, for example, for the mRNA COVID vaccines for pregnant women and for children. So it's no longer recommended. And he's trying to get the mandates out of the blue states like California has childhood vaccines mandated. Otherwise, you can't send your kids to school. And so he's trying to do something about that. And I don't know if you guys heard, but there was an amendment to the glyphosate bill that, there was a liability shield for Monsanto / Bayer that was shoved in the big, beautiful budget bill, etc. But then there was a Florida Senator Luna. She had an amendment to that bill, and it was passed, I think, today or yesterday. So now there is no liability shield for glyphosate. So there are things that are happening, but again, this was due to Maha putting the campaign and basically, I guess the power is really in people, not in personalities. And unfortunately, I think ever since Bobby has this role, he's become a little bit less reliable. Don't tell him I said that.
I think what made him less reliable was him frolicking with Rabbi Shmuley and purporting and pushing the Zionist agenda, and possibly, maybe, Michael Jackson. That's all I gotta say. But that's Bobby. That's yeah. And by the way, I still got that debate. People are asking the debate by Rabbi Shmuley. It's still happening, but he's delayed it by a few days. So let's find out. Let's see when it happens, because he wants it on Sunday, but I've got like a few interviews lined up on Sunday, so I'm trying to get a time sorted that we can both do. So we'll keep you apprised on that. Coming back to Joe. Joe, do you accept now that Iran is in the desert? Yeah. So we'll move on to that girl.
No, but look, just to bring one thing up, I assume the doctor trusts the Lancet, right? I assume.
No,
right?
I don't.
Because they're actually,
Don't say
No, I don't.
you don't. So their numbers on Gaza aren't correct.
Not everything is an absolute, okay? So you could find
Okay.
an
So you
article
can
in
trust them. You can
Lancet.
trust them for some numbers, but not for
No,
other
but
numbers.
Lancet had a paper on ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine at the beginning of
Mhm.
COVID, and they made it like a poison. Oh my God, hydroxychloroquine is going to kill your heart and your kidney, la 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 la. Ivermectin is going to like whatever. And then they had to redact it. They had to
Yes, it
retract
does
it.
have huge
They had
side
to
effects
retract it.
as
So
well.
I, it's not like nothing in this universe is absolute. Do you trust them or you don't? No,
Yeah.
it's always a
Yeah, so
gray
you look
area.
at data, and you go, okay, countries that were high percentage of vaccines versus countries who didn't, which one had high excessive mortality? And the areas, even in the United States, the areas like Florida that didn't have a high percentage of people who got vaccinated had a higher number of excess deaths. So the vaccine, if it did anything just based on the data, it actually reduced deaths, right?
According to what
So,
data?
if you showed up,
Okay,
into the
no one
hospital,
denies this. No, there's not a single doctor who's a virologist who has
Oh my
denied this
God.
number
that's just
whatsoever.
ridiculous, Joe.
No, they can bring up the fact that there's side
Florida just
effects.
happens to have a very old population, and if you died, they just marked you with COVID because they were incentivized. Right? I'll tell you a cool story,
There's
man. I
excess
was out.
deaths. Dark. Do you
No,
understand that takes that out?
hear me out,
It's
man.
always been.
I
It's
met
always been old. It's
a
always
life
been
flight
old. Excess
paramedic.
deaths mean deaths over the norm.
Check this out, Joe. A life flight paramedic that I met on the road. He quit because he was in a life flight. He had 3 patients. One had multiple gunshots to the chest. When he's in the air and about to land, the people at the hospital ask him if the patient passed away, right, from the gunshots. The people in the hospital had him mark the patient as died with COVID because they were having a tough time breathing from multiple gunshot wounds to the chest.
Yeah,
Right?
completely
That's
get that.
real. Like
Yeah,
that's real.
yes,
We
I
were
can.
traveling around the country in an RV during COVID. The hospitals were empty.
Dark. Can I
Empty.
tell you? Can I tell you why that doesn't matter? Because
Because
I'll
fraud
tell you.
doesn't matter.
No, it's not because fraud
You
doesn't
gotta be
matter.
kidding me.
It doesn't
You've
look.
got
That's
to be
not
kidding
how
me.
Dark. It's not how they measured
Data matters.
deaths. They looked
You
at excess deaths.
you
You looked.
incentivize people to be marked dead with
Dark.
COVID. They'll be dead with
Dark.
COVID. If you pay
Dark.
for
There's
results, you'll get them.
Dark. There's fraud
You
and
obviously haven't
everything.
done much work. You haven't done much work with medical studies,
You
have
don't
you?
let me talk. You don't let me explain, so you won't know. But what people looked at were excess deaths. So the year prior, there was other people that died from
I'm looking at
gunshots and stab wounds
CDC.
and everything else.
I'm
So
looking
they
at
look at
CDC.
excess.
Joe, I'm
I
looking.
can't.
I'm
Look, neither of you are letting me finish a
okay.
statement without jumping in, right? The way you looked at this was through excess deaths, right? Excess deaths means that there's people the year prior who also died from murder or gunshots or threw themselves off a building, whatever it may be. So it doesn't matter what they died from. Were there more deaths in the years of COVID than before COVID? And the answer is yes. So it doesn't matter. When you then go look, okay, what about the states where they were vaccinated and when they weren't vaccinated? It doesn't matter how old they were. It doesn't matter if it's a really young state or a really old state. It doesn't matter because you're simply looking at, are the deaths outside the norm? Okay. And did
Yeah,
the
but they were dying
vaccine,
from the
after the vaccine,
vaccine.
did
The
that come
vaccine
down or
killed them.
did that go up?
I'm
This is
looking at
just a crock of.
CDC. I'm looking at CDC right now on my other device. And the states that had the maximum number of deaths are New Mexico, Oklahoma, Minnesota, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, Wyoming, and what does ME stand?
All red states.
ME stands for ME, but it's not Florida. It definitely is not Florida. It's not Georgia. It's not South
Florida
Carolina.
was
It's
one
not
of them,
North
Doctor.
Carolina. Okay, but it's not Florida, and it's not some of the other states. But anyways, did you hear of the insurance actuaries stats of the rate of like deaths after 2021, from 2021 to 2023? The insurance actuaries usually annually release a death rate, mortality rate, okay, because they have to pay death claims, right? Insurance companies. So they have that data. So from 2021 to 2023, they released a report that they were 40% increase in mortality rates and death claims in that time frame. And the only variable from 2021 and 2023 is that the maximum number of people were actually vaccinated. And I'm in that space.
Or the fact that they had COVID.
Or they
How
had
can you separate the two?
it could be both, because a lot of people
Right,
who
but
had
but
COVID
you just
also
read
got the
out
vaccine. And
you just
so,
read out the states with the most excess death, and most of them are low vaccination percentage states.
and how do
Based
you
So
know?
on what?
put the
Because you
information together and make
started,
it
How do
make
you
sense.
Joa,
know?
you started by saying Florida, and Florida is not one of
Florida
them.
is one of them. It
No,
might not be
I'm
the
looking
top,
at
but
the
it's one of them.
CDC. I'm looking at it
Are
right
the
in
numbers
front
for
of me.
Florida there?
No, Florida is not one of the highest mortality.
So go look up Florida.
No, I'm looking at the map. The CDC.gov is showing the map of the US, and it's highlighting the states with the maximum number of deaths due to COVID. And Florida is not one of
Yes, the
them.
maximum. That means you're looking at the top
Okay,
states.
Joa,
I'm just telling you,
become a little
it
bit
might
more
not be in the
flexible.
top 10, but it was one
Joa,
of them.
oh my God, become a little bit more flexible. It's okay. It's funny because
I'm just telling you the data you're reading. You're basically saying these are the top states in America with the excess deaths.
are you
And I'm
looking
telling you,
actually at like the
number
number of
11, number
cancer
12, number
rates?
13 still matter.
No, they have highlighted. They are not numbering them. They're highlighting them with a darker blue. That's how they're doing it at the map that I'm looking at. But anyways, but you talked about virologists and vaccinologists talking about it. In fact, there are many of them that have changed their tune, many from the beginning. One of them, and I'm so bad with names, I wish I could remember names, but one of them was the former CEO of Pfizer. He's a Belgian guy. That came out and he said this is horrible, we shouldn't vaccinate with mRNA technologies. We've been researching mRNA technologies for many years, but they had been shown unsuccessful and dangerous. There was this other guy that works for Gavi, which is the vaccine company that is mostly funded by Gates. And I think he's German, he has a very strong German accent, and he came out with scientifically proven that you do not vaccinate during a pandemic. He's not an anti-vaxxer, but he said you pressurize the virum for accelerating its survival, the selective, basically, evolutionary process of the virus. You pressurize it when you vaccinate during a pandemic. When you do that, then every variant will be much stronger because you're challenging it for the survival of the fetus, basically. And he had such a beautiful documentation with scientific language, and he was against it not based on the merits of the vaccines, but based on the fact that, so what I'm trying to say is that a
But
lot of
wasn't he proven wrong? Wasn't he proven wrong?
no, he
We didn't
hasn't
have
been proven
stronger.
wrong. No, you
Yeah,
know
he
how
was,
many sick
because
people
we
I'm
did
seeing?
vaccinate people. We
Oh my
did
God,
vaccinate
Joe,
people.
I can
Hold
I
on,
know you're one
doctor.
of those people I cannot convince because
He
you've
was,
made up
no,
your
it's not
mind.
that. I'm
You're
just,
made no, it's
no,
not the fact because I'm
you
someone.
refuse to look at data. The
No, I
guy
have
just
looked
said,
at data.
hold on,
You know why I
hold
have
on.
to
The
look at
guy
data?
said,
You know why I
the
have to
guy
look at
said that
data?
during pandemics, the guy said that during pandemics, you should not vaccinate people because you're going to
My God,
create a
now
stronger
he's
virus.
accusing my.
Was there a stronger virus during COVID that was created? No. So he was proven wrong. It's as
Absolutely,
simple as
every
that.
variant was stronger. What are you talking
No, it
about?
wasn't. It
Oh
was
my
weaker
God.
in killing people. Every single one was weaker in killing people.
People
None of
have
them was
long
higher in
COVID.
killing people.
I am dealing with long COVID patients, and not only me. I have doctors who work in hospitals. People are
Yes,
dealing
I
with two
understand. I
lung
never said they
cancers.
don't.
What?
I never said they don't. I never said that they don't. I never said people don't have long COVID. And that was something that was already
I
starting
don't
to
know
show
why
up in
you're
the
so
very first
passionate
variant
about this
of COVID.
thing. Maybe because you got the vaccine and you have cognitive dissonance. And I'm not making this personal
Or
to you,
maybe because
but
I
you
actually
got
got
your own.
vax injured, and I didn't want crackpots spreading rumors, because then I don't have a case against anything, because I just have to put up with it,
Oh my
because
God,
if I
your
say anything
logic
about it,
doesn't
I'm a
even
crackpot.
make sense, Joa. Your logic doesn't even make sense. You got vaccine injured and you're worried about people that are defending you and other vaccine injured.
You're not
For
defending me. You're making me look like a crackpot.
no,
That's the
why?
difference.
No, why? No.
Because you
A
guys
lot of
say
people
things that
got
don't even
it.
match the data.
A lot of
You
people
guys
got
say
the
things that
vaccine.
don't
You
match.
didn't look at data before they vaccinated you. You didn't have informed consent. But do you know why people like me knew that people should wait and not take it? Because of the H1N1 vaccine. That was also an mRNA vaccine in 2002. Because even then, I was a frontliner. Nurses like, our friend here in this platform, she's no longer here, that girl, or I think that's her name. We were told that we had to get the H1N1 vaccine. That was an mRNA vaccine. You know what happened? A bunch of nurses and doctors died. This is in 2002. So the medical community refused it and they pulled it off the shelves. That was an mRNA. Do you know how many patents for mRNA vaccines existed before SARS-CoV-2, which is like, well, COVID-19? That wasn't so novel. The reason people like you innocently, understandably so, got the vaccine, my own mom got it. She got two. My
I was
sisters got
forced
it.
to travel. That's why I had to take it, or I wouldn't have taken it.
Yeah, of
I
course.
had to travel.
Of course, you had to. My friends had to travel. Some of my friends got it because other nurses and doctors, because they would get fired. Obviously, I mean, we don't think that people who got the vaccine are stupid or anything. No, by no means. Most of my family got it. I'm the only one who didn't, and I, have had to look at data. You know why? Because my job requires me to be evidence based, otherwise I'll get fired. They have attempted to fire me 4 times already. 4 times. And the only way I get out of getting fired is showing proof and evidence, because I treat patients, I teach. So no, nobody's making you look bad. Nobody. If someone makes you look bad, I stand up for you. I stand up for vaccinated. I know that a lot of ignorant people that were in the anti-vax community made fun of vaccinated. And no, I'm not in that group. I think that people innocently got it. People were coerced to get it because they had to travel for their work. They had to do it, or they didn't have enough information. They didn't have informed consent. But These
Doctor, if you looked at the data, what percentage of people, what is the typical rate of side effects from a vaccine versus what is the rate of side effects from the COVID vaccine? Do you know?
so what is the rate of side effects and what is the rate of what? I thought you said the same thing twice.
Yeah, what's the typical rate of side effects from a normal vaccine, and what was the rate of the side effects from the COVID vaccine?
From the mRNA COVID vaccines, the
Yes.
data has proven, so there are mild side effects, there are moderate side effects, and then there's severe side effects. But when you
Yes.
add them all, and you add
But
them
what
all,
percentage?
yeah, when you add them all up, 40% of people who got the vaccines had either a mild, a moderate, or a severe side effect. But the other,
I'd love for you to
no,
show that
the
going
other
in, because
vaccines,
I've actually looked into this.
no, the flu
And
vaccines don't have as much side effects as, let's say, the mRNA.
yeah,
No, the
up to
flu.
2.8%.
What is
Up to
it?
2.8%.
Two.
2.8.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah,
that's
and
the
the
flu.
COVID vax was 12 to 13%.
Not the data
That's the
that I
difference.
have looked at. Maybe that's
Not the
severe.
one I looked at.
Okay, but anyways,
It's not.
no.
It's not
So
just severe. It's even mild. Even just getting a rash.
correct. That's a mild. A rash, pain, bruising, swelling on the side of the injection. Those are all considered mild. But then
Yes, it had
but
4
then you have
times.
myelopathies. You have Guillain-Barré. You have extrapyramidal tremors, convulsions.
Yes, you do. I'm not saying you don't, but I'm telling you it was 13%, which is way too high for a vaccine, no doubt. And that's why people should have had permission. The people who did not get side effects, it actually saved a lot of lives. That's all I'm saying. And you can look at the data and see that that happened. And when people were like, no, that's not true, that's ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. The data shows that. States and countries, they had a high percentage of vaccines. Yes, side effects still happen, but deaths got reduced, which was the harder part to get rid of.
Joe, you want to know
14
what
million people died.
you want to know what the excess deaths were from? It's not from COVID. It's basically murder by hospitals because they changed all the standard practices to ramp this up. So, I mean, besides just rushing people onto ventilators that everybody knows about, also the remdesivir, it lost its emergency use authorization for Ebola because it proved far more deadly than Ebola. And they were using that on all the COVID patients.
100% true. 100%. I have 2 friends who are medical doctors. They quit. They quit their job because of the fact that they had to give remdesivir to everybody and then put them on ventilators as soon as their oxygen level dropped below 90. Now, one of them is an emergency room doctor. I think Dark was also mentioning that. He said that someone would come in with a gunshot wound or a knife stab or a broken limb or something. And the first thing we had to do at the emergency room was PCR test. Now, the cycle amplification of a PCR test should only be 25. They had it ramped up to 45 during COVID until Biden ramped it down to 25 within like the 3rd year of his presidency. So anyways, so during COVID, the cycle amplification was at 45 of the PCR test. So almost everybody, now Dr. Kerry, I forgot his name, he is the inventor of the PCR. He is on record, and I used to share it and post it everywhere on social media. I showed it to my interns, my students at the university. He said, if the cycle amplification of the PCR test is high, everybody is going to test positive because you're going to find a particle of a part of a virus that is dead. Like it could be any family of the SARS
I need
virus.
to give some breaking news. Trump said the following statements. He is given a press conference right now. He said, on the US Navy season ships, he said it's very profitable business. We're like pirates. So at least he admits he's a pirate now. I thought it was only the Somalis with pirates. I guess he's admitting he's a pirate. Also, let me I'll just try to save that because I want to tweet that out next. Okay, here we go. He also said Trump explains he wants Iran to have a bad deal. He said they've got to make a bad deal. Maybe we're better off not making a deal at all. So basically, he's admitting that the only way he agrees to a deal is if Iran agrees to a very bad deal for themselves. Trump says Iran war is for Israel. He says, quote, "We will not allow Iran to possess nuclear weapons because they might be used against Israel." Look at the order. Israel, Europe, and perhaps against us as well. So he's literally admitting the nuclear weapons for him removing the nuclear weapons are for Israel, because he goes, maybe used against Israel, Europe, and maybe us as well. So that's the latest from Trump. Let's bring the conversation a little bit back to this. I think we've talked about COVID, obviously, but it's been a while. Let's go to Sanga. Let's go to Zina first. Zina's been waiting for a while. Zina, jump in.
Thank you. I really appreciate you having these spaces, and I wanted to say something before I asked a question. I really appreciate that there's so much variety of the kinds of people that you bring up, because I've learned so much from so many different people. And I don't think there's anybody else running spaces with this kind of vast array of knowledge. It's very special and very unique, and I appreciate it very much. And I just wanted to say also that I was outside of Ramallah during the 12-day war, and we were kind of sitting in place. I couldn't really move or go out anywhere because there was a lot of activity out in the streets, and you guys were like my lifeline. I was listening to you guys constantly, and I again just want to say how much I appreciate your you and Beatrix and the people that you have on. I've said this before, and it keeps feeling more and more true, but last few years especially have felt like, this nature documentaries where there's like a school of fish, and then there's like sharks or whales, chasing the fish, and the sharks move to the right and the fish move to the left, and then the sharks move to the left and the fish move to the right, until eventually the fish are so discombobulated they basically are completely encircled and are just swimming into these sharks' mouths. I feel like we're that fish. I feel like we're constantly moving, and every time there's a new shark, whether it's the Epstein files or it's COVID or it's the next thing, or there's an assassination, quote unquote assassination attempt, or now Iran. And something that Simon had said kind of triggered this chain of thoughts in my head. And I'm hoping that I say it and then you guys tell me I'm completely wrong and completely off base. But it feels like what's going on right now with Iran is like another shark. It's like another one of those sharks that were just moving and moving. And it's not to say that Iran's reactions to the US and Israeli aggressions aren't sincere and genuine, but what all of this activity in Iran has done in the wider region is really escalate the level of civil discontent within the region. So you look at, for example, Kuwait arrested a bunch of journalists recently. There's governments are really clamping down on civil, discontent. That had started or had really been escalating from the time of Palestine, especially those Arab countries in particular that have been not on the right side of things or haven't been proactively, helping the Palestinians. And what if all of this is happening to such an extent that the issue for the US and Israel, by extension, isn't really Iran? Yes, they have objectives in Iran, but Iran isn't the end goal? What if it's, my feeling is that this is, with Iran, is going to be something that is kind of a long haul of start and stop, push and pull, to keep the entire area in a state of upheaval or, imbalance, with the ultimate goal of, a future bifurcation of states, like a new 2026 Sykes-Picot of some sort, and kind of bringing that back to the conversations that were had earlier about the United States. I think you can extend that to the United States as well, in that we're, the conversations about, whether there were lockdowns, whether people would protest, or how much people would push back, or if they would push back at all. And for the record, I don't think they will. I think people in America are too uneducated. I think we live in a microcosm in X where, we're surrounded by people that are aware of what's going on. And if you're in the right spaces, hopefully educated on what's going on. But the larger world in the United States, I don't think is there. You talk to people about gas prices, and they're also blaming Iran. They're not understanding anything about what's happening in the world. But to the point in that, if we do go into the system of severe, austerity measures, lockdowns, or, containment within the United States, it's also separating people from, kind of bifurcating people again at the same time. So do you think that Iran isn't the end goal, but rather not just for Israel in terms of the Greater Israel Project, but another step in kind of a divide, weaken, and destabilize, exactly, the larger Middle East area to an extent where, more regime changes, more kind of reorganization, and more bifurcation of resources from the Middle East back to the United States? So that was my question.
Joe, do you want to answer? Zina, I just
Zena,
missed the last
can I
bit.
ask? Yep.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yes, Zena, can I ask you to please clarify your question precisely? Because you laid out a tremendous amount of information, a volume to absorb, and I listened carefully to what you're saying. So I think, in short, you're really asking what is really going on in the entire Iranian crises we're in right now. Is that where I want to know the real, if you could put it in one sentence, one question?
I think my question is really, if in this exercise with Iran, if Iran isn't the end goal, if the end goal is really the destabilization, and in so doing, destabilization of the region, a new reorganization of the Middle East towards U.S.'s interests.
Yeah. Okay. Clarification. Yeah, I'm just going to real quick say, if you've been listening to Suleiman Space and for some time, and thank you. That really inspired me, because yes, this space does provide a wealth of knowledge and information that Suleiman has in his interviews and his speaker panel, in all aspects of geopolitical, financial, economic, military analysis, and on and on. Now, I think it's been clear through these days I did a quick analysis from day one, and this isn't even counting the time I was with Suleiman and Beatrice in this panel in the 7-Day War, and then even beyond that and before that, we've accumulated the equivalent of well over one college university semester, all right, and beyond now. And to answer in a nutshell, what you're saying is yes, we are experiencing, and I use the present continuous, experiencing, going through it right now, a massive shift in the geopolitical, economic, financial realm of a multipolar society that's morphing into this Agenda 2030 plan, which is a new shift in the new world order. And what we had known and grown up with, okay, I know I look like I'm in my 20s, but actually I'm 71, said jokingly. But I've seen never before imagined unprecedented changes that are happening overnight. Even the Gen Z and even the Gen X, Gen Z are saying, millennials are saying, what's going on? It's happening so fast. Yes, Iran is just one piece of the entire massive seismic shift that we're watching. Iran is just one piece of this, and their resistance, their fighting back, and their stance is what Suleiman has carefully over and over explained. Their moral resistance is the only thing that's standing between humanity going into Pax Judaica, where this Zionist scourge completely dominates the earth, or we live in an establishment of what we could see some realm of established peace and global trade. But America is no longer the power player in the world. That has already happened. And I hope that kind of helps. But yes, we're all witnessing a seismic shift in our world as we know it.
I wasn't speaking specifically to this, quote unquote, greater Israel project, more so in the US and the West kind of remapping and redividing out the Middle East, because we've seen the borders change in Syria. We're watching the borders transgress in Lebanon. There's talks of parts of Kuwait being swallowed up by Iraq. It seems like that whole area is itself shifting, and I mean it's all under Israeli influence, but the U.S. is having its hand in it, and that's kind of more what I was looking at, more than just the Greater Israel Project, more Western imperial influence in that region and their part in redividing the region.
Yeah, great
Yeah,
questions.
Suleiman adds that.
Yeah, great questions, and first of all, appreciate your kind comments as well. Yeah, I'm in agreement with what you're saying. I do think that quite clearly this is an attempt to not just the Greater Israel Project, but it is what you're saying is a component of that, right? Which is this idea or notion that they want to change the lines of what we see as the current borders. So that means Israel taking Gaza, that was confirmed through the Gaza peace plan. Israel annexing the West Bank, they've been quite clear that they want to do so. Israel taking south of Lebanon up until at least the Litani River, but probably more further than that. Syria is in a complete has basically an American Saudi puppet in there. Iraq has been obviously destroyed in the sense of there's always a lack of safety in that country. And Iran's kind of like the last hurdle that needs to be dropped in order to have complete autonomy over the region. So the aim is, as you said, it is to take control of the region. I think it is done for Pax Judaica, and I think these lines of borders are there in order to create what you say is the Great Israel Project, but like basically the larger Israel. And that can be done through taking of the borders as per what you said, but some of it can be done through agreements. So you see, for example, the UAE, that is basically East Israel. You look at Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia and Israel have essentially been working in cahoots together for half a century, if not longer. So that's an example of Israel keeping control over that. And I do think that Israel's goals are overarching. So Western society is controlled in a covert manner. If you look at Africa, the Zionists have been going into a number of countries in Africa and taking control over those countries or making trade deals and kind of deploying almost similar to the China model. So I guess, I mean, I hope that clarifies or maybe explains what you said. If not, you can ask someone else and try and answer it.
No, I mean, we circled around this topic you've circled around this topic in the spaces over the past years, really, but it's all kind of happening at an accelerated rate right now. I was just wondering if this was part of US regaining or acquiring more of its influence within that region through these kind of redivisions, albeit for Israel's benefit. But
yeah, I think it's a good question. I think if you look under the Trump administration, that I do believe that that's happened. Not just the Trump, I think some of this was in the latter Biden administration as well. Syria was kind of a lot more Russia, China aligned. Now it's fully American aligned, American Israeli aligned. Venezuela was China aligned. Now it's American Israeli aligned. And he's kind of going through these different pegs and knocking them off. Anyone that is not aligned with the Israeli and or American agenda, they're being basically knocked off. And you're seeing that in terms of the Trump perspective. The issue he has is that with Iran, he kind of went into it in the wrong manner, because he went into it in terms of from a war perspective, and he only did that because of Israel. Because if knowing Trump, he probably could have went to Iran, come to some kind of parameters of an agreement, and I think the issues that we saw now wouldn't have happened. So yeah, if you're talking about like Americans kind of knocking off certain pegs of people who are not fully aligned with the American and or Israeli agenda, then yeah, that's happened as well.
I think part of it too, though, is that the civil unrest that is also germinating within the countries in the region is kind of fomenting, like, I don't know that it would get to a point of civil war, but it would potentially steam up things akin to, the Arab Spring, to use as an example, where there would be a series of regime changes, because there is a lot of discontent among the civil populations in these countries, and with the kind of draconian measures that have really been multiplied in the last couple years on, even places that were Palestine friendly before, like, I'm just going to use Kuwait as an example because I happen to have been there for work a few years ago at the time that it was relevant. But you would think that Kuwait, that was so pro-Palestine in its past, wouldn't be clamping down, but they don't allow people out in the streets to go protest. They're limited to a city center somewhere in the downtown area for 2 hours a day after Jama prayers. And so, like, there is this kind of rising angst among the populations. And it's kind of like, I feel like Iran is partly a chaos maker to unsettle those countries from within. And I'm wondering if that was part of the intent of this Iran ambition. I mean, yes, destabilizing Iran being the 7th in the list, but also with this other purpose.
Yeah, I think there is that. Yeah, I agree with you. I said that. I agree with you. I think it's a good point you made.
Thank you very much. And I just one last thing, just one more flower for you guys. They always say that you become your parents at some point, in your adulthood. And I used to get so frustrated with my dad that used to walk around with his phone on speakerphone all the time in public. And now I'm finding myself doing that on purpose so other people can hear your space. Because I feel like it's a good way to kind of interject some common sense or some knowledge out in the world. So thank you guys again for everything. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Zina. Appreciate your kind words. Really value you, and really thanks for coming on the space. And also thanks for being so patient as well, because you came on straight away, and I didn't actually go to you till what is it, like nearly 5 hours later. So I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, and great comments as well. Let's go to Sanga. Sanga, Japan.
Hey, Suleiman. I got a question about Iran and about the war and how it actually got here. Actually, I'm curious to know your opinion on the JCPOA. If you think Iran actually got anything significant out of this deal. I personally think that what the JCPOA has enabled Iran to do was that it bought them time, it gave them a ton of cash, and it gave them access to certain things. So technically, they took that money and then they reinvested a lot of that into their defense. Some of it got scammed out of people's pocket. That's given, but what it actually made Iran was that Iran was stronger, and it had 10 to 15 years to work and develop its missile program. But there are people that would argue with me until the sun comes up about Iran shouldn't have made a deal. Iran should have maybe fought back then. And my answer is that back then Iran was a baby learning how to walk in some of the things that it's doing today. So I'm really curious to think, what do you guys think about the JCPOA? Should Iran had made the deal, or it put Iran in a worse trajectory?
No, I think them joining the JCPOA, although probably not the perfect deal, was probably the right deal to make at that time. It gave them breathing room, gave them the ability to develop. Remember, under that deal, they were able to develop unenriched amount of uranium as well, which is needed. So no, I think it was a good deal. I'm not saying I agree with everything Iran does. Like, I think there's certain things in the past that some decisions they made maybe I disagree with, but specifically about the JCPOA, I think that was a good decision, and I agree with that decision. I think right now what I don't agree with, and what I'd have an issue with right now, is if there's a couple of things that are coming out of Iran that basically I don't like. Now, it could be negotiations, or it could be that they're trying to present to the public that they're very open-minded. But for example, when Mujtaba, the supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, came out and said that they're willing to, now it could be that he didn't mean that and he meant something else, but just on the face of it, saying that the Gulf states are going to financially benefit from the strait, which made it sound like they're going to get a share. I think if there is a scenario, now it could mean he means just that with the Americans not being out, the region will be prosperous and everyone's going to financially benefit. If he means that, that's fine. But if he means that, for example, he's going to give, I don't know, UAE and Qatar and Saudi a share of it, then I've got some serious problems with that. I think I disagree with that decision. And this is what Simon actually predicted a while ago, and I've always said that I've always thought that probably wouldn't happen. So if that was to happen, that would be problematic. I think that would be a decision that I disagree with. Another decision I think I would vehemently disagree with is any cap on enrichment. I mean, the JCPOA had unlimited cap. Even 5-year cap, 2-year cap would be a big detriment to Iran, and it would set them back as well. So that's, I would say, two major points that I would disagree with. In terms of percentage, I think I'm a bit more open-minded about what could be the right decision. I know I interviewed that guy, I forgot his name now, Ghulam Zadar or something, surname is, Hamid. He was saying 20%. I think that's unlikely that they would be in agreement on 20%. But I think a percentage where they keep a certain percentage would be good. So those are kind of some things. If they were to happen, I'd be like, yeah, this is messed up.
Yeah, I personally think Iran should, maybe compromise on what percentage it wants to enrich uranium. Let's say 3.5%. That's fine. Take whatever you can out of it, and reinvest it more in your defense, and reinvest it in just in your infrastructure. and get ready for the next step. Unfortunately, the United States is not a country that you can knock out with just one blow, and get ready for future to fight a better fight.
So you would agree with the percentage, that's fine. But what about sharing the strait with the Gulf states, and what about
I don't think that's ever going to happen, honestly, to be honest with you. We're like,
did you hear my
Mujtaba
interviews with the Fawad Azadi and Hamid Ghulamzada?
I have not seen that. Like, has he said that Iran is willing to share profits with the
So
JCC?
I asked them the question because Mujtaba Hamane made a statement that seemed like that, and they seemed a bit open to it. So let me find it.
That's
So you're saying that that is, that's not a good thing. That it's something that Iran should not compromise, and Iran is willing to do.
No, I'm saying the statement the Supreme Leader made suggests that. Now, it could be that it didn't mean that. Let me read it. Let me just read it so you don't get influenced by what
Okay.
I'm saying. Right. Okay. The new management of the Strait. This is from Mujtaba Khamenei. He said, quote, "The new management of the Strait of Hormuz will bring calm and progress in addition to economic benefits for all Gulf countries." So that's what he said. So that could be, like I said, it could mean like if America's not there, Israel's not there, the Strait flourishes, everyone gets economic benefit, as in everyone's just financially prospering. So that's one option. Or the other option it could mean is that they're getting some kind of percentage out of it. So when I asked these guys, they were open to the possibility that it could be shared.
Are those
I think that go ahead.
I just was going to ask, are those guys within the Iranian government, or they're just
Nah, they're just academics, journalists, and like professors.
okay?
You
It's just people's
so
opinion, isn't it? Just to see what they're open to, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There can be a world where these GCC countries can be prosperous on their own. They can come in and sell their oil to to China and to whoever they want, and their business is just gonna go through the strait. It doesn't mean that they're not gonna be prosperous. So what Iran wants is to take control of the strait, which is its inherent right to do, and that in itself does not mean that the GCC countries are not going to benefit in an environment like that. It's just Iran that's managing that flow of money. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, say that again.
So what I'm saying is that when Iran controlled the strait, that does not necessarily mean that the GCC countries are not going to be prosperous. They're going to be prosperous. Iran is going to take its fair share.
True. No. So listen, I think if the Israelis and America were to remove themselves from the Middle East, I do believe that all of the countries in the Middle East will flourish, and we know that because even if you'll say like, but what's your evidence of that? And I will be like, well, you can look at the economies, you can look at the trade, they can do all that, but then you just need to look at history. If you look at history, it quite clearly showed that before this intervention, Iran and Iraq were the top 4 economies, and so the fact that they were flourishing so well demonstrates that they've done in the past and they can do it in the future, and then you just look at what they could trade in. So I do believe that could happen. What I would not agree with is if basically after all of this, Iran was to make a deal where the Gulf states, other than Oman, got a percentage of the Strait of Hormuz, whether it's as an ownership, whether it's as a percentage of the output, or whatever it is. So that bit I would not agree with. And if something like that happened, then I would have serious question marks about a lot of things. But yeah, that's one thing that I would be not happy with.
Yeah, that would not make me happy, and that does not have a good look on Iran either. And I think it's really time for the GCC countries to really understand and wake up from this, like, dystopia of that they can just, like, import everything in, and, like, import technology, import jobs, import people. Like, they need to step up for themselves and learn how to do things and survive, and not be so dependent on foreign powers that are controlling the shit out of them, like, all the time. So yeah, that's also the thing. So thank you so much, Solomon. And also, like, this is a great panel. And Grant, like, I really appreciate, like, Grant Cardone. He's hilarious and knowledgeable too, and, like, his presence here just, like, makes everything so much better. I've seen some of his videos online and he's great. So yeah, thank you so much, everybody. And Andrew too. Like, he has phenomenal, like, military analysis. Thank you.
Thanks for that.
I
Yeah, we love
prefer I
Gary.
prefer Gary.
We love Gary.
I like Gary, not Grant.
Yeah, why are you
Not that I
attacking
don't
Oh,
so
like
are
Grant,
they
much?
but
not the same? Are they not the
Oh
same?
my god, that makes it even worse.
Oh my God. Who's the guy who says, like, got the bullshit? Like, you got which one is
I don't know who
that?
that is. I don't even know what you're saying. But
Well,
yeah,
usually Gary's the most outspoken. He kind of like we hear him most often.
Gary's got totally different opinions to Grant. Grant is very pro-Trump, and
Oh,
Gary's
okay.
against the war. So I think
Okay, I guess
it
they're
seems like
both
you like the one
hilarious.
who's pro-Trump. So
Against the war and
Yeah,
against the vaccine.
yeah. And I could talk about vaccine too, actually,
no, I
if
already
you
brought
wanted
the
me to, but
conversation.
I can
No,
drop.
I don't need you to.
No, man, vaccine, that discussion, I almost turned the channel off. I got to tell you,
Yeah, exactly. You're trying to bring it back. I was like,
uh,
bet that's not happening again.
it's a painful
That was
conversation.
Joe's fault.
That was Joe, because Joe basically.
Sangor, I have a rule. My name is Gary Cardone. I have a
Okay, but
rule that
but
if
honestly,
you sit on a
Gary,
if
you,
you sit on a speaker panel with me and call me Grant, it costs you 1/10 of a Bitcoin.
but you know what? I guess both of you are hilarious. Like, you have, like, commentary that I just, like, cracks me up all the time.
Awesome. I'll tell him you love him, man.
Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, I like Gary better, to be honest. That's not even close. But shows these guys, when it comes to glazing, they don't care about Iran, or they don't care about this guy's glazing Grant when he's pro-Trump, and not glazing Gary when he's against the war. This is what I mean about this. This is what they are. They're all basically colonized in the mind. Sanga's a good example of that. See him, like, literally glazing. Embarrassing, bro. He dropped now as well. Okay. What else? Gary. Everyone's saying Gary's wrong, bro. Everyone's saying Gary's wrong. There's no war at the moment. What's going on,
What am I
Gary?
wrong about? I'm wrong often. Just which one am I wrong
They're
about?
saying that, there's still a ceasefire. Gary keeps saying there's going to be escalation.
Yeah. Well, what's happening today? I mean, we got peace. We got a bunch of ships moving back and forth. Everybody's hokey dory. We got $67 crude oil. Nah, we have fucking total chaos everywhere. So, you're dreamers, man. Maybe you guys should put on that Supertramp album, Dreamers.
That's Joe. Joe is the dreamer, Gary.
And some of the denial I'm still hearing in this room, the level of denial I still hear, I think people are in for a shock, dude.
It's Joe. You're talking about Joe here, Gary.
Well, yeah,
denial about
absolutely.
what?
At least.
That we're going to war. That I don't think
Yeah,
we're
about
going.
yeah.
We're not going Connecticut.
See, Gary?
Yeah, Israel is. I don't think we are. But we'll see.
Hey,
I could be wrong.
did you guys see the re-reels of Pete today? Quarterback Pete, Army warmongering, bloodthirsty Pete, and did you see some of his responses to the 6 guys that were killed?
Yes, I couldn't watch it,
Like
Gary. Couldn't watch it.
hey, not a grain of remorse, not a grain of responsibility, not a grain of, whoa, dude, you know what? We really had a hole there. We missed it. I mean, oh God, it was Look, and the reason I look at that is I think that behavior suggests that like why would they stop, dude? You're not negotiating with rational people. There's no negotiations going on here. It's all strategy. Delay, pack up weapons, send more people, delay, make sure the market doesn't crash. This is total theater. Let's just wait for the alien discovery now. It's going to come out. That'll get our head fucking going in a different direction. All theater.
Yeah, he did. He literally would not answer. Was Ryan kept asking him, "No, tell us why. Tell us that what happened." And he's like, he kept trying to interrupt him. It was disgusting. I couldn't watch it.
Oh, dude, it's an embarrassment. Okay, like anyone that was representing me, I would immediately terminate and distance myself from somebody because that's really shining on the whole management team of the United States government. That's the attitude. If you had a CEO of a company behaving that way, and by the way, I think we do. Sam Altman would be a good example of a Pete Hegseth or whatever his name is. Well, this is out of control, man. You just got a bunch of crazy wolves running the packs. I mean, Lutnick. I mean, they're all the same kind of characters. You notice this?
Absolutely.
What were some of the worst things you said, Gary? Do you remember?
It's his behavior. I mean, people should go watch it. Really, okay. Like all you got to do is watch 20 minutes of it to get a little taste of it. Anything with his congressional hearing. I mean, just go watch the best of them. He didn't have a good moment, and I'm just saying that from like he just looked sarcastic from the moment he started to the very end with zero
Yep.
No
responsibility.
humanity. No
Or,
humanity.
yeah, humanity. That's what, yes, I'm glad you said humanity. He was belligerent. He would not acknowledge that there was no seriously
Yeah,
protection.
but
Yep.
Andrew, yeah, that's true. But he's got his little warrior mask on now, right? So like he's justified all this. But it's just poor management. It's poor PR. It's like just fucking bad acting. It's horrible. And these guys are so poorly trained, or they don't give a fuck what you think. They don't
There it
care
is.
anymore. It's one of
Yeah, no,
those.
they're
And maybe
completely
they're slipping up
unaccountable.
so much. Maybe you're right, Doc. Maybe they're slipping up so much. Maybe we need to wake up. Hey, they don't care,
No,
dude.
well,
It's
well
just
think about
outright. It's the best place
think,
to hide.
think about what congressional testimony means in this day and age. It means nothing. There's
Yeah,
no accountability
it's only a
because they
misdemeanor too, right? Like
the
it's a misdemeanor to lie to them.
look, but you have to prosecute, and the DOJ is not prosecuting anybody. All right, the testimony before Congress, they can't bring criminal charges. They can't hold anyone accountable. The referrals that are coming from Tulsi Gabbard can't hold anybody accountable, and they don't care. We've seen this for a year with the
All
Epstein
theater then.
stuff.
All theater
It,
then.
it is all theater. And so they're speaking to the people who are convinced without thought, without education, ignorantly, who continue to support Trump, even though he's broken nearly every one of his key promises in 2026, 2024 rather. And it's amazing to me. It continues to be amazing to me. And I think where people default is two main places in supporting this. One is they have higher, at least in their minds, moral goals for this. And we know what Hex's moral goals are. He doesn't care about being patriotic. He doesn't care about being truthful. He doesn't care about any of that. He's preparing for the return of the Antichrist, and he wants Armageddon. He's said it. His pastor, his personal pastor, has said it. So that's their morality. As immoral, as unethical, and disgusting as that is, that's the higher power that they're paying attention to. It's not to the Constitution. It's not to the American voters. It's not to even to the president. So look, this could go either way. It makes no sense at all for this to go kinetic, because where that's going to lead is more American deaths, more lost money, and more economic devastation. Politically, this thing cannot be sustained.
And they got until November to try and turn this. Even before then, they got to turn this around by this summer. That's what they have to do to have any shot at continuing in power, unless the elections are fixed. And oh yeah, now we know that the elections have been fixed. It's been proven. It's been documented. Anyone who doesn't believe it just hasn't been following the details for the last 4, 6, 8 years. But no one's been prosecuted. Nobody. So without that prosecutorial, intent, good intent to defend our laws, and prosecute those who are responsible for breaking them, it doesn't matter what happens in Congress. It couldn't matter less.
Well, what was good was to be able to see the behavior, and any doubt that I had about us having a management team that knew what they were doing, even if you or don't care anymore, you still are behaving in a way that's absolutely unnecessary. Absolutely unnecessary. The man is expending too much energy. He should be just calm, sitting there. Like, he's a 4-star fucking general, isn't he?
Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War for
Yeah.
Ukraine territory.
What level do you get to when you're that? What level? Or is
Well,
this just like a fucking press roll? I mean, what's his
he
role really?
he's the Secretary of Defense, and there's legal statutes that
No, he's the
define.
Secretary of War, dude. We should have
Yeah,
known
it's the same
immediately when
thing.
they
He
changed
changed the
that
name,
fucking name.
Gary.
No, it's very
He's still
different.
the Secretary of Defense.
Okay,
In
so
the laws and the Constitution and the statutes,
and
Trump has came and changed the name. Historically, that's who he is, and he
what's
has
his
that power.
what's his status? Is it a general? Is he a 4-star, 3-star,
No.
2-star?
I think to the extent
No
that
star?
that's even an issue, he would be above the what he is, the head of the military. What's the
Do
name there?
4-star generals report to him?
He's not
Oh,
a
absolutely.
general.
And
Sure, the
Dude, so
chief of
he's the top of the food chain.
JCS, Joint Chiefs of Staff, the head of the
yeah,
JCS reports directly to the
right.
Department of Defense or War.
Yeah, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs reports first to Hegseth. Hegseth reports to the president.
Right.
That's the chain of command.
Well, you don't behave that way.
No,
Okay.
but
I mean,
unless you're a Zionist and you don't,
especially in that role.
well,
I mean,
yes, but behavior. I mean, they don't care. They have the
yeah.
power and they're exercising it. They don't care that they've broken every promise. They don't care that it's killing people. They don't care that they're killing women and children. They don't care about any of it. What Hexus wants is the return of the Antichrist. He wants to facilitate the greater Israel project. He wants to bomb Iran for easily disproven reasons. There's no justification. And Iran, because they chanted death to America. Shit. I hear people here in Los Angeles getting in the streets and chanting death to America. That's no reason to go to war with the fifth largest standing army in the world. I mean, it's ridiculous. There is no justification. There never has been. And it comes on the backs of the lessons that we learned in invading the Gulf the first time, the trillions that it cost and the millions that died. How did any of it make sense from the very beginning? It never has. It's all crazy. So their behavior is, to me, is representative of who they are. He doesn't care to pretend that he's Donald Rumsfeld, who is as big a war criminal as Hectus is at this point, maybe even bigger. And they're running the same playbook. Hey, let's arm the Kurds. Hey, didn't we didn't we arm the Taliban to go after our enemy at that time, Russia? How does this work out? How do generals who spend all this time in war colleges and study military history go, oh yeah, Pete, that's totally cool? Well, they're not doing that. That's why 35 or so of those generals have been fired. This guy should be impeached, should be fired, but he's doing what Trump wants, or whoever controls Trump, what they want.
Yeah, he's a piece of work, man.
I urge you to take the time, Doc, and Gary, anyone, to go back and it takes some time. I analyzed line by line that it was 80 some minutes of going through the entire humiliation ritual at Quantico, Virginia, between Trump and Hegseth, all those generals and admirals, all flags and command NCOs. That's the most senior enlisted rank that run the enlisted ranks. And the reason I analyze that, because it was so unprecedented. Never, ever, ever before have all those been assembled like that. Not even in the Second World War, never. And they were all assembled, and I said, "What is going on here?" So I studied it carefully, and I would stop, pause, listen to what was
I
said,
figured they were
and
getting rid of the bad guys. Andrew, is that not true?
yeah, well, that's what it looked like on the surface. We're getting rid of DEI. We're going to no more, women in combat. Women are now, which I'm glad. Women, when I say women in combat, women should have to, if they want to be in combat, they should have to do what men have to do. I agree with that. No problem with that. We're going to get rid of the fat boys in the program. I agree with that. I was command fitness coordinator. My God, if you can't run the standards, and if your gut's hanging over your belt, okay, don't belong in uniform. If you can't get up and do a push-up, okay. But, okay, that was the surface. That's the smoke. But when you then, after he was done with that rant, then I couldn't breathe. He said, quote, "Now," and he did. He paused in his speaking, and he said, "Now." And he turned around and stared at him. And like, "Listen to me, bitches." He gave him that, like, what the hell? He said, quote, "Now you're going to listen to what we're going to now do." And check me up on this. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, "We're now going to do something that we needed to have been done a long time. First, why are we called war? Because we are the Department of War. Now, when I say war, basically, when we say jump, you say how high. When we say we're going to do this, you say yes or no, so 3 bags full. When we say you're apolitical, you better believe you're apolitical. But you know what you really are? You're on the team, and the team, we are Trump." And I'm going to turn it over to our illustrious, great leader. Trump got up there, MAGA, 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 MAGA. I'm Trump, I'm Trump. I want one of those awards. I want to be the greatest. I am the greatest. I am the plan. I am the way. I am the truth. I am the light before you. I am like Jesus Christ. I mean, he laid it down so sick I was destroying furniture in my living room. In fact, thank God the wife wasn't here, because when I started dismantling one of her favorite chairs, I was like freaking out. And I talked to several different officers that I know, and a retired Army colonel. He was like, "What the hell?" It was like, we were like, "What?" And I talked to a dear friend of mine, 50 years. The man is a very highly decorated officer. He looked at me and he said, "I don't want to talk about it." He said, "Because our country is really effed right now." And I said, "But yeah, no, tell me the truth. What would you have done? What would you have done?" And he said, "You know what I would have done? I would have told him, F you." And I said, "I pray to God that I'd have the grease to say that." But that's where it really started. And when I said, "No way, we're going to see some shit roll here. It's going to get ugly real fast." And sure enough, bam, 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 all these officers' heads started flying. We haven't even heard what really is happening, I think, behind closed doors. I believe right now, with all my heart, there is some serious dissension among the ranks right now of them saying, "F you, kiss my ass." I would, if I was a commander and active duty right now, I would say, "Kiss my aching ass." I'm not going to put my ship, my command, in harm's way. If I was on a submarine and on patrol and they said, "Drop that, drop target XYZ, drop that ship," yeah, I'll drop it. I don't give a shit. I'll slam 2 torpedoes in that ship. Okay, they're a combatant. I'll do it. Okay, drop that tanker, drop that cargo ship. I'll drop it. I don't care. But then you tell me, "Oh, now we're going to move in closer and start lobbing missiles, and we're going to start hitting wipe out all of their power structure. We're going to start hitting civilian targets." F you. I will not go kill innocent men, women, and children, civilians. That's not a military target, but that's what they're conditioning them to do. And for that reprobate, you piece of excrement. How dare you, that woman that wrote that comment about me. You come and debate me anytime. I demand you tell me, how dare you, reprobate. I come on Suleiman Space, and I speak, I love America, but I will not defend pedos, and I will not defend that MAGA freak and those cults, and I will speak out against it. And by the way, I lost a tremendous amount of money and income because I said I've had enough of the bullshit, and I walked out of contracting. So don't tell me I haven't taken a stand, and I do take that stand.
What were you guys talking about before that? What was it? What was the conversation?
Well, Gary came on and was talking about Hegseth today at the hearing. He was lying out of his ass, and every time he's asked a question, he wouldn't answer the question. What it came down to is, you know what we're doing? We have men killed, our combatants, servicemen are killed, and they're hiding the numbers too. We know we've lost more than 8, 10, 12. I think it's in the hundreds
Yeah.
that have been wounded.
So let me just.
And he lied.
I get it.
He was lying like
Let me
crazy.
just quickly
Yeah.
get to this one, which is two things. One is it's funny, the White House put out a visual from the FDD, and do remember the FDD because they're important in terms of the next piece of conversation I want to have. And in there, they show the nuclear enriched uranium, and it shows that Iran was enriching uranium, and then they do the JCPOA, they dilute their uranium. They have a zero. This is what the White House put themselves. They're basically demonstrating that they did zero, or they had zero enriched uranium during the JCPOA, and even before they fully signed it. In the interim, they diluted it, and then when Trump tore up the JCPOA, they basically start enriching. Now they're showing that actually it's after Biden went into office, that's when they start enriching. But obviously that's a bit of a blag. But the point is, that was done after Trump tore the JCPOA, and during Obama's administration, they weren't enriching uranium. So I don't know, that's a major own goal in terms of what they're trying to relay. Now, talking about the FDD, talking about the FDD, as you know, the FDD is a very pro-Israel Zionist organization, but not just pro-Israel, not just Zionist, but they advocate for Israel as well. And why that's important is one of the things that what Trump's done is he's put on a person from the FDD as part of the negotiation team. So once again, Israeli interests being put in the negotiations, and you're never going to get to a deal. And the guy they put on, who I need to find now, is this guy here. What's his name? Nick Stewart. So I mean, it looks like they won't get a deal that way. But Joe, what's your thoughts on that? Seems like you think there will be a deal.
No, I don't. I never said I think there'll be a deal. I think America does not attack anymore, and I don't think there's going to be a deal at all. And I think America just doesn't walk away, but stays there to defend Israel, basically. And then America starts funding other groups or other different ways to try to get regime change. I don't think they'll actually come to a deal.
So
You're weird, man, because you say they won't come to a deal, but we're not going kinetic. That doesn't make any
We're
sense.
not. We'll stay there. We'll stay there. Look, the only way for Trump to get out, if I gameplay it out, Gary, is the best move America can make is no move. Why? Because Iran does not attack unless attacked. So if America does not attack Iran, then Iran's not attacking America. That's what they've done, right? So if they allow Israel to go in, then Iran will attack Israel. And that's kind of the way I see it playing out.
So it's like a
Right?
checkmate.
It's not a checkmate. It's a draw in a chess match. Iran has not won anything. U.S. has not won anything. Right? If U.S. makes no more moves, then it's a draw. America leaves, or America stays there continuously just to protect Israel. Israel continues to be the problem child and goes after them if they want to, or if they don't. I think they will, because Netanyahu needs an open front in order to not go to jail, and he needs to continually open new ones. And I think America's best move is no move right now, because what's Iran going to do if America does not make a move? They haven't done
What
anything
happens to
unless America's done a move.
what about the Hormuz? Straight.
They start charging a toll. I don't think that toll is that crazy. Sanctions remain on. Everything else remains on. Trump makes no concessions. Say, hey, we did everything we were supposed to do. We did regime change. We hit every military talker. We set them back a decade. Blah blah blah. Yeah, they charge a toll, but that's not our problem. We don't get any oil from there. That's Europe and Asia's problem. Let them go handle that. We had an extreme success, and that's it. What's Iran going to do then?
Okay, what about the Gulf states?
Yeah, the Gulf states have a problem if Iran has only attacked the Gulf states if America was launching attacks from the Gulf states. If they don't, then does Iran hit the Gulf states? No. If
So
they
meaning,
do, then they seem like the bad guys. So you see what I mean? I
yeah.
honestly think the best move, the only way to, you can't checkmate Iran, but you can draw, right? And the draw is stop making moves.
And the US won't reestablish the bases in the Gulf states, like the military bases.
I don't know. I don't know.
Because that would be a problem.
I think that would be making a move.
So your country pays extra on a toll. You think they'll be happy with it? They've been talking a lot of smack, saying that they want to destroy Iran, but now they're gonna bend their knee and
But
pay.
what country? America doesn't go through there.
UAE. I'm talking about, blood.
Oh yeah. Look, it's not that much though.
No. What the Iranians said was, that UAE is gonna have to pay a lot more than everybody else. There's a special condition on the UAE. Israel's not allowed in through it, and the UAE needs to pay more. You think the UAE is gonna be fine with paying more?
No, I mean they can truck it over through Saudi Arabia. I don't know. I don't know what they would do, but I'm telling you, think of what other move can America do that actually ends the match and puts Iran into a draw.
I mean, I think me and you were in agreement that this was really the move they should have made at the start, but they were just too dumb.
Yeah.
But right now it's more of a complex situation, because now what they've done is, because if they'd done it at the start, Iran wouldn't have closed the strait and they would have had complete control over it, or it was more unlikely that Iran would not close the strait. So the fact that they've done this, I mean, they're going to be weak. Like, the thing is, they have to walk away. There's the point. They can't just sit there. Because if they sit there, the problem is, if they keep the blockade on, and this is what I mean, because you said they're going to stay there, but what you mean is they'll remove the blockade, right?
Yeah, I don't think they'll blockade. That's stupid, because that's just going to keep raising gas prices.
And you think Trump's going to be fine with that? Because one of the things he keeps saying is we're now in what did they call it? What did Besson call it? Operation Economic Fury. So they're like trying to sell it to everybody that this is kind of the new part of it, which is that they are essentially doing a economic war. And you're basically saying they're going to end everything and just sit there in defending Israel.
Yeah, I think so. Because think about it, doing a land invasion, they lose. Attacking Iran more, they lose. Like what can they possibly do? Giving in to their demands, they lose, right? So what's the best thing they can do? Be like, hey, we did our job. All right, see you. Iran cannot force America to go there. Iran can't force America to do anything.
I think I'm in agreement with you in the sense of Iran can't do anything. Sorry, America can't do anything right now, and they're stuck. The issue you've got is with what you're proposing, which is basic. I think Trita Parsi's got the same opinion as you. Well, I know he has. The problem with that opinion or that position is it leaves the Gulf states in a major problem. It gives Iran all the power, which is not what the Gulf states or Israel want. It basically, Trump admits defeat. This is going to be akin to when Reagan had to pull out.
How's he admit defeat?
I'll explain to you how. So this is akin to when Reagan had to pull out of Beirut in '83. This is him pulling out, because what he's done is right now he's saying, I'm still there. Aim is nuclear enrichment. He's going to admit that he ran off without getting the nuclear enrichment. he's going to admit that he ran out without getting any of the things that he claimed he was going to get. This will be considered one of the biggest losses in US history. Like, we're thinking about it a loss now. It's going to be much, much worse than that as well. So yeah, I do think that would be a major loss. I think the blockade is, in his mind, he's convinced himself and then thus convinced everybody else that this is not a loss, but this is kind of the next stage, and then we've still got the option of bombing. But if it's like, guess what, run off, I just don't see him running off.
Yeah, I don't look. I think the Magatards believe whatever King Magatard says, and if he says that he won, I mean, I literally watched, what was it, the tall blonde guy, Jonathan Kepler or whatever his name is, and you hear him going and asking people at you know, how's Trump doing, and like, we won, we hit all the objectives, like there's nothing left. Like, they're already starting to say this. Like, none of those people think that USA is in any kind of problem. And if you listen to Hegseth today at what the meeting Gary was talking about, I listened to it for like 5 minutes. And the guy's like, we've been extremely successful. What are you attacking us for? We've been extremely successful. Like, they literally believe this. Or at least the people that are still MAGA, they literally believe it. I'm sure you can go to a space here tonight and there's going to be people saying that how amazing of a job US has done in Iran.
I agree that there are people who will definitely be saying that, but I think if they were to leave without, for example, Mancos, who comes on the space, he thinks that. He thinks what you're saying. He thinks America's doing brilliant, they're doing the bestest job, and no
Yeah, air superiority.
Yeah. But if you said to Mancos, guess what, Mancos? America's leaving. He would even admit that that's a loss.
I don't think he would.
He would, because I actually.
Oh, he has.
Oh,
he has.
I asked it worse than that. He actually conceded that.
Bro, he says that. He says that now, but Mango will find a way to make it seem like no, they made the right move because of XYZ. That's what these people always do.
They do. You're right. Yeah, they do, Joe.
I mean, literally, I read you a statement the other night about someone saying, oh, the only reason why Trump attacked Kansas and all the people that used to be MAGA was to get them out of the way because they know that the Dems will take power and they're going to go after them. So he's trying to protect them. That's literally what one of these magatards said, wrote on his post.
I read that.
Like, they'll make up excuses for everything.
I read that. I did read that indeed. That people were like, yeah, he's basically protecting them for when the Dems come in. That was hilarious.
But think about what other move does America have? I'm literally.
No, I'm in agreement, Joe. We're not in disagreement in terms of how bad the situation is for America and Israel. We're not in disagreement. We're not in disagreement that they don't have much cards left to play. I mean, we've been screaming this for what, more than 3 months, like 5 months, 6 months. How long has it been now? We've been screaming this when we knew this war was coming. So we're not in disagreement on any of those things. Where I disagree with you is that I believe that you are wrong in thinking that Israel and B Trump allows this to happen, in the sense of Trump allows for himself to look bad and take such a huge loss, because one of the things that magatards have convinced themselves about is that Trump's going to get the nuclear enriched uranium and then that's going to be a win. If he doesn't even get that, or he doesn't get a deal pertaining to that, this is going to be the biggest loss ever. Like, this is where I kind of disagree. And I think
look at all the people that believe still today that he destroyed the nuclear enrichment facilities, right? They believe that even today.
No, but that's logical. Like, that one, I don't see as like, I disagree with it, but I don't see it as an insulting position to have, because from their perspective, like, okay, it makes sense. We thought the B-2 bombers blow it up, and then me and you need to like provide a logical, nuanced argument of why it's not the case, and it takes a bit of depth, breadth, intelligence, reading, and so on and so forth. So that I understand why someone would believe that. But when this guy continuously for the last year has said, we're gonna get the nuclear enrichment, but like we're gonna get the dust, like that's what we're gonna do. Iran's never gonna be allowed to enrich uranium. Like this mission will not be complete until you do it, and then you're like, blood, me living. It's like, bro, like even a MAGA would be like, bro, I thought you wanted the nuclear enrichment. Like that, I don't think you don't need nuance with that. That's just basic. He said he wants the enrichment, and then he left without it.
Yeah, I just don't think it matters to people in his base. He'll come up with an excuse of why he's not going away with the dust, or how he blew something up that it no longer matters, or God knows what. Right? That's my
Well,
only
and
thing.
regime change. And regime change, man. We got regime change. We take it out, 20 of their leaders, they're done. I know it's going to drive that hard. But, Gary's made it clear we got psychopaths run this. So I think they're going to blow some stuff up. They got to make some noise somehow.
I don't think they're allowed to leave until they do everything they said they were supposed to do. The nuclear enrichment, and then also the ballistic missiles, like the weapons, the proxies and everything. I think that the people who, I don't think they care really what the base thinks. I mean, I don't think they care that much. They could lie to them, but I know that there was a mission before that the people who are in charge, they really want. So how is Trump going to be allowed to leave without delivering that?
No one can stop him from leaving. Right? And I'm not saying he's leaving. I'm saying they're going to park there and defend Israel.
But okay, look, Casey, if you may or may not know her, along with Beatrix, were probably the biggest, hugest, most gigantic MAGA supporters they are. And so if you want to, Joe, we're having this conversation, but we're theorizing. And why theorize when you've got the actual product here right in front of us? So that girl, take yourself back a year or two, a few years, and let's say Trump was to leave. Would you think that's a loss, or would you be able to convince yourself that this was a total Trump victory?
I kind of can't use I would call it a victory, but in a different way. I would say, well, he had to leave to save the soldiers. That's how I would say it, right? Like, I would know that it didn't look good, but I still would have came up with an excuse. Yeah, I would have been like, well, thank God, he doesn't really want war. That's why he's not really, a war president. And this is why, the Pentagon's been in all these battles and fights, and Trump figured out a way to get out. Now American soldiers can stay home. That's what I would have came up with, for sure.
All right, she proves your point.
Makes sense. It makes
There
sense.
you go.
I mean, today,
that was quick. That it must be like riding a bicycle being in MAGA, Casey.
Whatever. I just remember the stuff that I used to tell myself, and then the PR. It's like, no, I saved the troops. We don't need to lose any more troops. And when people hear that, they're gonna be, yay, that's great. So.
I mean, he was the biggest anti-war candidate. I mean, he was like, we're not going to spend the tax dollars to go nation build, and we're not going to go regime change. There is a post on my Facebook that actually is all the clips, different video clips of his talks, that he really spoke like that, like a Bernie devil or something like that, Bernie Sanders. So, yeah.
That was one of the funniest questions that I don't know if you guys know who I'm talking about, the comedian that goes and interviews MAGA people, but he goes, well, what about him being no war? And he's in a war. And they're like, what? It's not a war. It's a conflict. It's a conflict. And he's like, yeah, but Trump calls it a war. And like, and then they don't know what to say.
They'll say it's, because I had to talk to somebody like this, but they'll say it's limited strikes. That's what they're saying now, that it's limited strikes. You have to go back to the point of, we shouldn't have even one strike. There's no benefit to America at all. Not that, I'm into striking civilians and killing leadership. I want to be clear. But this is no benefit to America at all in any fashion. This is not a war for America. But they'll say, like, this is limited strikes. So
Joe, I guess you know the psychology of MAGA better than any of us. Guys, there is a tree in the nest. It is a Substack. It is on Lebanon and the Lebanese war with Israel. I want you to go to the Substack, subscribe to the Substack, share. But go to two things. Go to the tree in the nest, and it's in the YouTube comments. Like it, quote tweet it, and write something on it. I will retweet your quote tweet on that one as well. And then in addition to that, go to the Substack and subscribe. And the reason is, I'll pull that out, I'm going to do a video on it as well, is we have got to focus on Lebanon. There is too much where people are forgetting about what's going on in Lebanon. And the Israelis from the air are giving it the Gaza treatment. And this is why the interviews are set up with 3 journalists from Lebanon on the ground, is to highlight that. And then we've got Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. So quote to that, tweet in the nest, share it, quote tweet it. It's important we identify it. And I'm probably gonna, like, I think try and have at least, if I can, as much as I can, because it's not easy to get these interviews, but as much as I can, I'm gonna try and get at least one interview every day of a journalist in Lebanon telling us exactly what's going on, because we can't forget about it. These Israelis are bombing it. These Israelis are bombarding it. They're murdering innocent civilians. You look at some parts of South Lebanon and it's like looking at Gaza. That's why the YouTube show tomorrow, I called it something like Lebanon and Gaza 2.0. So this is very, very important. So if you could do that for me, that would be awesome. I'm going to check now whoever's quote tweeted it. I'm going to retweet your quote tweets. Oh, wait. Oh, I thought I pinned the other one. That's strange. Okay. So at least we got Keel Salman, who says, "We will never forget. I stand with Lebanon." Golden point. Only one quote tweet, guys. We can get much more quote tweets than that. So if everyone can quote tweet that for me, that would be awesome. Wait a sec. I pinned something earlier. Where's the pin gone? That's strange. Okay. That girl, was there anything you wanted to add?
I think that was it, because I said earlier, and by the way, I did quote tweet it too. Thank you for writing this brilliant article, and I definitely am going to read it, because we can't forget Lebanon. I pray for Lebanon all the time, and I pray for the resistance. I just don't think that we are not going to get kinetic, Joe. I just think, I fully believe, now I'm not saying next week, but there's no reverse gear at all for the people who are in charge, who are controlling this. We will get kinetic. It's just, this is how I guess war is now. You have off times and on times, down times, whatever. But there's just no way that we just sit there and not do anything. I don't think that's going to happen at all. So we will get it. It will ramp up. There's no way that Trump can't ramp it up, and he has to do it soon, because his term will be almost over, and they need to get this. They want to do this under the Trump term, so people can have excuses for it, like this limited strikes nonsense and stuff like that.
Oh, look, I could be wrong. That's why I get called that I play both sides, because when I'm wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong. But I honestly think this is the best move America. This is the only move I see for America where Trump can save face.
I agree. It's not going to happen, sadly. And when people talk about midterms, I don't even think that they care about midterms. Like, I don't know. I just feel like I don't see anybody campaigning for midterms. I don't see anybody talking about, like, I almost feel like they have it in the bag with midterms. So I don't even think that's on their mind. Like, it's May and midterms would be in November. People should start campaigning now. I don't see any of that happening. I mean, besides obviously Dan Bilzerian and stuff, but I'm talking about the people who are already in Congress who need to start campaigning and get voted back in again and stuff. It's like everybody's just relaxed. Like they don't seem worried at all. So, and Hakeem Jeffries already made this point. that impeaching Trump, if they get control of the House, it's not really a priority for him. Then, of course, somebody said, oh, no, he's just saying that now, but he's really going to still try. No, it's not a priority. They cannot go against this war. Trump has given the people what they want as far as like the Zionists and the people who control things. So they can't impeach Trump for taking us into a illegal war with Iran. They won't do it.
Yeah, I
It's a
thought they could make
uniparty.
things. I thought they could make things so bad that they would have to turn on the money printer, and if they did, most Americans don't know the difference between the economy and the stock market. And if Trump says the stock market's up, that means the economy's up for most people. Um, and if the printer went on, Wall Street would look incredible. The economy is America's number one issue, and that was just in recent polls, that it is by far, like I think it's 3 times more important than anything else in the country right now. And if by the midterm, if they print money, and I thought if they could do this, it would have been in April to give it at least enough time for the midterms. But right now, you're cutting it really close. Like uh, printing money right now is typically things take like 6 months to go through the system. There's not enough time. So I don't know. I don't see a way. I don't even see that as a way out anymore. So I don't know what they plan doing on midterms.
Maybe they rigged it already. That was a joke. But maybe, who knows?
Wait, why are you going thumbs up, Joe? You think the 2020 was rigged? Come on, Joe.
Look, I always said it's whoever raises the most money, right? And Biden raised the most money, so it's rigged, but not through voting machine. You don't need to rig voting machines. You just need to donate more money to one candidate than the other.
Just shake some hands.
Shake the right hands is basically what he's saying. Okay, guys. We're gonna be wrapping up here. We'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna start at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Sorry, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, which is what, 2:30 p.m. UK. We've got Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. We've got 3 Lebanese journalists. Everyone knows Ghada Francis, a very big Christian Lebanese journalist. I really want to talk to her about what happened today because in Yarun, and as you know, our close friend Hussein's from Yarun, they bombed it from the air and they bombed a nun monastery and they bombed a Catholic school. And I know she's Christian and won't be very happy with this direct attack on Christians. And actually, if you read the Substack I wrote, a lot of the attacks they did on South Lebanon is on Christian places, funny enough. Well, it's not funny, but you know what I mean? Ironically, because of the support the Christian Zionists give these people. So I think that the very good interviews lined up tomorrow. Make sure you're here. Make sure you're subscribed. Have your notifications on. And also have your notifications on. If the war was to start tonight, which I think is possible, we will start a space immediately. So be ready for that. Much love to each and every single one of you. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate every single person who contributed to the space. I think I enjoyed the space a lot today, even though went off topic a little bit, but even then I kind of enjoyed it. I know some of the chat were crying about it, but it is what it is. Much love to everyone. Great space.